so many do bothers those on the left. And that's why I call it liberal fascism. Now, for those of you that were angry with me when I didn't support the boycott, the fire Steve Colbert and the fire Bill Maher, I warned you this is what they do to conservatives, and I don't see any liberal, not one, who's going to come to my defense and say stop the boycott. Actually, there is one, and I'll tell you about it later, that said he's going to tweet out, and it's going to be interesting when it happens. All right, Laura, anything else you want to add, and what are you doing for the holiday?
What am I doing for the holiday? I'm going to have a barbecue, and I'm going to celebrate America, and I want to thank you for being a conservative voice for those of us who don't have the platform that you do, and I want to thank you for fighting for us and fighting for America, more importantly, and thank you, and I support you, and we support you.
Listen, it means so much to me, and I have been blessed beyond any measure. My career has gone on longer than I ever thought it would. I've always thought I was on borrowed time. I always thought I was going to get fired, and it never happened. It's an honor to have this microphone on any given day. I've never taken it for granted, never, and I don't take it for granted today. And I just hope we can continue the fight and continue the battle for the things that we believe in. There's so much at stake. And I'll say this, anybody that is supportive of the president today, that believed in him, they're just, you got a massive bullseye on your head and your heart, and they want to take you out. And it's sad that liberal fascism is at this high level that it is today. You know, what have I always said on this program, Linda? I said all the time, Bill Maher is good for America. People look at me, what are you, insane? He's not good for America. I'm like, yeah, he is. Because he says iconoclastic, politically incorrect things, and he gets away with it. And for those of us that believe in freedom of speech, we get to say, well, he says this. Why don't you go after him? Because what they really want to do is only silence conservatives. Liberals can say whatever they want. Bill Maher can make so-called jokes about Ivanka Trump, incest jokes. And Stephen Colbert can talk about male body parts in relation to the president. And I still... if I don't want to watch them, I hit the remote control button. I have an on and off button. I have a channel changer. I don't even have to leave my bed to change the channel.
Let's not forget Katie Reich on SNL, who made fun of the president's son and called him autistic, his youngest son, Barron. Let's not forget about Rosie O'Donnell, who compared him to an autistic
Horrible.
child.
Attacking a 10-year-old kid. Horrible.
This is a child who is now in the spotlight. It's not his call to be in the spotlight.
Listen, and this is why, why do you think that these groups exist? How many years have I warned you on this program that every word, every statement, every hour of radio, every hour of TV is being recorded in the hopes that they get one word, one sentence, one phrase that they deem politically incorrect or they don't like, and then they could attack my advertisers. In this case, that didn't even happen. They got so frustrated waiting for me to screw up and not screwing up, they just decided to do it anyway.
Yeah, unfortunately, you have compassion, so, that's something that they don't have. So it's a problem for them.
Listen, I'm perfectly happy. I am perfectly at peace with who I am, my career, what I've done, the things I've said, and I have not backed down on anything. As I said, look, my investigation's not stopped at all. It's not going to stop.
I think you're the most comfortable you've ever been in your life.
I'm at peace. I am. Hey, listen. All right, now, Linda, you got to help me out here. All right, so there's a difference between men and women, right? And you told me.
Sometimes.
All right, there's one big difference is, like, women care a little bit more about undergarments than men. Is that a fair statement or a sexist statement that'll get me fired? What do you think?
Yeah, I say that's pretty fair. I think at any given agenda, sure.
There are still guys, I guarantee you, that wear tighty-whities. And still guys that wear those horrific boxer shorts. And you know what? I'm the guy that bought the cheapest pair. In the grocery store, I would buy my underwear. All right? I'm being honest here. Didn't pay a lot of attention to it until I tried Tommy John. I'm like, wow, technology is an amazing thing, and it's just that much more comfortable. It's just that much better. And I know it may sound nuts. Here's the bottom line. If you want the single best underwear, shirts, and socks, go to TommyJohn.com. Now, use the promo code Hannity. You're going to save 20% on your first order. Now, it's backed by Tommy John's It's the Best Pair You've Ever Had or It's Free guarantee. All right, so there's no risk to you. But I'm telling you, as a guy that never really paid a whole lot of attention to it, Tommy John underwear, Tommy John T-shirts, Tommy John socks make your life so much better and more comfortable. All right, go to
Make
Tommy.
your woman happier.
All right, you have to weigh in, don't you? You just can't control yourself. All right. By the way, Tommy John will donate 5% of sales if you use the promo code Hannity to the Honor Foundation to empower Navy SEALs transitioning into civilian life. Just go to TommyJohn.com, promo code Hannity, 20% off your first order, and it's either going to be the best pair you've ever worn or it's free, guaranteed.
Going way beyond the headlines on the stories that matter most to you. Sean Hannity's on right now.
Your car will get scratched, but Quick's PSR will remove them. Quick's advanced technology fills scratches with surrounding paint. In a test of all scratch removers, Quick's was proven to be the best scratch remover available and the only one capable of removing deeper scratches. And for scratches that penetrate the primer, there's Quick's PRP. So don't just fix it. Quick's it.
Quick's PSR and Quick's PRP are available at AutoZone, Advanced Auto Parts, O'Reilly, and Pep Boys.
It's time to gear up for summer fun. The Ready to Ride sales event is here. Looking to ride the waves? Check out our selection of Sea-Doo watercraft. Want to tear up the trails? Shop our selection of Can-Am ATVs and side-by-sides. Or rev up for open road adventures with the latest Spyder Roadsters. Stop in now and save up to $3,500 on your ultimate warm weather adventure machines.
Visit Off-Road Express in Waterford or online at offroaderie.com.
Offer ends soon. Restrictions may apply. See dealer for details.
Erie's News Talk Station. Jet Radio, 1400.
Cunningham's of Edinburgh is the only Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram dealership in Erie County to win the Customer One Award based on buying and service experiences. Check out a new 2017 during the Drive and Discover event, and you'll be a happy buyer at Cunningham's of Edinburgh, too.
It's time to fire up your taste buds with the bold flavor of Donato's Hot Chicken Pizza and Sub. Spicy hot chicken, pepper jack cheese, jalapenos, dill pickles, and a drizzle of ranch dressing spread edge to edge on their famous thin crust pizza. Or serve piping hot on a delicious Donato's oven-baked sub. The hot chicken from Donato's. You've got to taste it to believe it. Passionate about pizza since 1963, Donato's menu features their famous thin crust pizza with toppings loaded edge to edge on top of a layer of aged provolone cheese. Donato's uses the highest quality fresh ingredients and hand-cut, locally sourced veggies. Try their garden-fresh salads made daily, traditional and boneless chicken wings that are available in a variety of sauces or dry rubs, oven-baked subs, and more. Donato's Pizza is in your neighborhood, located at West 8th and Green Garden across from Frontier Park. Donato's can cater your gathering for only $4 to $5 a person. Order online at Donatos.com with the Donato's app or call 722-5900. Dine-in, pick-up, or delivery, Donato's. Every piece is important.
Are your prized possessions sitting on a dusty, dirty, or pitted concrete floor? You need Gorilla Garage Gear.
Go Gorilla!
A Gorilla floor utilizes state-of-the-art overlay coatings. It can cost less than new concrete, can install in as little as 1 day, and comes with a 10-year warranty. So fix that bad concrete floor.
Go Gorilla.
Call 814-823-3415. Get a Gorilla floor for your home or business from Gorilla Garage Gear. Call 814-823-3415 and say, Go Gorilla!
It's the three-game series finale of the Bucks and the New York Mets on Sunday, May 28th at PNC Park. Enjoy a night of early summer baseball under the lights when the Pirates are in the national spotlight with an 8 p.m. game start. Plus, all kids 14 and younger who come to the game will receive their very own Pirates beach towel, thanks to Coca-Cola. It's the Pirates and the New York Mets on Sunday, May 28th at 8 p.m. Head to Pirates.com today and lock in your tickets.
Hi, I'm Mitch Wells, General Manager here at Roth Cadillac Audi. We know that buying local means money stays here in our community. Erie is a beautiful area and has so much to offer. Just like you, all the employees here at Roth Cadillac Audi live here. We are your friends, your neighbors. And it just so happens we know something about cars. So let us help you with your next new or used car purchase. And remember, spend as much time shopping for the dealer as you do for the deal, and I know that'll lead you right to our door. Roth Cadillac Audi, 5711 Peach Street in Erie.
AM 1400 WJET. Live and local every morning. All the news from Erie and across the nation, and weather from Tom DeVecchio. Weekday mornings on AM 1400 WJET.
A message from DAV to returning veterans. Thank you for doing your duty and doing our bidding. Thank you for stepping up and not backing down. Thank you for putting yourself in harm's way and putting your buddies' lives ahead of your own. Thank you for defending our freedom and displaying your honor. DAV thanks all veterans by fighting to get them the benefits and support they were promised. Visit DAV.org for free help. And again, thank you.
Welcome back to the Cat Show. Up next, we have Nico. Nico is a member of the Shelter Pet Group.
That's right. A group known especially for their sunspot sleeping, ball chasing, leg rubbing, and of course, companionship. Just look how she struts.
It's like she owns the place.
And see how she curls up and cuddles her person.
The pitch on her purring is simply perfect.
Nice one.
Fantastic cat. But really the best way to know an amazing shelter pet like Nico is to meet one.
Visit theshelterpetproject.org today. Adopt.
Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
Wrap things up for today. My Memorial Day weekend, as usual. I take 1, 2, 3, 4 weekends a year, and this is one of them, as usual. Anyway, I will see you back. Jay Sekulow is here tomorrow, my buddy, and I will see you back here on Tuesday. Our thoughts and prayers are with the brave men and women that gave their life for us and their families. Please don't forget them as you're out barbecuing this weekend. Hannity, yes, I'm in tonight, and we have the latest on the Russia conspiracy collusion narrative. Newt Gingrich, the president's foreign trip, the budget, which is under fire, why we need extreme vetting, and so much more in Herman Cain and our Fake News Roundup, 10 Eastern. Have a blessed Memorial Day weekend back here on Tuesday.
If you run your own business, when you're not on the job, you're on the road, in your van. Signs that say detour and do not enter are just plain bad for business. Well, here's a sign that's great for business. It says 0% financing and up to 2 years complimentary scheduled maintenance on Mercedes-Benz Sprinter or Metris vans. Powerful, capable, and affordable. That's Mercedes-Benz Van Power. With pioneering safety technologies and low total cost of ownership, Mercedes-Benz vans are the right choice for your business. Check out the full lineup of Mercedes-Benz vans starting at just $25,995. 0% financing and up to 2 years complimentary scheduled maintenance. That's van power for all. Mercedes-Benz Vans. Born to run.
Starting at price refers to base model Metris worker cargo van. Excludes all options, taxes, title registration, transportation charge, and dealer prep fee. Please see your dealer or go to mvvans.com for further details and
Your home, most likely your largest investment. If you're interested in preserving and increasing the value of your home, join me, Sue Weber, an agent with Agresti Realtors, for It's on the House, where I'll share tips gained from over 30 years of experience in the Erie real estate market, as well as answer your real estate questions. It's on the House, Mondays at 9 and Saturdays at 11, right here on Jet Radio 1400. Welcome home.
Today, my new dad threw a barbecue.
I burnt everything.
Ah! And then we played catch.
I broke Mr. Lewis's window. And then, somehow, my hand.
My hand! And then my dad even let me drive his car.
The hospital's on the right! It was a rough day.
It was a great day.
You don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent. Thousands of kids in foster care will take you just as you are. For more information on how you can adopt, visit adoptuskids.org/PA. A public service announcement from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Shaping public opinion wherever we go. Erie's News Talk Station, Jet Radio 1400.
WJET Erie.
Health Plan Assessment oversees protests. I'm Barbara Cusack.
The Congressional Budget Office put out its assessment of the second Republican plan that would replace the Affordable Care Act.
Republican changes designed to lower premiums might have that desired effect for 1 million people or so. That's how many fewer would lose their coverage under the latest GOP plan, 23 million down from 24 million in the original American Health Care Act. Illinois Republican Adam Kinzinger's first reaction is that getting rid of the individual mandate is most important.
A significant number of those 23 million are folks that basically choose not to have health insurance coverage.
Bob Costantini, Capitol Hill.
Thousands of anti-Trump demonstrators took to the streets in Brussels as President Trump is there for a NATO summit tomorrow. While a year ago, Trump said Brussels had turned into a hellhole, today he oozed with charm as he met with the Belgian king and top ministers. Thousands of civilians fled fighting in the Philippine city of Marawi as troops tried to fend off Islamist militants who took over parts of the city. I'm Barbara Cusack. British authorities are investigating a network in connection with Monday's suicide bombing in Manchester. More from correspondent Barbara Starr.
U.S. military officials are actually telling us that the intelligence that the U.S. and Britain have been sharing indicates that the attacker did travel to Libya for 3 weeks, returning to the U.K. only 2 or 3 or a few days before the attack in Manchester.
Libyan authorities detained the father and brother of the Manchester bomber. Correspondent Phil Mattingly reports the Senate Intelligence Committee issued 2 new subpoenas after former National Security Advisor Michael Flynn refused to testify before committees investigating Russian election meddling.
This is a much more tailored request, a much more tailored subpoena, and their argument is business documents cannot fall under the umbrella of that Fifth Amendment privilege.
Former Trump campaign foreign policy advisor Carter Page says he will testify before a House committee on Russian meddling next month. I'm Barbara Cusack.
A few years ago, my wife and I went shopping for amazing quality luxury bedding we could actually afford. And what did we find? Nothing. Hi, I'm Scott Tannen. Missy and I started Boll & Branch because we want you to be able to afford the best bedding in the world. By cutting out the middlemen and only selling online at bollandbranch.com, our award-winning sheets cost less than half of designer brands and are twice the quality. Every set is crafted from 100% organic cotton. They get softer and softer over time. That's why we have thousands of 5-star reviews, and even 3 U.S. presidents have Boll & Branch sheets. There's no risk. Try them for 30 nights. If you don't love them, send them back for a full refund. Go to bollandbranch.com today for $50 off your first set of sheets, plus free shipping when you use promo code SLEEP. That's $50 off, plus free shipping right now at bollandbranch.com. Promo code SLEEP. bollandbranch.com spelled B-O-L-L and branch.com. Promo code SLEEP.
The number of solar jobs in the U.S. are soaring.
Solar jobs expanded 17 times faster than the total U.S. economy last year, with more than 260,000 people now working in the solar industry, an increase of 24% from 2015. That's according to an international renewable energy report, which found the solar industry benefited from the falling cost of solar energy, as well as federal tax credits that make it more affordable for businesses and homes to install solar panels. I'm John Stolness.
Well, it turns out that a little bit of chocolate every week or so just may lower the risk of a common and serious type of irregular heart rhythm, according to a study in Denmark. Researchers have found that people who ate chocolate 1 to 3 times per month were about 10% less likely to be diagnosed with atrial fibrillation than those who ate some chocolate less than once a month. I'm Barbara Cusack.
Finding great people to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. It's time to try ZipRecruiter, where 80% of jobs get a qualified candidate in just 1 day. How? Using powerful technology, ZipRecruiter matches your job to the right candidates fast. So, while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, only ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
And right now you can try ZipRecruiter free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/talk for your free trial. ZipRecruiter.com/talk.
What does a school bell bring to mind? The day's end? Or the end of school entirely? As in, kids dropping out. At Communities in Schools, we're helping at-risk students whose ability to show up for school is jeopardized by hardships.
They've always had my back. They've always done anything to help me.
Anytime I needed support, they were there.
We work in schools to help kids stay in school.
Communities in Schools never gave up on me. They told me I can do it, and I did it.
See how we help all students succeed at Communities in Schools.
WJET Erie.
Hi, I'm Jerry, a driver leader at Schneider, and I'm here to help drivers during their first 3 months with Schneider. I drove for 9 years myself and was an instructor for 4 years, so I get what drivers need and want. We all try to, and that's what I love about Schneider. We put our drivers first. I've experienced it, now I want you to experience it. Schneider is now hiring safe drivers near you. Search all driving jobs and sign-on bonuses at SchneiderJobs.com. That's SchneiderJobs.com.
Okay, so 5 tacos of cheese and a large soda, that's $10,012. Please drive around.
Wait, 10,000 what?
It's obvious you're buzzed and driving.
I've only had a few. I'm fine.
Yeah, the food's $12, but getting pulled over for buzz driving could cost you around $10,000 in fines, legal fees, and increased insurance rates. Please drive around. Actually, just park and come in.
Nothing kills a buzz like getting pulled over for buzz driving, because buzz driving is drunk driving. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
You're healthy. Radio addiction starts now.
Power to the people!
The Laura Ingraham Show.
Trump and the Pope discuss pizza and peace at the Vatican.
Actually, that's not true. He didn't discuss pizza and peace. He discussed potiza and peace, which I'll explain in a minute. Raymond Arroyo sitting in for Laura Ingraham. We are going to unpack this first meeting between Donald Trump and Pope Francis, one fraught with difficulty on one level. These are two men who famously do not get along on the issues anyway, and they've crossed swords in public. But today, they tried to put all that behind them and move forward.
The Pope seemed to light up when he greeted the First Lady, who wore a black veil as a sign of respect. And jokingly, he asked her if she feeds the president potiza, a Slovenian dessert.
What do you give him to eat?
Now, I mean, others haven't interpreted it this way. The media initially thought the Pope said, "What do you feed him to eat? Pizza," pointing to the president. But actually, the Pope was asking, "What do you feed him to eat? Potiza," which is a Slovenian dessert. And the First Lady laughingly said, "Yeah, potiza." And then kind of, after she got her rosary blessed, moved aside. I have to say this, having watched a number of these encounters, and I think if you look at the Pope's face, Pope Francis, though you often see pictures of him smiling, his normal gesture, his normal facial expression is kind of a hangdog. You know, he's not smiling. He's kind of just sitting there. And that's how he appeared through most of this visit. Trump came in all smiles, you know, big, oh, what an honor, and he was all excited and said, you know, after he was welcomed, what a joy it was to be there. Pope Francis was kind of just dead-faced, staring at him. Just gave him this look like, okay, come on, sit down. The Wednesday audience was going on today. Now, every Wednesday the Pope meets with a general audience outside at the Vatican in St. Peter's Square. And apparently, because of that, the president didn't get the normal grand entrance that a head of state would get into St. Peter's Square through the Ark of the Bells and then around the back to the Apostolic Palace. So Trump had to kind of go through the alley in the back. He had a, private, he went through the employees' entrance, one of the, probably Santa Ana Gate, or maybe even the gate in the way back of the Vatican, on the back end of the Vatican. However, he did score some major points. And remember, there was a lot of tension between these two men. During the campaign, the Pope was asked, what do you think about someone who builds walls? And the Pope said, anyone who's Christian would never do this, implying that Trump wasn't Christian. And then, of course, President Trump, then candidate Trump, had this to say.
If and when the Vatican is attacked by ISIS, which, as everyone knows, is ISIS's ultimate trophy, I can promise you that the Pope would have only wished and prayed that Donald Trump would have been president. Because, it's true. It's true. Because this would not have happened. ISIS would have been eradicated, unlike what is happening now with our all talk, no action politicians. That's what's happening now.
Well, you can imagine that the conversation this morning, and I had a Vatican observer who shall remain nameless sent me a text this morning when I asked, how's it going? And they said, well, I think we're seeing Happy Donald and Grumpy Pope, like the grumpy cat. He did have a kind of sour puss on his face when he met with Donald Trump. Let's say they're not exactly kissing cousins. And I think the president's his hard line on Islam runs counter to Pope Francis's vision, which is that everybody should sit around the table and have a conversation. And he's also said that, well, it's not only Islamic terrorists, we have our terrorists too, Pope Francis has been quoted as saying, which offended a lot of people because, you know, it's not like the Legion of Mary is running around blowing up, you know, buildings or kids at concerts, which we're going to get into later. Sebastian Gorka, special assistant to the president, of course, someone who's been fighting jihad and written a number of books about it. He's going to join us, reacting to this Manchester bombing and what we can learn. Stephen Moore is going to unpack the budget with us, and this budget's being attacked. Nancy Pelosi saying, oh, children are going to die. Just kids are going to die. Literally die when they get this budget. They'll die. Okay, Nancy. So we're going to get into that. Will people really die? And then we'll unpack more of this papal visit with Bill Donahue of the Catholic League. Now, the number, 855-40-LAURA, 855-405-2872. Here's my question to you all. Does this matter to you that the Pope and the President met each other and that the President took the time to go as part of this whirlwind whistle-stop tour of the major religions of the world? He touched Saudi Arabia, of course, home to Mecca. Then he went to Israel, home really to the Jewish religion, but also really the centerpiece of Christianity, the most sacred shrines of Christianity, and then to go meet with Pope Francis, the head of the largest Christian community on the face of the earth, and you know, a global spiritual leader. Is this important? I think it's part of a strategy, and I think it's a smart strategy. I'll just give you my take on it. I do think it's a smart strategy because unlike previous administrations, both the Bush and the Obama administration, they sort of ignored the religious dimension of both this terror problem. The Islamic terrorism is driven by a, albeit distorted, but a religious impulse, and it has to be combated, it seems to me, on a certain level, by a religious impulse in kind. Now, that doesn't mean a crusade, but it does mean a unity of purpose, a unity of vision, and that religion can be a great force for good, bringing people together and unifying them in their common mission to defeat this aggressor, and that prayer has power. I mean, I think that's the greater acknowledgement and the larger point here that the president's trying to make. Now, they exchanged gifts, and Melania and Ivanka Trump, I have to say, they were dressed to the nines. They were wearing the customary black, which you do wear in the presence of the Pope, and they had a mantilla, a head covering. Now, Melania and Ivanka did not put a head covering on in Saudi Arabia, I might point out, but they did so for the Pope.
The devout here in Italy were really scrutinizing to see that the First Lady and the First Daughter would wear that veil called the mantilla or the mantilla. Now, it is not mandated, but it is protocol in the Vatican, and all women who meet the Holy Father are supposed to wear that unless they are Catholic queens. So both the First Lady and the First Daughter in black with that modesty veil were spot on in terms of protocol this morning.
And then, of course, they had to take on the president and say, but someone was not observing the protocol.
President Trump, on the other hand, was scoffed at a bit by some Italian journalists and observers for not buttoning his jacket as he made his way through the very long apostolic hallways.
Well, he never buttons his jacket. I mean, one of my complaints about the president, I don't care whether he's the Pope's presence or not, I mean, he goes to address Congress. He doesn't button his jacket. He meets with the world leader. He doesn't button his jacket. I don't know if he's uncomfortable with buttoning it. Maybe it's a very thin Kevlar vest underneath. I don't know what's under there. But he does, for whatever reason, he's not comfortable buttoning his jacket. So let's talk further about this. There was an exchange of gifts. Now, some people say, "Oh, this is very nice. Look, they're healing their old wounds, and everybody's getting along." Let's analyze the gifts for a moment. The president gave the Pope a set of 5 Martin Luther King books, one signed by Dr. King, which I guess is nice. I mean, it's not if I were advising the White House on what to give the Pope, that's probably not what I would have suggested, but it's okay. It's nice, I guess. They say that he's a fan. Pope Francis is a fan of Martin Luther King, so they thought that would be a nice gift. The Pope gave the president and I want to get this right, he gave him they call it a medallion. It's actually a sculpture of like an olive branch, and he told the translator, the Pope did, have it so that you become an instrument of peace, he told the president. And the president said, we can use peace. We can use peace. So that was their little exchange. Now, the Pope also gave the president, and this is very telling, a copy of his environmental encyclical, his writing, an official writing of several years ago. In fact, when he came to the United States, he had just released it, called Laudato Si. Now, Laudato Si called for, among other things, a carbon-neutral planet. We needed to reduce the use of fossil fuels, and it called for not using air conditioning. I mean, that's part of the thing. That was part of the plan. So, I mean, the beginning of the book, of the encyclical, laid out kind of an environmental vision rooted in morality and our care and command to care for the environment, which makes perfect sense. Then it drifted into kind of UN. In fact, Obama EPA officials helped the Vatican draft the document, I'm told. So it has a very pointed policy end, which frankly is, goes beyond the competency of the Pope. I mean, his competency is within faith and morals, not public policy prescriptives. And sometimes I think some in the Vatican confuse that protection of the Holy Spirit. So I want your take on this. What do you make of the visit now, hearing the full story, and that is the full story of what really happened, and does this matter? Was it important to go meet with Pope Francis? Might he join the president in this march to peace? And we'll talk about this with Sebastian Gorka coming up in a few segments here. There is, it seems to my eye, the president is engaging Saudi Arabia as the centrifugal force of the Arab world to unite the Sunnis as a check against the Iranian Shias. And if you bring Israel into the mix and you can somehow bring the papal moral support on the back end, you might be able to cobble together a coalition that could, in theory, bring some kind of peace to the Middle East. And that would go a long way. But it will take a unified voice. And can Trump pull that off? Is the Pope a part of that? I want your reaction. 855-40-LAURA, 855-405-2872. What a day. They went to the Sistine Chapel, I guess, after. Got a special visit to the Sistine Chapel. And then I guess they hustled him right out because the Pope had the Wednesday audience. So they had to get moving. Thank you for being here, Leave. Bless you. And it was very nice. Pope Francis blessed the First Lady's rosary, and they had a nice meet and greet. But the whole thing only took 45 minutes. I mean, the sit-down with the president was 30 minutes or so. So we'll see what comes of this. But it is a more than just protocol. This is the Vatican is one of the, they've been in the diplomacy game for more time than anybody, over 1,000 years. and the moral voice is critical, particularly on some of these issues. And, of course, you're hearing the bishops in the U.S. and others already condemning President Trump's budget, saying it's callous, it's wrong-headed, and it's going to hurt people. We'll get your reaction. Raymond Arroyo sitting in for Laura Ingraham, 855-405-2872. I'm on Twitter, and we'll take your calls when the Laura Ingraham Show continues. Stay right there.
The Pope is being told that Donald Trump is not a nice person, okay? Donald Trump is a very nice person, and I am a very nice person.
The Laura Ingraham Show.
Whenever you're driving, you never want to see the check engine light come on. It could cost you a couple $100 or a couple of $1,000 even to get the problem fixed. And with the car's computer systems the way they are now, you just never know. That's why I recommend getting extended vehicle service protection from CarShield like I did. A new engine repair, that could cost over $5,000. Replacing your air conditioner, that can cost as much as $1,500. Get covered by CarShield and don't worry. You can have your favorite mechanic, even the dealership, do the work. There's no checks in the mail stuff or waiting for a reimbursement. Forget about that. CarShield will get the mechanic paid directly. Sign up today and you'll get the VIP treatment from CarShield's administrators. That's 24/7 roadside assistance and a rental car while yours is in the shop. So save yourself from the high repair bills. Get covered by CarShield like I did. Call 800-CAR-6100. 800-CAR-6100 and mention code Laura, or visit carshield.com and use the code Laura to save 10%. Again, it's carshield.com, code Laura. A deductible may apply.
If you run your own business, when you're not on the job, you're on the road. In your van. Signs that say detour and do not enter are just plain bad for business. Well, here's a sign that's great for business. It says 0% financing and up to 2 years complimentary scheduled maintenance on Mercedes-Benz Sprinter or Metris vans. Powerful, capable, and affordable. That's Mercedes-Benz Van Power. With pioneering safety technologies and low total cost of ownership, Mercedes-Benz vans are the right choice for your business. Check out the full lineup of Mercedes-Benz vans starting at just $25,995. 0% financing and up to 2 years complimentary scheduled maintenance. That's Van Power for all. Mercedes-Benz Vans. Born to run.
Starting at price refers to base model Metris worker cargo van. Excludes all options, taxes, title, registration, transportation charge, and dealer prep fee. Please see your dealer or go to mvvans.com for further details and exclusions.
Erie's News Talk Station. Jet Radio 1400.
Hit the road, Jack, or Susan, or insert your name here. Ray Wickley has the right RV for all of you with motorhomes, travel trailers, and fifth wheels. Choices range from inspiring envy to that's just so cute. Come see it, Ray Wickley's RV Center, Route 20 in Northeast.
Attention furniture shoppers. Are you tired of unrealistic, ridiculous delivery charges and pushy commission sales staff? Then stop into Cypress Furniture and see for yourself why our business is growing.
If you're looking for furniture, you would be remiss not to check out Cypress. Great staff, great service, great prices, and no pressure. Simply wonderful.
I was pleasantly surprised with the amazing selection and found exactly what I was looking for at the best price.
Cypress Furniture helped me create my perfect living space from beginning to end without having to worry about any pushy salespeople. Their prices and service are exceptional.
So there you have it. Stop into Cypress Furniture this month. Shop early and save. Cypress Pre-Memorial Day sale is going on now, offering huge discounts. It pays to shop Cypress Furniture. Cypress Furniture Pre-Memorial Day sale. Don't miss out on the deepest discounts of the year. Located on Route 20 in Northeast and in Conneaut Lake. Cypress Furniture. You can't afford to miss this.
AM 1400 WJET. Live and local every morning. All the news from Erie and across the nation, and weather from Tom DeVecchio. Weekday mornings on AM 1400 WJET.
You're going to need me. You're going to need us.
All of us.
You're going to need our help with your water, your air, your food.
You're going to need our determination, our compassion.
You're going to need the next generation of leaders to face the challenges the future will bring.
And we promise we'll be there when you need us.
Today, 4-H is growing the next generation of leaders. Support us at 4h.org.
Call Laura now, 1-855-40-LAURA.
Higher than the wall, 1,000 feet tall. He also talked about having a wall is not Christian, and he's got an awfully big wall at the Vatican, I will tell you. So it's going to be an interesting...
But people do come and go through the Vatican. I mean, it's open to tourists.
And they're going to come and go through the wall. I mean, you know, but they're going to come and go legally. And they're going to do it legally. And that's what I want, and that's what a lot of people want, obviously, because they agree with me.
Okay, one of the disagreements between Pope Francis and the president has been about this wall. And whether you can build a wall, and I'm sure that was a bit of their discussion today. But I wouldn't be surprised, given the attack on the Ariana Grande concert in Manchester, if that didn't consume a lot of their conversation. The president has just come from Israel. He had been in Saudi Arabia earlier. This is part of it really is a kind of bold peace initiative. I know he isn't getting any credit for it, but the fact is, if you stop and look beyond the politics of this and perhaps some of the hyperbolic coverage, there is a smart strategy at play to inflame and excite the religion of the people and the region so that they can unify in the cause of peace. Kevin from Texas, you're on the Laura Ingraham Show. Raymond Arroyo sitting in for Laura. You wanted to say what about this meeting with the Pope and the President?
I think it's extremely important. If we're in a battle between good and evil, you know, we have to hit it on multiple fronts. There's a military front. There's a political front, but there's also a spiritual front. And I think we have to pray for the conversion of the souls so that those who are choosing evil to choose good.
Mm-hmm. No, great point. And the Pope, the President, rather, in Saudi Arabia, cast this, just as Kevin said, as a battle between good and evil. He even said that, had that line, maybe we can pull it later, about, you know, those of you who engage in this thing, you know, your soul is going to rot. And, you know, it was kind of very fire and brimstone there. Danny from Nevada, you wanted to say what, Danny?
I think the Pope has an absolute obligation to be a leader in the spiritual community and unite the faith of the world, all faiths, but paramount amongst the Catholics, Christians, right, Muslims, and the Israelis. This is his obligation. We are Catholics, right? I am a Catholic. And I wish the Pope would be more outspoken to unite us against all this stuff, to unite the faith together. I just don't hear him speaking this stuff, and then we hear from the media that, oh, Trump's building a wall, and the Pope doesn't like Trump, and he's anti-capitalism. I don't believe that. I think the Holy Father is much more spiritual than that and has a great opportunity here to unite the world from the faith aspect of this three-pronged approach to stamp out all these evil people out there in the world.
Well, yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying, Danny, and I think you're right. I think he is very sensitive, and I hear this from people close to the Pope. He's very sensitive to Muslim critiques that you have the Pope leading some crusade. He doesn't want to be seen in that way. So he's trying to tenderly sort of invite everyone around the table of dialogue. I'm just not so sure you can dialogue with an IED, you know, it just makes things more difficult. So the president clearly is throwing down a challenge to Pope Francis as well. And I'll bet that was part of this discussion. But we'll see. We will return in a moment. Sebastian Gorka will be here. We'll get into terrorism, the Manchester bombing, the lessons to be learned. We'll keep taking your calls on this papal visit and more. Raymond Arroyo sitting in for Laura Ingraham. Stay right here.
In business, it's all about ROI. That's return on investment. You want proof that your money is well spent. Well, the same is true for the products you buy. Don't throw away money on hair products that don't work. Make an investment in your hair with Cell Therapy by Ovation. It's a unique breakthrough treatment that nourishes the hair and scalp for noticeably thicker, stronger, and healthier hair. Cell Therapy uses a proprietary formula that delivers vital proteins, great amino acids, and key nutrients to your hair and your scalp, and that results in less breakage. I use it, and trust me, with all the styling I have to do for TV, it's money well spent. It has a no-risk, 365-day, 100% money-back guarantee. I love my return on investment. Right now, they're offering free shipping for a limited time, so hurry. And you can save even more with a new customer discount if you select Laura Ingham at checkout. Great hair is just one click away at ovationhair.com. Remember, select Laura Ingham for your discount. That's ovationhair.com, ovationhair.com.
Jet Radio 1400. Erie's news talk station.
We see the smallest patients and the big picture of women's health. We are the physicians and health practitioners at LECOM Women's Health, where caring people are with you every step of the way. For obstetric and gynecological appointments, please call LECOM Women's Health, 868-7830. Let LECOM Health welcome your baby to the world. Welcome to wellness. Welcome to LECOM Women's Health.
The search for the truth.
Have you made a decision personally whether you think this is physical craft coming from other planets in this universe, or perhaps are they dimensional, coming from parallel universes?
Well, they're both. And I think that the debate of whether or not they're interdimensional or extraterrestrial and physical is like saying, is an orange round or is it the color orange?
Coast to coast weeknights on Jet Radio. 1400.
They came from every corner of the country, from small towns and big cities. But they all shared one thing in common. They belonged to a family called Marines, a tough and determined few dedicated to protecting everything we hold sacred. And still, they come. Celebrate the history of those proud few who have earned the title Marine.
Reason and Breathless Tour. George Benson celebrating 40 years of Reason. Kenny G celebrating 25 years of Breathless. You'll hear both albums plus the greatest hits performed live. George Benson and Kenny G. Saturday, June 3rd at Seneca Allegheny Events Center. Reserve seats on sale now at Seneca Resorts and Casinos and Ticketmaster locations. Don't miss the Reason and Breathless Tour.
The late summer boredom fell hard on Thomas and Abigail Wyatt, and to lighten it, Thomas decided they needed to head to Gettysburg, PA. Friends thought them misguided. Upon their arrival, they found a food scene with dishes unexpected and fanciful, warm, welcoming people, and a micro-distillery so impressive, Thomas would proclaim its drinks the nectar of the gods. This was a whole new Gettysburg.
Make your own history. Visit DestinationGettysburg.com.
Swimming pools can be lots of fun, but they can be dangerous too, especially for young children. Always practice simple safety steps to prevent tragedies. Fence all pools. Teach kids to swim. And always watch them around water.
No force play.
Simple steps save lives. To learn new life-saving steps, visit poolsafely.gov. A public service message from the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission.
Corporal John Vale was injured on patrol in Kuwait.
The truck flipped. The vehicle landed on me. I realized I can't move my legs. I'm looking for one person, one contact that can help me.
When John arrived at the VA, there was someone. Stephen Bush of Paralyzed Veterans of America. He helped John with his claim and became his advocate to get him back into life.
When I approach someone that's newly injured, I want them to feel comfortable that they're not alone.
For over 65 years, Paralyzed Veterans of America, through their national service officers, has helped hundreds of thousands of veterans get the care and benefits they've earned. And their service is free to America's veterans and their families. If you need help with a claim or just navigating the system, contact us at pva.org. Paralyzed Veterans of America, changing lives, building futures.
If you're planning to buy or sell a home, purchase rental investment property, or just want information on how to increase the value of your home, join me, Sue Weber, an agent with Agresti Realtors, for It's on the House, where I'll share tips and strategies gained from over 30 years of experience in the Erie real estate market. It's on the House, Mondays at 9 and Saturdays at 11. Right here on Jet Radio 1400. Let's talk real estate.
There are those who dedicate themselves to a sense of honor, to a life of courage, and a commitment to something greater than themselves. They have always defended this nation and each other. They still do. The few, the proud, the Marines.
Call Laura now. 1-855-40-LAURA.
I'm a loser. I'm a loser.
We stand in absolute solidarity with the people of the United Kingdom. So many young, beautiful, innocent people living and enjoying their lives murdered by evil losers in life. I won't call them monsters because they would like that term. They would think that's a great name. I will call them from now on losers because that's what they are. They're losers.
Raymond Arroyo sitting in for Laura Ingraham, the president, responding to the Manchester bombing of that Ariana Grande concert. Horrible explosion and murder spree which killed 52 people. One of the worst attacks in England since 2005. We're joined now on the line by Sebastian Gorka. He's a deputy special assistant to the president, really an expert in jihad, in foreign policy, and national security. Sebastian Gorka, thank you for being with us.
It's my pleasure, Raymond. Absolutely my pleasure.
Let's jump into this. They have arrested this people affiliated with this Salman Abedi, who is apparently the 22-year-old perpetrator, a Libyan by birth, a British citizen, who was responsible for this IED going off in this concert. Who are these people? What do we know about this attack? How coordinated was it?
Well, that's going to be the fruit of the current investigations that our British cousins are undertaking. So we don't want to get in the middle of that process right now. But we've seen a pattern, Raymond, over the last few years. The reality is, whether you go back 16 years to December 2001 with Richard Reed, the shoe bomber, or any of the serious, very deadly plots in the last 16 years, we've never really seen one individual by themselves. The concept of the lone wolf actor is a fallacy. It's a concept that was created to make people disconnect the dots. In a serious attack, there's always a broader conspiracy. There are talent spotters. There are people who further indoctrinate somebody who's chosen the life of jihad. And then there are the individuals who train or give those tactical skills to the individual, or in the case of most bombings, the bomber doesn't in fact make the device himself. It wasn't the case with Richard Reed, the shoe bomber, and it is highly unlikely that in this case the individual who perpetrated the attack was the person who made the device. So right now, that's going to be the key to the investigation. How broad is the conspiracy, and are there threads back to ISIS or another terror group?
How focused are we here in the United States, Sebastian Gorka, on preventing an attack like this now? I imagine we're on high alert after something like this happens.
So, look, the truth is, unfortunately, and for good reason, we can't talk about all the plots that have been deterred, all the individuals that have been intercepted long before they actually built a device or stole a vehicle or actually executed an attack. So the work of the agents and the analysts of the FBI, Department of Homeland Security, the state and local police, our intelligence community has really, really created an environment where America is a hard target. We are a hard target to hit. Unfortunately, with its proximity to the war zones in Iraq, Syria, and Libya, that is not the case with Europe, with the freedom of movement across the EU nations. That is not the case. So this is the challenge for our European partners and allies, is how they deal with their destiny, which is a function of their geography.
Sebastian, something I know you have been focused on for years is finding ways to defeat jihad where it is birthed, where it is growing. We saw the president this week, and I know he's getting very little attention about it or positive coverage of it, but to these eyes, looking in and watching this, the president seems to be launching and mounting what is both a foreign policy approach to peace, and a bold one, as well as incorporating a spiritual dimension, which is something we've never seen from any administration. Let's just say it. I mean, when George Bush, launched into Iraq, and we saw the adventures in Afghanistan, there was never a sense of engaging the religious moderates in the region or those who might have a common cause for peace. Tell me, give us some insight into what the president was attempting to do in Saudi Arabia and how this papal trip is a part and a piece of it.
Thank you, Raymond, for asking that question. I've just written a piece that addresses exactly this and tries to illustrate the echoes between what the president has done recently in Saudi Arabia and Israel with what President Reagan did to end the Cold War. Look at the language that was used in Riyadh. He went into the heart of the Arab Muslim world, to the nation which is home to Mecca and Medina, the birthplace of Islam, and he called the threat out for what it is. He didn't talk about economic deprivation or political disenfranchisement. He said, we are in a war between good and evil. He talked about the objective truths, just as President Reagan called the Soviet Union an evil empire. He said to the Muslims, more than 50 nations had their leaders in that room, and he said, look, you must rid your places of worship of the terrorists. You must rid your communities of the extremists. That's the kind of moral clarity that is indispensable when you are up against people who are prepared to kill 8-year-old girls in the name of their ideology. So just as with the Nazis, just as with the communists, we need moral clarity, and President Donald Trump is providing it.
Today in the New York Times, a Palestinian pollster, his name is Khalil Shikeki, says this is a visit that has no substance, and he's referring to the president's entire visit to Saudi Arabia, to Israel, and I imagine now to the Vatican. You would say what to him, and what do you think the president shared with the Pope today in their private meeting?
I would say to that man, he has no idea what he's talking about, and clearly he hasn't spoken to the Egyptians, to the Saudis, to the Emiratis, to the Jordanians that I've spoken to. I'd ask him to do one thing. Look at the video footage of the president in the Middle East and just describe to me the body language of his hosts, of the people he's meeting. The radiant smiles, warmth, the reception of long-lost friends. This individual is politically motivated, clearly, and wishes to create discord where there is none. The region has been waiting for moral clarity, has been waiting for leadership, and we are providing it. What he said to the Pope, I'm not going to steal my boss's thunder, but I think he's just going to reinforce what he's been doing elsewhere, which is to emphasize the natural law component of the current threat we face. That moral relativism will not keep Americans safe, or Italians, or Belgians, or anybody else. Moral relativism is what enables or assists those who have evil intent to perpetrate their crimes. So I think it's a message that everyone of faith truly understands, that evil exists, it walks the earth, and we, with our friends, must obliterate it.
I have to tell you, Sebastian, watching, having some familiarity covering the Pope all these years and previous papacies, it was a mildly chilly reception, I'd say, on the part of Pope Francis. The smiles came grudgingly. He didn't seem to be particularly thrilled to have the president there, but the president was on his game, smiling, winsome. In fact, he had this to say about the meeting just moments ago, reacting to it. He's still in Italy. Having finished his meeting with Pope Francis, he said this.
He is something. He is really good. We had a fantastic meeting, and we had a fantastic tour. It was really beautiful.
I imagine part of what their conversation touched on was the Middle East peace plan that the president is advancing, trying to bring forces together that before now haven't been able to get together. Do you think he tried to recruit the Pope to join him in this effort?
Oh, look, having recently traveled to Europe myself, I think the president is facing in Europe exactly what I experienced recently as well, which is there's so much, I don't even call it fake news anymore, I call it literal propaganda out there. There's so many misconceptions about who the president is and what this administration represents. But when we go there in person, when we meet with our interlocutors, they realize the truth of this administration.
It's time for Erie Otters Hockey.
Champ Radio 1400. Erie's news talk station.
Now let's go to the ice with Aaron Cooney.
2-0 is the place you want to be heading to your third game at the MasterCard Memorial Cup. But for the first time in quite a while, two teams head into the third game 2-0. The Erie Otters by way of defeating the Seattle Thunderbirds 4-2 in their first game Saturday afternoon, and then a record-setting 12-5 trouncing of the St. John Sea Dogs on Monday sets them up to take on the 2-0 host Windsor Spitfires. It'll be a battle of the OHL teams, and one that everybody's hoping we finally get a pretty good hockey game here at this 2017 MasterCard Memorial Cup. Hello again, everyone. I'm Aaron Cooney. With me is Steve Fitzsimmons on the broadcast. And Steve, everybody lined this one up to be this tournament. This was the best field on paper to ever come into a Memorial Cup tournament, and it certainly hasn't played out that way. But the OHL certainly has flexed its muscles and showing it may be the power league out of the three.
It certainly has, and in fact, people are just hoping for a competitive game because we see nothing but pretty well blowout short of the 4-2 Erie Otters win over the Thunderbirds. But this is a team that I think in the Windsor Spitfires may be a little bit underrated coming in. They struggled, of course, with injuries throughout the biggest part of this season. Finished fifth in the Western Conference, went out in round one to the London Knights. But when you look at their lineup, Logan Brown played 2 games against the Erie Otters out of 4 this year. Logan Stanley 1, Dave Velarde only 2. So the Erie Otters really haven't seen a lot of those guys. They have a 3-1 record, do the Erie Otters, against the Windsor Spitfires this year, but they haven't seen their best players in the lineup either.
No, and I know Erie, even in that first matchup, it was back here on opening day, when it should have been opening night in the Ontario Hockey League with all the pieces missing. And it's kind of funny because I have the Otters and the Spitfires rosters from that opening night here. And, you don't see the likes of Taylor Egan or Mitchell Webb in the lineup for the Erie Otters here tonight. Riley McRae played in that one, jacked up in his first OHL game. So these are, quite different lineups from when we opened things up on September the 24th to find us here now, May 24th. But finally getting the best of the best. They also met, I believe it's 2 times, 2 of those matchups were during World Junior when teams were away players were away at the World Juniors. So finally, these two teams get to clash against each other with their full lineup. And not just the Windsor, we know their injuries, but Erie was banged up too in a couple of those matchups as well.
Fair enough. No OHL team has lost a game in the Memorial Cup since, unfortunately for me, the Guelph Storm in the 2014 Memorial Cup final to the Edmonton Oil Kings. And so it's been 3 years since a team. That's going to end tonight, obviously, because both teams are from the Ontario Hockey League, so something has to give. But when you look at this matchup, it's very interesting to see the heroes, if you will, from both of these teams against each other this year. The leading scorer for the Windsor Spitfires against the Erie Otters this year, Graham Knott, a goal and 5 assists in 6 points in 4 games. Mikhail Sergachev, 6 assists in 3 games. On the Erie side of the ledger, of all people, Kyle Maximovich has 6 points in 4 games to lead all Erie Otters scorers.
And Kyle Maximovich, who, this is rare. It doesn't happen very often. He had the number 3 play on SportsCenter in the U.S. with his goal against the St. John Sea Dogs. And for junior hockey to make it to SportsCenter in the U.S., even a top 10 play, that was something quite the accomplishment. I told him that this morning that he made the play. He was like, he was all stoked. No way,
it was a beauty goal. There's no doubt about that.
It's a pretty one. And the Otters, they have found chemistry with the lines that they've kind of put together for this tournament that Chris Knobloch has been skating for them. But another one to watch, another player that's been good for Erie against this Windsor team has been Ivan Ladnia. And I know I had his stats back before, and I meant to write them down on what he's done against the Windsor Spitfires in a couple of games, and he's been called upon because they were so short. He missed the first game against this team because he was at the top prospects game.
He has 5 points, 3 goals, and 2 assists for 5 in 3 games for Ivan Ladnia. So pretty sharp numbers against this Windsor Spitfires team.
And to get on the board the other day against St. John, he hadn't scored only 2 goals in the postseason. In the last one came against the London Knights in Game 7. So he was pretty happy to get off the shy. Rex going to hear from Ivan Ladnia a little later on the Erie Federal Credit Union pregame show and ask him about that. But he's embraced the defensive kind of role, and I know you just had the Futures Watch hockey news out that you have a subscription to, and they have him pretty high as well in their rankings.
For the upcoming NHL draft, they have Ivan Ladnia ranked 35th, and they're giving him a ton of credit for scoring through the regular season when the lineup wasn't quite as deep, and of course things changed at the trade deadline with a couple of acquisitions, but he has embraced being down in the depth chart a little bit, has taken to that role, and the scouts are giving him a lot of credit for that, and are not really adjusting his ranking. We'll see on NHL Draft Day, really, but they're giving him lots of credit for embracing that role and doing well with it.
They've needed that, and that's what comes to the depth. And I know on Saturday we talked a lot about Garrett Podupny as well, and the tournament. He could have a breakout tournament, but a guy that's going to have a largely expanded role next season. He'll be on the graduation.
There's no doubt he'll be a top 6 forward on this Erie Otters team, barring some miracle work by Dave Brown to find some top 6 forwards. But you would have to think he's probably at least a second liner next year. And you know what? I think he'll embrace that role, and he has the skill to jump up and accept that role and do well with it.
Another year to kind of fill out a little bit too, and maybe put on a little more weight and be ready, because the Otters, you're losing quite a bit of centermen, and they're going to need a centerman that can work for him. He can step right up to even fill a first-line role if needed, as the Erie Otters don't get some guys that come back and missing pivots down the middle. So Garrett Podupny could certainly be that guy. But for tonight, the Otters and the Windsor Spitfires, Erie the number 2 team in the CHL, finishing the rankings. Windsor just having fallen off, and it was injuries played that huge part. They fall in the first round to the London Knights in 7 games, giving up a 3-1 lead to at that time, the reigning Memorial Cup champions, and the back door here. But I think that was probably the best thing for them to have, is to have those 44 days off between games, with Game 7 and then Friday night, opening night here at the MasterCard Memorial Cup.
It certainly has allowed them to get healthy in a hurry, and we've seen the likes of Logan Stanley recovering from that torn meniscus get back in their lineup here in the Memorial Cup. He wasn't available against the London Knights, among other players. But we know how tough, personally, the London Knights have been. I mean, Erie had, a tough time with them as well, taking them down in Game 7 in Erie, and they were, a challenge for sure, largely because of Tyler Parsons and a couple of the London Knights forwards who were very pesky and scoring pretty much all their goals for about 3 or 4 games there. But, London, there was no shame for the Windsor Spitfires losing in 7 to the London Knights, when you look at who was out of the Windsor Spitfires lineup and how the London Knights were playing, and Erie able to take down the London Knights in advance. But, I think this Windsor Spitfires team is probably the most underrated team in this tournament, and I thought they would be the dark horse of the 4 teams in this tournament, where people might not think they were going to be as successful as they were, and they came in and surprised people, I think, a little bit.
Strom said it in yesterday's morning media availability that against London, that Game 7, they got a bounce. It could have easily gone the other way, and Erie was home after just 2 rounds of playoff hockey. So you never know what you can do, and the same goes here for Windsor. That tournament situation, you never know which way the bounces are going to go, and you're fortunate. You got a good goaltender like they have in Michael DiPietro. You never know in a 1-game scenario. So
it's an interesting point. Michael DiPietro certainly, I think a lot of people would say, behind Michael McNiven, maybe was the best goaltender in the Ontario Hockey League this year. Certainly in the conversation in the top 3 for sure. Had a tremendous year. I think he's probably going to be a second-round NHL draft choice, something like that. But you know what? Yeah, when you have that type of goaltending, sometimes you can steal a game or two. And in a short tournament like that, if you have that type of goaltending, that's all you maybe need sometimes if he is, rock solid and playing at his best. But, you know what? The one thing about this game tonight, too, there's no surprises here. These two teams know each other. They both respect each other. I think this could be the most competitive game we've seen in the tournament thus far.
I think the fans are due.
They deserve one.
The most competitive game here.
They're crying for one.
Game 6 of the MasterCard Memorial Cup. It's the final game of the round robin. We already know who's in Friday night semifinal. That'll be the St. John Sea Dogs after shutting the door on the Seattle Thunderbirds. A rough tournament for them, but it'll be St. John Friday night, and whoever falls here tonight, one team is moving on to Sunday's final, the MasterCard Memorial Cup. That's who wins this clash between two OHL Titans. We're going to take a break here on the Erie Federal Credit Union pregame show. When we come back, we're going to chat with Chris Knobloch and set the scene here for tonight between two OHL foes, Otters, Spitfires. That's coming up. And Chris Knobloch next here on the Erie Federal Credit Union pregame show on Jet Radio 1400.
What's more exhilarating than playing $100,000 club with top prizes of $100,000? Winning. On the spot.
Yeah!
So if you can't wait to win, then don't wait to play $100,000 Club, the new scratch-off from the Pennsylvania Lottery, for a chance to win up to $100,000 on the spot. The Pennsylvania Lottery. Keep on scratching. Players must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
So we had just moved here from out of state when the phone rang and this nice woman introduced herself as our healthcare concierge. She wanted to welcome us to her new health plan. I thought, well, this is something nice. But then she took the time to find us a family doctor near our new home, and I thought, no, this is something different.
Customer service, unlike anything you'd expect. UPMC Health Plan.
The Sheridan and Courtyard Erie Bayfront Hotels are proud sponsors of the Erie Otters. Join us for the pre- and post-game celebration at the award-winning Bayfront Grill or the brand-new Shoreline Grill. Let us help you fuel up for the high-energy game with our extensive menus and craft brew selections. You Otter be dining with the best.
Crossover utility vehicles, called CUVs, are more popular than ever, and there are too many to choose from. If you compare them closely, however, you'll know why we believe that only one CUV offers the most and costs the least. It's a 2017 Mitsubishi Outlander Sport CUV, and you'll find it in this region only at Interstate Mitsubishi. The Sport is now $19,990 or $239 a month, and that's with all-wheel control. The Sport also comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 7 airbags, 18-inch alloy wheels, and a 6-inch touchscreen, and more. If you like CUVs, please compare the Outlander Sport with all-wheel control for $19,990 at Interstate Mitsubishi, 1/2 mile south of the Mill Creek Mall on Route 99.
Special pricing includes dealer APR cash, which requires financing through dealer indirect lending program. Lease figured at Tier S approval and was prior to tax, title, license, and dock fees. First one payment due with signing based on $23,390 MSRP.
Welcome back inside the Erie Federal Credit Union pregame show. Aaron Cooney here, joined at this time by Erie Otters head coach Chris Knobloch. And Coach, everybody had Monday sized up to be, the best game of the tournament. And I remember catching from the Sportsnet guys, Jeff Merrick and Sam Cosentino, everyone was looking forward to the Erie Otters and the St. John Sea Dogs. But us on the media side, we were completely wrong with the way that game kind of turned out. But for the Otters, how were you able to execute at such a high level against a fellow champion in junior hockey?
Well, I think a lot of it had to do with just capitalizing on our opportunities early and then kind of not playing their game where they had to open things up. And when they opened things up and we were allowed to just create even more scoring chances. And when things aren't going well, those are tough games to play. And probably the biggest reason was just how well our top guys came and played. Of course, Dylan Strome and DeBrincat and Radishes, Fogel, Sorelli, those guys have led our team in scoring in the regular season and playoffs. They were absolutely at their best on that second game.
Your team's been setting records all season long, whether it's individual or the team as a whole. Does it any surprise you that they do something like this on such a big stage like the Memorial Cup?
Well, I was surprised just because they did it against St. John, which I have a lot of respect for. I think they're a great team. But I think our starts in the first two games have been very strong in the execution. And we're going to need to continue to do that right through the tournament if we're going to win.
And those, the end of the game, you spoke this following in your press conference afterwards, but that third period, giving up a couple quality opportunities and offensive chances, is that something that was a concern and you expect to be cleaned up for the team to play a full 60 minutes?
Well, in that game, we're up by a considerable margin, and now guys are playing in roles that they're not usually doing. We had Gurney and Wadnia killing a 5-on-3, which they did a great job in score, and they were able to prevent that. We had Alex DeMarica and Strom both played 2.5 to 3 minutes, which isn't typical for them. And there's a lot of things going on. And we started the third period with a power play, and our first unit is fresh. We started our second unit. So all these little things are changing the mindset of our players. And as much as I would like them to play 60 minutes hard throughout the entire game and stay focused and not break, I'm starting to change that mindset just from decisions I'm making. So it's not surprising that they make mistakes and played like they did to finish the third period.
That brings you up now for a chance to go advance right to the Memorial Cup final here tonight, taking on a familiar foe in the Windsor Spitfires, a team that 44 days off between games from finishing up 7 games against the London Knights and then to their first game against St. John. But they handled St. John 3-2. They dismantled Seattle 7-1. Are they playing their best hockey here coming into tonight's game?
Well, I think so, and a lot of that has to do with the fact that they're fresh. They don't have guys who are tired and banged up. And the other one is they're probably healthy for one of the first times this year, right from all their forwards, all their defense. And when you have all your guys back, that makes a huge difference. So we knew that they were one of the top teams in the conference, along with ourselves, London, Owen Sound, Sault Ste. Marie, and the 5 of us really could have won our division or our league, but they got eliminated in the first round to a very good team in London, and they were shorthanded. So, I do think that they are playing their best.
And I think one of the keys, and you always mention it in our chats here, it's special teams, your power play. 6 for 11 here in this tournament, or 6 for 10, excuse me. And then for their penalty kill, they were the best penalty kill unit in the OHL all season long. Is that one to watch for, and what has made them successful in the penalty kill? How do the Otters break that down?
Well, one thing to any good penalty kill is a good goaltender, and DiPietro is very good, and he blocks mostly all his first shots, and when there are rebounds, the defense do a good job staying in tight to the net and clearing those rebounds. We'll have to look at during the London series. London had a lot of success on their power play against Windsor's penalty kill. So hopefully we can take some things off of that, use them to our advantage, and hopefully we can get 1, possibly 2 power play goals, because that might be the difference in the game.
This is the first game for you guys as the home team to get last change and all those advantages against a team that's playing in their home rink. How important will that play into tonight's game against the Spitfires?
Well, usually the biggest advantage of that is having last change and getting the matchups that you want. And they use 4 lines quite a bit, and they're and all 3 pairs of these. So to have our first line play against their first, second, so forth, probably not going to happen just because we tend to play our top two lines more than they will. And if we are matching such and such line against theirs, it's just not really beneficial. So I think with our team, it's all about execution and getting our guys in a rhythm and playing. So that last change, I don't think is going to play much of a factor tonight.
Well, thanks for this, Coach, and good luck here in your final round-robin game against the Spitfires.
Thank you.
That's Chris Noveluk of the Erie Otters. We got more coming up on the Erie Federal Credit Union pregame show on Jet Radio 1400.
An Erie landmark since 1953, Nunzi's Place serves generous portions of great food at reasonable prices. Family owned for almost 60 years, Nunzi's prepares the finest Italian food in Erie. Come see why the Erie Times News said Nunzi's is known for food that tastes good. Nunzi's Place, located at 2330 East 38th Street, near the Bayfront Connector. To call for reservations or place an order for takeout, call 825-2940. Nunzi's, known for Italian food that tastes good since 1953.
SEO, text message marketing, social media.
As a business owner, you know the best way to reach customers is online.
Viral videos.
But you don't have time to keep up with the latest digital marketing technology.
Web design.
That's where Local Edge comes in, especially for the one term you're most concerned with.
ROI.
As a full-service digital marketing agency, Local Edge offers turnkey solutions to grow your business online. From search engine optimization and marketing, to social media, to mobile advertising, to video promotion. Our expert support team is ready to customize a program to your needs and track results throughout the campaign. Plus, as a division of the Hearst Corporation, Local Edge is backed by the largest, most diversified communications company in the nation. So when you're ready to generate leads, find new customers, and increase your revenue, talk to the digital marketing experts. Visit localedgemedia.com. Think digital. Think Local Edge.
National Fuel says, smell gas, leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130. If you detect something that smells like rotten eggs, it could be a natural gas leak. Leave the premises immediately and contact National Fuel from a different location. Do not use your phone or turn on a light inside the area. Immediately leave the premises and call National Fuel's emergency line. Play it safe and remember, smell gas, leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130.
You've just gone through 90 days of winter, which felt more like 900 days of winter. So come to Tim Hortons and put 9,000 days of winter behind you with an all-new freshly brewed iced tea. If you order a small, they're just $1, and there are 3 delicious flavors to choose from: peach, mango wildberry, and lemon raspberry. Did I mention they're just $1? Because they are, which is yet another reason to celebrate. At participating U.S. restaurants, offer available for a limited time.
Keep up on all things Erie Otters by following us on social media. Follow the Otters on Twitter and Instagram at Erie Otters, and like us on Facebook at facebook.com/Erie Otters Hockey. You'll get up-to-the-minute news on all things happening with your Erie Otters, so check us out on social media today.
Listening is half the battle. Understanding is the key.
This is Jet Radio 1400. WJET, Erie.
Welcome back inside the Erie Federal Credit Union pregame show. Aaron Cooney here. Joining this time is Erie Otters forward Ivan Ladnia. And Ivan, going through you win the OHL championship into this tournament. First 2 games of, you go from one that's close in a 4-2 game and then to the 12-5 game. Did you ever expect that kind of discrepancy when you look at league champions and taking them on in the Memorial Cup?
No, this kind of tournament reminds you back when you're playing youth hockey tournaments, but you're playing league championships in each game. You're not playing any soft teams. So, I think that the difference between the first game and the second game was that we were bearing our chances, and I think that for Seattle, we had a lot of good chances, probably the same amount as against St. John's. So I just think that we just buried our chances, and it showed by the score. We've been playing London 7, we've been playing Owen Sound 6. Missy was really good against us, and so is Sarnia. So I think that, we're a little bit tired, but it's fine. I think that we're a really good team, and we're really structured, and, Navarro knows what he's doing, so he's taught us really well, and he knows every game what to tell us what we got to do. So I think that we stick to our game plan and finish how we did against St. John. I think we'll be fine.
All right, thanks. This is Ivan, and have fun here tonight against the Spitfires. Thanks. That's Ivan Ladny of the Erie Otters. Face-off is next on Jet Radio 1400.
Over the years, technology has greatly improved the productivity of the business office, from faxes and copiers to multifunction printers. Now we don't know how to get things done without them. And that means you need a reliable printer copier and a dependable service plan. That's why you should trust Cooper Business Machines. They are Erie's only authorized dealer for Sharp document systems. And most importantly, they will maintain your machine so that it continues to, well, work. Just like your car, it needs regular maintenance, and parts need to be replaced regularly. If your copier isn't properly maintained or you're not getting toner in a timely fashion, then you've been reminded what it's like to work in the dark ages. Don't wait any longer. Your business requires dependability. Shouldn't you expect the same? Cooper Business Machines, Erie's only authorized Sharp dealer and service provider, helping you get back to business since 1980. Online at cooperbusinessmachines.com or call 456-7585.
Programs, get your programs!
You know, Mill Creek schools have all the programs you need.
Really?
Yes, they have preschool programs, Center for Performing Arts programs, Honors College and ROTC programs, dual enrollment and student internship programs, not to mention 16 advanced placement courses, 30 varsity sports, and over 50 high school clubs and activities.
Sounds like they do have a program for everybody. Programs, get your programs!
In the Mill Creek School District.
Otters fans, if you're looking for the best hand-cut steaks, fall-off-the-bone ribs, made-from-scratch sides, ice-cold beer, legendary margaritas, and fresh-baked bread, then look no further. Texas Roadhouse, located 7475 Peach Street, Erie, is the place for legendary food and legendary service. Whether you're looking for a special occasion or just a night out with good food and friends, think Texas Roadhouse. And don't forget to cut your wait time by using their famous call-ahead seating. That's Texas Roadhouse, 814-864-9494. What's 10,000 square feet with 100-plus arcade games, all set to free play, including air hockey and one round of glow golf, all in one great space? If you said Playport Erie Arcade, Erie's largest indoor arcade center, you're exactly right. And if you haven't had a chance to stop in and enjoy all those old favorites and new challenges, now's the perfect time. Race your friends head-to-head with the 4-player simulators, ride motorcycles, boats, skis, and more. Playport has bowling, pinball, basketball, hunting games, and of course, all for a one-price admission. Come on into Playport Arcade. It's like having that feeling when you wish you were a kid again. Yeah, that's the feeling you'll get at Playport Erie Arcade. Playport is more than just an arcade. Playport is Erie's first indoor glow golf attraction. It's like walking into another world as you enter the glow golf room filled with neon and different fun obstacles at every hole. Playport is fun for all ages, and now for a limited time, grab 3 people along with yourself and take advantage of the 4-pack special. But hurry, it's only for a limited time. Playport Arcade on West 12th Street in the Big White Building just east of Peninsula.
I beat my best score. I love this game.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome inside the WFCU Center where the Canadian Hockey League presents the final game of the round robin of the 2017 MasterCard Memorial Cup, the Erie Otters and the Windsor Spitfires. Hello again, everyone. Aaron Cooney here with you. Alongside me is the TV voice of the Gulf Storm on Rogers TV, Steve Fitzsimmons, on the broadcast with us once again. And comes down us as OHL broadcasters. It's an OHL we think is the 2 best teams here in this tournament, and 2 teams that have proved they may be the best 2 teams in this tournament, and we're set for tonight's game.
Yeah, they both are 2-0, and they deserve to be in this position. And one of them is going to go directly to the Memorial Cup final. Whichever team wins tonight, the other one will play the semifinal on Friday night against the St. John Sea Dogs.
High stakes here tonight as we get underway. The Otters controlling the opening draw. Here going 3-1 against Windsor during the regular season. And here in this building, since Chris Knobloch took over, they're 6-3. A loss in his first year. That was a partial year for Chris Knobloch in 2012-2013. They dropped one earlier this year. That was, of course, the opening night when both teams with shortened rosters. And one back in the 2014-15 season. A try from Darren Radish at the blue line is blocked in front. Knocked there by Sergachev and delivered up and out of play. Off the bench, and the faceoff stays inside Windsor territory, but Erie getting to the front of the net. Saw collision with Kyle Maxovich battling the D, but Erie unable to get a shot on goal here. Faceoff coming up just some 37 seconds in.
Well, it's interesting that 8 of the top 9 scorers in the Memorial Cup tournament are in this game tonight, as you might expect with what we've seen so far from both of these two teams.
Each team had a close one to start. Opening night here, Windsor defeating the St. John Sea Dogs 3-2. Erie on their first action on Saturday afternoon, 4-2 victory over the Seattle Thunderbirds, and then they blew out their opponent in the next game. As the Otters flying out towards center, here's Alex DeBrincat down the left wing side. Strome goes in front of it. DeBrincat gets loose and fires one that's off the stick wide. Back behind the goal. Here's Strome, feed it to the front, and no one home. Held by Chernak. Waits, gives in front. Strome tried it one touch and onto DeBrincat. Let's battle there into the corner with Logan Stanley. Logan Brown now takes over. Further ahead, and Jeremy Bracco on down the left wing. His pass off a leg as Sean Day joins in on the rush, but the Otters cannot clear. Feathered all the way around the boards, but it's going to take off out to center ice and trying to chase it down as Warren Fogle saw Sean Day get back as Erie changing behind the play. It allows Jalen Chatfield to work it out to center ice. And all the way down the right wing side, fires a shot. Timpano holds on to that one, tested on the first action of the game. Squeezes the right arm to hold on with a face-off to his left.
Chatfield, a good little rush coming down the right wing with a decent shot. In great position, Troy Timpano to make a good stop.
Jalen Chatfield may have saved, well, if you look at the score, it ended up being 7-1 against Seattle. But at the time, it was 3-0. Seattle had a 5-on-3 power play. Jalen Chatfield dove in front of the net. He made probably the best save of the night. Michael DiPietro said after the game to keep Seattle off the board, and then they just rolled right after that as Mitch Byrne carries the puck for Erie. I'm looking for the body of Kyle Pettit, and it goes right between his legs, and it's an icing call to the Otters here at 18-18 of this first period. The Otters, this is their only game as the home team, so they're wearing what has become the Otters' home jerseys during the playoffs, the gold jerseys out for Erie. And they will, well, depends on what happens next, but they will at least be the home team come Friday, whatever happens, and then taking on, if they should play in the semifinal against St. John.
In the Windsor building, you would question whether that's really a home team, but what they do benefit from is last change here in this Windsor rink.
Try from Laysham, stand on it. Erie get up the near side, but they couldn't clear it. It was a try by Gurney and Pettit, but it's back onto the near side circle. Laysham, stick lifted by Gurney, but he got it right back. Picked up by Owen Hedrick on the near boards. Up off the wall, Gurney slows it down and looks for a man out the center. If Fellows could take the pass, and he walked in McEnany on back to another. Pushed forward. But there in Luchuk on down to the near side wall. Stops the circle, feeds it down towards the corner. Luke Boca follows up. He's tied up by two Otters. Darren Radish just on. It squirts loose for Patrick Fellows. Flips it towards the blue line. It will get out, but Chatfield drills it right back in. There comes Laysham chasing after it. Darren Radish will play it up off a stick out of play. There is no penalty with Laysham quickly on the hunt to chase down the body of Darren Radish, but the puck will go out of play, draw in front of the Otters bench here in neutral ice.
Just a moment ago, you mentioned the name Christian Gurney, and what a tournament he has had so far. He has elevated his game to another level and is playing the best hockey I've seen him play this year. And he's played really well for the Erie Otters this year, but he's really brought it here in the Memorial Cup.
Saved his best for last, maybe. This one, look out, bounces towards the front of the Otters. Goal and a backhand try. It goes wide. That one off the stick of DiGiacinto the front. It's bouncing on in front. Back off the body of Velarde. It's still loose and picked up by Nattinen. Big collision down towards the front. Velarde, Jeremiah Addison, trying to pass in front. Erie deflects it. And it's out to center. Skating Max Simovich, looking for Taylor Radish. But the speed catches up there from Jalen Chatfield. The puck loose, but it's in the offensive zone. And Erie's going to find Darren Radish at the blue line. First shot through traffic, and that cost the body of Chatfield, who takes off. Trying to get up to neutral ice, and he's nearly received that pass. And it trickles on down to the near corner. Chatfield on after it, tied up with Darren Radish. They were also familiar at a San Jose training camp earlier this year. With Chatfield back in control from his own end. Flipped out towards neutral ice by Windsor. Bounced around, picked up down the right wing side. Here comes a 2-on-1. Bracco has a man. Bracco gets to the front. Getting the stick on that pass was Eric Chernak, and a great recovery. Graham not wide open in front.
Beautiful defensive play by Eric Chernak right there.
They have saved the opening goal as the Otters got caught in a change. Here comes Logan Brown, right side for Jeremy Bracco. Throw to the front. Erie again. Chernak, two great defensive measures. Defending 2-on-1 to Jeremy Bracco. And Timpano covers up.
Jeremy Bracco, a world of skill for the Windsor Spitfires, and of course previously with the Kitchener Rangers. And he is such a tremendous puck distributor, and we saw it there with a couple of nifty plays, creating some good chances here in the early going for the Windsor Spitfires.
Shots 2-0 Spitfires. Erie. What do we have? Penalties coming from this. The scrum towards the front.
Looks like Fogel's going to get the box for the Otters.
Doors open for the Spitfires as well. And Jeremy Bracco went over to the bench to get some repairs on his helmet. I assume this will be evened up. 4-on-4 will escape the first time here tonight. 16-14, just getting started in the first period. The final round-robin game for the 2017 MasterCard Memorial Cup. Winner of tonight will play in the final on Sunday.
And it is Jeremy Bracco going to the box for the Windsor Spitfires, so even up calls there. And we'll have 4 sides the next couple minutes. A little more open ice for all these skilled players in the Memorial Cup.
Two teams that love to run 4 lines, play their entire lineup, and that's, I asked Chris about that. You have home ice, technically, home ice advantage is the home team with the last change, but he said with all of the way both teams play, all 4 lines and roll 6 defenders, you know, there really isn't a matchup they don't like, and I think the same for Rocky Thompson. So, got to factor in TV timeouts as well, as the Otters take this one, bounce it out to center to Brinket. Looking for Strome, lost his speed, but sends it on across left wing for Jordan Sambrook. Trying to find a man on the back door to Brinket, sends it high from the right circle. Shipped around at the blue line as Dylan Strome couldn't keep in, and it's on out for Graham Knott. Lost the puck along the linesman, and the Otters able to take advantage of that and move it back on left wing side. Sambrook slows down, and they'll find Alex DeBrinket skating towards neutral ice. DeBrinket coming in 1-on-4 now, trying to toe drag on through, but too much traffic, and he takes a shove down to the ice. And working out ahead is Sean Day. 1-on-2 to the Otters defense. Across the line, waits for the late man. He still holds the puck in the middle of the ice and still maintains possession. Gives the Leystrom. Wrist shot save made by Timpano. Leystrom down to the corner now. The former Hamilton Bulldog and Belleville Bull, but the Otters takes the puck away, and Taylor Radish going to charge back the other way. Chip and chase. 17-on-17 as he tries to get there before Logan Stanley. Sends him to the wall, and Erie finds the puck. Darren Radish gives it across, just out of the reach of Sorelli. Reels it in, though. Snap it over, and it's intercepted. And off comes Windsor. They have a 2-on-1. It's Luchuk down the left wing side. Throws it across. Sean Day was at the end of his shift, and you could tell he was a little gassed. Couldn't join in as the Otters now try to move it forward as they push it. Sorelli wanted to find Taylor Radish, but the speed of Chatfield able to negate what could have been a breakaway. Chatfield has the puck, and he winds it on through neutral ice. All the way to the Otters zone. Stripped of the puck nicely by Darren Radish, and now Erie in control. Feed it back towards their own goaltender. As C.J. Fergus there finds Sorelli out to neutral ice. Still 4-on-4 here for another 25 seconds. Give it on to Darren Radish as he tries to make his way to the front. And in on goal, but he's tied up and knocked off his skate. On ahead for Gabe Velarde. Right wing side. Drops it off for Logan Stanley into the offensive zone. Comes down to the corner. Throws to the front. Knocked out of midair. And Timpano comes out with a save on Mikhail Sergachev. 4 seconds left in the 4-on-4 time. Velarde back behind the goal, reaching Jordan Sambrook. Darren Radish trying to get it, but it's pushed in front. Here's Addison. He scores! Jeremiah Addison. He had 5 goals in 5 games against the London Knights in that first round series. A goal in each game so far in this MasterCard Memorial Cup, and he's got Windsor on the board first, 1-0.
Well, some great puck movement by the Windsor Spitfires, starting with a chance by Mikhail Sergachev, who was knocked down by Timpano and then moved around by Gabe Velarde, and Jeremiah Addison, who has been a hot hand of late for these Windsor Spitfires, and he has them on the board early at the 5:50 mark of this first period.
The Otters got in trouble. They had 2 defensemen behind the net. Give credit to Gabe Velarde for winning that puck battle, moving it on towards the front. And he finds Jeremiah Addison, similar to a goal he scored earlier in this tournament. It's Chernak trying to bounce it into the zone. It goes off a leg, and the Otters going to back up. Sambrook had it, looking for Fellows, and the Otters here without a shot on goal through over 6 minutes now. Launched forward off the stick Did not get the stick of Fellows. My apologies, and an icing call to Erie with 13:44 to go. As Jeremiah Addison opens the scoring here for Windsor, 1-0. Here to the first TV timeout.
Well, Aaron, you make a good point. It's 5-0. Shots favoring the Windsor Spitfires. The Erie Otters really have to get going and getting some opportunities on Michael DiPietro, getting some shots even from anywhere at this point to just get things started here. They've had a few errant opportunities, a nice chance by Alex DeBrincat just missing earlier on, but they got such a good start in both of their previous games, and they've got to get back on it here.
Give credit to Windsor. They have come out with a ton of energy to start this one. Erie has not been able to get to their game, which is puck possession. They haven't been able to take it in, skate the puck in with possession, and set up offensive zone time. They're forced to dump and chase through the first little over 6 minutes.
I think it's fair to say this is one of the loudest buildings we've heard this year here in Windsor. The home crowd out in full force to support their Windsor Spitfires, and they're feeding off the energy of the crowd here in the early part of this first period.
1-0, the goal. It's Jeremiah Addison from Gabe Velarde and Logan Stanley at 5:50 of the first period. And Windsor on the board first. And, we expected a tightly contested game tonight. Well, I could have said that about every game here in this Memorial Cup. But you never know what you're going to get, it seems like, here in this 2017 edition. But for now, the Otters, I would think they would have to use this TV timeout to their advantage, kind of reel the guys back in, go back out there and find your game. The draw will beat to the left of Troy Centeno as a return with 13:44 remaining in this first period. Kyle Pettit, Gurney, Patrick Fellows, Jordan Sandbrook, and Eric Chernak on to begin when we return, once TV returns here for the timeout. Pettit will step in against Gabe Velarde. With Jeremiah Addison and Julius Natness set up the goal, but as that 4-on-4 period was just expiring. Then around the horn by Jordan Sandbrook, and the Otters have it. Trying to tip forward with Patrick Fellows. But Chernak will make sure it gets out towards center ice, and here comes Patrick Fellows right wing side. Fellows stops, looking for Gurney, trying to tip it towards the front, and it comes loose for Pettit, but defended onto the far side and down along the ice. Jeremiah Addison took a stick up high, I think, in a power play coming up for Windsor. Here's Sergachev down the right wing side, turns around Sandbrook, backhander to stop by Timpano off his mask. And he'll settle to be touched up, and Erie's going to the penalty box. It's Christian Gurney getting a stick up on Addison.
Timpano a little shaken up, getting that one off the mask as he takes his mask off and shakes his head a little bit. Now he's putting it back on.
Windsor's power play 3 for 10 here in this Memorial Cup. Fourth in the OHL during the regular season at 22.9%. Otters win the draw, win it off their own body, and Dylan Strom, after blocking the attempted clear by TJ Fergus, will make sure it gets down the length of the ice. He'll head off on the switch. Sergachev brings it ahead. Velarde and then drop back. Left on to left wing side, and bringing it in is Logan Brown. Right back to Brown in the corner. Takes it on down far side. Jeremy Bracco takes over. And Bracco hands off to Velarde at the right point. Looking for Sergachev. He can bring the boom. Doesn't take this shot as he holds on. Leaves it for Bracco right side. Play it down low, and it's off a stick. Graham Knott picks it up out of the corner and feeds Velarde behind. Back off for Brown on the far side. First round pick of the Ottawa Senators. Brought out in front. Power move, Velarde. But he couldn't finish it off. Bracco's try. It just rolls off his stick, and Fogle, he's going to make sure it gets down, and he will, as it skips the length of the ice.
Erie's been very good in this tournament, killing penalties. Only 5 opportunities they've given up. They've been picture perfect, 100% so far.
Here's Bracco carrying the mail ahead. Now brought in near side. Nice little chip through the legs of Patrick Fellows from Logan Brown, but a bump from Burns finds Eric Chernak, and the Otters will again deliver it down into the Windsor end. Feathered up for Bracco. And he takes off back through center ice. Shuffled on near side. Addison okay after taking the stick up high. As Chernak on after it. Plays it up the wall. Fogle trying to chip it away, but it's held in nicely by Sean Day, the former Mississauga Steelhead, and fired on the near side. Skips off his stanchion, and Erie gets a clear from Mitch Burns 25 seconds left in the kill. Christian Gurney in the box for high sticking. Sean Day back ahead. Looks left, gives that way, it's Natnan. Staying with him is the Otters 25, TJ Fergus. Wanted to give to Darren Radish, it's picked off Chatfield, fires it right off the side of the net. But race on near wall, and Vogel will get there. Some help from Torelli. It's bounced to center, and again, Sean Day. Tossed in left wing side, and the Otters now take a stick. They caught up high on TJ Fergus. It's played out to the front of the net for Natnan. But the Otters, Anthony Torelli able to take it away. As Gurney's crunched along the near boards, and he's out of the box, and we're back to even strength. The Otters almost got caught again behind their own goal. Sean Day delivers towards the Otters line. Chip forward, though, as it's bounced around. Dylan Strome has to slow down, and then the Otters reel back. At their line, it's TJ Fergus. Curls it back on for Darren Radish, and you can see the neutral zone clogged up here, and the Otters unable to get him with speed. It's tipped in the zone by Dylan Strome. Left on near side. Taylor Radish knocked down, and the Otters can't come away with the puck. It's Fergus heading back towards his own end. Watched by two men. Given on a cross, pump for Alex DeBrincat. He picks it up down left wing side and gets some room into the zone. Waits, gives across. It's Dylan Strome. Backing up, gives ground, fires one through traffic, and it never made it on goal. Stepping in front was the big defenseman, a 6'7", Logan Stanley. The other way. Brought in down the near wall. Cristiano Di Giacinto centers in front, picks up, trying to get the front is McCool, and he's swept off his feet by the Otters, Owen Hedrick. Erie trying to break out, move ahead, and they got numbers. It's the Brinket right wing side. Drops it off for Taylor Radish, back to Burns. Strome on the near side. Could never settle down that puck. It went off his skate and grabbed by Windsor, and off they go. Delivered on the left wing side. Mikhail Sergachev feathers towards the front. Owen Hedrick blocks the pass, but Sergachev right back to the goal. Knocked away by Timpano. Erie still looking for that first shot on goal. We're midway through the first period. 1-0 Windsor. Logan Brown on the near side. Another big frame. Heads behind the net. Protecting the backhand. Feeds it to the front. No one home. DeBrincat, he's been out here for a bit. Puts a shove on McEnany. But Graham Knott has the puck. Loses it to DeBrincat. He just rifles it to center ice. And Strome and DeBrincat make their way to the bench. Played towards the Otters bench. Caught in the escape with one of the Otters, Patrick Fellows. Erie was making changes. Blondie comes the other way. Puts it on goal. And DiPietro, with his first action, makes the save with 9:22 remaining here in the first. And the Spitfires ahead by 1.
Crowd was calling for a penalty as the puck was cleared over towards the Erie Otters bench, as about 3 guys were jumping in or out of the bench. Got in the skates of Christian Gurney, but in any event, no penalty call on that one. And finally, the Otters with 1 shot on goal. They maybe were a little bit too cute going down the ice with a tic-tac-toe passing play, trying to pass it maybe too many times, where they shipped it over to Dylan Strome when DeBrincat maybe should have shot it himself and got an opportunity. It was a pretty passing play, but when you have no shots on the board, it's time to shoot the puck.
Erie did so well against St. John, was driving to the front of the net, and on that rush, that 4-on-2, instead of going to the front, Erie kind of umbrellaed out. Nobody went to the front and kind of took the defenders away. And there was pretty much an easy way to defend that 4-on-2, especially if such a big defense core and long reach just kept them outside, and they didn't have the effectiveness that Erie would want to have.
We all know Michael DiPietro is a very good goalie, but when you only get 1 shot on goal and you're halfway through the period, that's just not going to do it.
Got to test them. Same thing happened to St. John in the first game here of this Memorial Cup. They were held to about, I think it was 11 shots in 2 periods, 11 or 12 shots in 2 periods. And it wasn't until the final 5 minutes that they really started to press, and they scored 2 goals and put 9 shots on goal. But for the Otters, it has Windsor has done a great job in containing Erie through his first 10 minutes and 38 seconds.
I was speaking with Trevor Georgie, the president and GM of the St. John's Sea Dogs today, and he was heartened by the effort he saw from his club last night with their 7-0 win, but also in the fact that they did rally late against the Windsor Spitfires, that maybe caught them a little bit flat-footed to get those couple of goals to narrow the gap, and they feel good about their chances in the semifinal coming up on Friday.
It's down to just 1 game now for them. Got to keep playing. They've been playing do or die even to the other night. Faced off one Erie. Sandbrook puts one towards the net, and it's just wide on the blocker side. Vogel trying to bounce it back out to Sandbrook. Bracco intercepts, and he takes it to center ice. Sends it in. The big dog's going to get down to that puck. Logan Brown runs into Sandbrook. Chernak hits the man as well. The puck bounces on near side. Right back for Graham Knott. Now Brown. Graham Knott. Sharp angle try off the mark. Sergachev, he let one fly. It's off the stick of Warren Fogle, and it bounces out to center ice. And Windsor, they'll send it right back into the Erie zone. They picked up on the near side, Bracco. With a man down in low, and Graham Knott. But the Otters, Stanbrook, nice little stick work to move the puck away, but the Otters unable to skate it out of the zone, and it's again back play to the corner. Bracco behind the goal. Comes onto the far side circle, looks to give out to the point. Sean Day, wrist shot, stick save made. It's loose onto the front. Getting there in time is Stanbrook, and the Otters in possession now. DeBrincat gets the motor going. Spins away from Luchuk, but he knows Erie's changing behind the play. Darren Radish will take it in from the left wing side, put up to the front. Darren Radish bounces it on. Here's a chance for Lodnia trying to go 5-0, and it's stopped by DiPietro. Cam Lazat comes crunching in, and the Otters have the puck. Podubny, backhand try, block it away. Lazat after it, but he can't get it on goal. It's Lodnia twirling into the corner, spins away from Lashram, comes up near side, drops it off for Garrett Podubny. Out high along the blue line, sends it on to the far wall. Fergus will keep it alive and throws it back for Podubny. Lodnia now, far side corner, comes out high, and looks, waits, plays it to the front, it's off the skate, then brought forward by Lashram. Windsor on the move, tied up by Darren Radish, but gets it into the zone. Fergus with a nice stick check, frees the puck up on the near side, but Lashram again follows up. Swings it on for Boca. Further down low, Julius Natnan, but Ivan Lodnia will pry it loose, but couldn't keep the puck onto an Otter stick. Natnan again out of the far side. Poked by Lodnia. It's up the wall, and Kyle Pettit picks it up. We'll get it out towards center ice, but Gabe Velarde right back on it. And the Spitfires come back into the Otter zone. Played in down deep. Chernak will pick it up. He's smashed on the end boards, and it's picked up. Here's McEnany at the blue line. Waits, drifts, gives to Addison, trying to go stick between his legs, but it's turned away by Chernak, and the icing call to Erie. With 7:07 to go here in this first period. But a good shift, some energy from the fourth line with Podubny, Lodny, and Lazat, and they pick up 2 shots on goal. More importantly, the Otters trying to test DiPietro.
Absolutely, and here we are 13 minutes into this game. Erie with 3 shots on goal, and them all coming from the Lodny, Podubny, Lazat line. The top offensive line for the Erie Otters have to start getting some shots on goal here, testing Michael DiPietro.
Addison with a try as his puck drifted right to the front of the net after the draw. But the Otters able to poke it away. Here's Gabe Velarde now, knocked down by Chernak. Patrick Fellows takes it away, skates out towards the blue line, ducks around a check from Addison, gets it onto center ice where it's pitched forth by Gurney on down to the far side corner. Chatfield picks it up and he takes off. Hands to Velarde, trying to get right back, and it's Chatfield in flight again for neutralized, backing down Stanbrook. Dish back behind the goal. Graham not tied up by Owen Hedrick, and Maximovich on the putt. Stanbrook, left side, Anthony Cirelli. Looking to pass ahead, but he'll carry it instead as Taylor Radish goes to the net. Maximovich on the right wing side with a shot, and it's blocked in time. Bracco, here he gives the blue line. Hedrick, near side, Stanbrook open. Shuffles to the middle, throws one off the stick of Cirelli, and it goes wide. Bounce back on for Sean Day on the far side, and he'll push it out towards center. Where the Otters, a little poke check on Graham Nod, and Cirelli's able to keep this one alive. Bounced on to the stick of Taylor Radish, and he'll send it on in. To the corner now. Ties up with Sean Day, trying to kick it loose. Off the body of Anthony Cirelli, trying to turn it for Taylor Radish again, but it's flicked up the far boards. Graham Knott cannot clear. Hedrick lines up, slap shot, blocked in front. It's like having 3 extra goalies out there. Sean Day and Logan Stanley just step right in front of those pucks and block it away. Erie's back to their own end here. Reset Stanbrook. Changes for both teams as DeBrincat steps onto the ice. Stanbrook carries on the far wall, and he'll rim it in. Settling down to the far side corner, this is Mikhail Sergachev. Sean Day, as he looks ahead, little bump pass right to the middle of the ice as Luchuk sending it out to center ice, and Lashram turns it into the Otter zone. Campano out to play it. Just settle it for Fergus. Reverse for Burns. Far side corner. Fogle now, drop pass. On for Strome, but it's going to be picked off. Good thing for Strome defensively to knife it away from Luchuk, and Strome can take it to center ice. From the left wing side, trying to feed across. Chatfield blocks that one. Step behind the net for Warren Fogle. Step around, Logan Stanley does so, has it, throws it to the middle of the ice, and DiPietro covers up on the attempted centering pass with 5:05 to go in this first period. It's 1-0 Windsor.
Some nice dexterity there by Warren Fogle to avoid a check down in that far corner as he stepped away from his man who went crashing into the boards, and Fogle creating a chance for the Erie Otters there, trying to test Michael DiPietro.
Everything came so easy for the Otters in that game against St. John that I think it's taken them this first period to kind of re-get back to taking the lunch pail, putting on your hard hat, and getting back to work. It's going to take a little bit. And They've got the last 4 shots on goal, which is encouraging for Otters fans.
You know, the truth is, when you have a win like that, you get out of your focus game plan-wise in terms of, you know, being disciplined, because you cheat and take chances and you keep scoring, and it's hard to get back to that disciplined play that Chris Knobloch demands of you, and they've struggled with it here in this first period.
And the last time the Otters hit double digit, it was in the regular season. They did it against the Niagara Ice Dogs. They won 10-1, but the next night they lost to Sarnia 5-3. So you can tell Sarnia's a hardworking team. They held the Otters off the boards, and you think things are going to come so easy as they did in that game. That's when the Otters put up 62 shots on goal, and everything was going into the back of the net. And Cam Lozano, the 2-goal night, including a penalty shot. So the Otters got to avoid that scenario, and it's going to take just getting back to some hard work and learn that here in this first period.
It's interesting we talk about that, because I talked to Trevor Georgie, the GM of St. John, who said it might not have been helpful that they didn't really get challenged throughout the QMJHL playoffs, where they swept every series, come in here thinking it was going to be easy perhaps, and it hasn't been easy so far.
That's exactly what I thought. As the game was going on, Bill Granger and I talked about it. It's such an easy pass. Your 2 losses that they had, they went 16-2. One was in double overtime. The other was on a last-second goal that Chicoutimi scored with 15 seconds left. I believe it was in the third period. So they were all kind of last-second 1-goal losses during the postseason, and haven't really been tested until he came here. And Danny Flynn said it, that Windsor and Erie were the best 2 teams they've seen all season long. It's tough to kind of match that intensity. As the Otters couldn't win this offensive draw, and it's curled out the center, and here's Gabe Velarde. Wants to shoot, and it's blocked by TJ Fergus, who's shaken up a bit. Thrown back towards the net. There's Timpano stopping Jeremiah Addison. And a halt in action. Fergus a bit shaken up after the shot block on Velarde. He'll slowly make his way towards the bench. And Erie will get a fresh defender on in George Sambra.
On the positive side of the ledger here for the Erie Otters, Troy Timpano has looked rock solid here in this first period. No fault of his on that nice goal by the Windsor Spitfires, but he has made some good saves here in this first period.
Relly's line steps on with Taylor Raddish, Kyle Maximovich against Logan Brown, Jeremy Bracco, and Graham Dodd. Face-off win, Windsor. Chatfield takes the shot. Now it's a go. It's blocked by Sorelli. Bounced around towards the slot. Nice by Sorelli, and the Otters try to bounce it ahead. It's kept alive off the glove of Bracco and fed deep. Graham Knott comes on near side. Shoved by Raddish. Got to go back behind. The goal has a man there. That's Logan Brown. Powers his way on far side. Stops up. Off the skate of Sambrook. Got the puck right back. Gets to the front. Here's a try. Bracco. Robbed by Timpano. And the puck and scramble in the blue paint. Erie gets a whistle, but a desperation flop to his left. Timpano comes up with a major save. Because Bracco had a wide open net.
Desperation indeed, and you called it right, Aaron, with a flop right to his back and then turning over on his belly to hold on to that puck underneath him. A desperation play and a good one by Troy Timpano saves the goal.
Four of the shots on goal. Is Erie gave up the first 6 and the next 4. 2 more here for Windsor on that. Again, bringing offense from below the face-off dots. And they talk about they have those big boys. Velarde doing it again, coming out. Logan Brown able to center, and there's Jeremy Bracco. Those are tough guys to contain with the size they possess down low. And Erie controls his face-off draw. Fergus looking for a lane. Just banks it up the near wall. Swept in by Warren Fogle. Behind the goal. Dished off the leg. Look out. It goes off the goaltender. Pops to the front of the net. But Logan Stanley bails him out. His own clearing attempt went off his goaltender's skate. But the Otters couldn't get to that bounce in time. Sean Day now roughed up by DeBrincat. DeBrincat took the worst for that one. Fogle wipes out in the corner. And it's brought ahead by Gabe Velarde to center ice. Across the CHL logo. And a man to his left. Addison drags. Fires. Scores. Jeremiah Addison continues to stay hot. And it's 2-0 Windsor.
Addison picking the 5-hole beating Troy Timpano. Not a lot of mustard on it, but he picked the spot and he picked it well.
Dave Velarde, as he drops the puck off after bringing it in, drifts to the front of the net and just kind of fly-by screens just in a nick of time that kind of disrupted the vision of Timpano. And then the shot on the left circle. That goes in. So 2-0 now here in the first. Otters still looking to find themselves in this final round-robin game as a backhander from the right side by Kyle Pettit is gloved down and held to by DiPietro. But with 3:31 to go, it's the Windsor Spitfires, the host team, ahead by 2. Both goals coming from Jeremiah Addison. He gave him 9 in the postseason total. He has 5 against London in a 7-game series. Only played in 5 of those games with a 2-game suspension. Now 4 here in the Memorial Cup tournament.
Well, Gabe Velarde doing his part for his hockey club here in the first period. He picked up an assist on that goal at 16:08. The second assist on both Addison goals. Ranked number 3 by NHL Central Scouting among North Americans. He showed you why here in this first period.
Only had 1 assist coming into this game through the Memorial Cup tournament, previous 2 games. As the Otters trying to drag one back in the offensive zone. It's bounced on for Lodney, right wing side. His shot off a stick wide. Settles near side corner. Podubny trying to dig it loose. Goes off a body, and Garrett Podubny able to find it. Try to flip it to the middle of the ice, and Podubny pokes it around, knocks it in midair, trickles on near side, as off the skate of Voka, he'll recover and send it for Sergachev. Out of zone circle, dropped off, and right there was Ivan Lodney, but Chatfield recovered. Sergachev takes it on far wall, watched by Podubny, played up the boards and on out. Sandbrook at his own line to control. 3 minutes to go, 2-0 Windsor. Here's Garrett Podubny. Off the stick, picked up on left wing side and feeds it in deep. Lodney hustling after it, but Day gets there, steps into it first. Slided up the board, Lodney has it. Couldn't center, gives to Chernak at the line instead. Waits, it's back to Lodney at the half ball. Garrett Podubny waits and fires when it goes wide. TJ Fergus follows up from the left wing circle. The Otters changing behind the play as Fergus drifts back up high. Trades place with Chernak here. Fergus lines and fires. It's blocked by Luchuk. Sorelli to it though. It's in behind the goal. Taylor Radish shuffles it back for Sorelli. Man to the front. It's Maximovich, but Sorelli on the circle now. Chernak center point. Wrist shot through traffic. Never made it on goal. Sergachev blocked it. And Luchuk feeds it out to center. And they get it clear. Maximovich trying to bring it himself. It's knocked away. He spins out of control. And here comes Velarde again with Addison on the left wing side to the front. Velarde has it back behind the goal. Rolled off his stick. Spins away from Sorelli. Tries to bring it out. Power moves to the front. Rolls off his stick as Chernak gives off to Taylor Radish. It's still loose and Natnan finds it. Couldn't get that pass through. Chernak disrupts. And off goes Sorelli. On right wing side, Taylor Radish drags and fires. It's blocked away from long range by DiPietro. With 1:43 to go. Darren Radish tried to step up, but it's brought in down the right wing side by Graham Knott. Gives on towards the corner. Owen Hedrick ties him up. And Alex DeBrinken able to poke that thing loose. Bring it out towards the middle of the ice, but again it's Natnan in control. He'll feed Logan Stanley in the final 1:25. 2-0 Windsor here, the host. Ahead. Rolled in, and Bracco's going to find it near side corner. Bracco trying to wrap around, brings onto the circle. Man just on. The shot was blocked by Erie. Logan Brown couldn't get it through. And Bracco back to the puck again from right wing side. Dish to the front. And Erie able to defend one more time. Sergachev now throws it in front. Graham not tip pass. The Otters can't clear after the intercept. Sergachev again. Gives off to Logan Brown. Man on the back door. It's off his skate. The attempt for Bracco. And Erie breaks out. Looking for Strome. Bounced around. Fogle coming on in. Circles onto the far side wall and just lifted back to center ice. And Sandbrook has to go off his skate. And Bracco back to the puck on the near side. Hits the break. Has it atop the circle. Tries to feed a man. Sandbrook recovers in the final 40 seconds. Erie unsure where the puck is at here. And it's just gulped ahead by Darren Radish. And Strome tries to bring it in down to the near side. Knocked off his skates by John Day. And then puts a splash onto one of the defenders. Following up. And Erie's going to the penalty. Penalty kill. As Logan Stanley took the whack from Dylan Strome. 26.6 on the clock here in the first.
Undisciplined penalty there by Dylan Strome, a reactionary penalty as he reacted to the other player and put out his stick and slashed. And he gets the only penalty with just 26.6 seconds left. His team in a hole here, 2-0. Not a good start for the Erie Otters.
2-0 Windsor, and they're on to their second power play opportunity. Usually they start with Dylan Strome and Alex DeBrincat as the forwards because of Dylan Strome's face-off capabilities. It'll be Pettit. A good replacement wins this one. And TJ Fergus just holds. Nobody comes after him. He still waits now and fires it right down the middle of the ice. And on to DiPietro with the clear. DiPietro, he lost the puck though in the corner. Pettit came after him, but a last-ditch effort to poke it away by DiPietro, and off they come. Sergachev, wheeling and dealing. Coming right down the middle of the ice. He's tied up in a penalty coming to the Otters. A holding call, and Erie will be short 2 men. 5.9 on the clock, and it's TJ Fergus coming off.
Sergachev just went right down Broadway as he parted the defense core and was in alone, and I like that penalty a lot better than I like the Strome one.
Yep.
That one may have saved the goal, actually, with him right there. Just feet from the slot with a glorious chance.
Erie will draw up a play here on the face-off. It'll be taken by Sorelli. Pettit an extra forward just in case you have Sorelli wave down. 5.9 on the clock here. It's a 5-on-3 power play. Lengthy time that'll carry over to the second. Sorelli against Graham Knott. It's won by Graham Knott. They give off to Bracco. Tries to feed to the front. Here's a one-timer. Just sails wide by Logan Brown. Time expires, but a set face-off play for Windsor, and boy, Logan Brown nearly made it 3-0.
Boy, they threw that one up from the bench. What a pretty play, and Logan Brown coming just inches short of making it 3-0 here. A tough first period for the Erie Otters. They're going to have to do better than that against the host Windsor Spitfires, having themselves a good tournament thus far.
Windsor, you can just now playing so confident right now in their ability and what they've been able to do in the first 2 games. Nothing that the Otters did Monday threatened them at all, and they have come to play even with 2 days off. Take a 2-0 lead through 20 minutes.
Well, Erie's game is a puck possession game, and they were doing a lot of chasing here in this first period, and they really didn't create a lot of offensive chances down low and test Michael DiPietro at all. Of those 5 chances, maybe 2 of them were decent opportunities. A lot of them were perimeter chances created by that Lodnia, Podubny, and Lazat line. But the first order of business is going to be to kill off those 2 penalties at minute 34 with a 2-man advantage will carry over for the Windsor Spitfires in the second period.
Jeremiah Addison with a pair of goals here in the first. The Windsor Spitfires have a 2-0 lead through 20 minutes. We're going to step for a break, and when we come back, the UPMC intermission report right here on Jet Radio 1400.
Dr. Jones is right over there.
Early in the afternoon, Barbara checks in at a doctor's office. But if you look out the window, it's miles from the closest medical facility, because Barbara is in Highmark's Healthcare Mobile Clinic, a doctor's office on wheels that brings care directly to remote communities and members in need. By reaching out to Highmark members in need and inviting them to our mobile clinic, we're making access to care a little easier. Living proof of the difference you can make when you're all for health. Highmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. Visit highmarklivingproof.com.
The Sheridan and Courtyard Erie Bayfront Hotels are proud sponsors of the Erie Otters. Join us for the pre- and post-game celebration at the award-winning Bayfront Grill or the brand-new Shoreline Grill. Let us help you fuel up for the high-energy game with our extensive menus and craft brew selections. You Otter be dining with the best.
Why buy a used car when you can drive a brand new one for less than $11,000? The 2017 Mitsubishi G4 sedan is an all-new vehicle available in this region only at Interstate Mitsubishi, half-mile south of the Mill Creek Mall on Route 99. The Mitsubishi G4 is one of the least expensive ways to own a brand new car that's a new car with many features. Right now you can buy this new sedan for less than $11,000. It's $10,999 or $149 a month. That's $149 a month to own it, not a lease. And the G4's mileage, up to 41 miles per gallon, makes it even more affordable with the tax on gas going up. Think about it. A brand new sedan, the all-new 2017 Mitsubishi G4, under $11,000. Only at Interstate Mitsubishi.
Prices prior to tax, title, and license and include dealer APR cash, which requires financing through dealer indirect lending service. Payment is figured at 84 months, 3.9% APR, and Tier 1 approval, and does not include tax, title, and license based on 14,830 MSRP.
My daughter needed a nebulizer for her asthma, so the first thing I did was call my healthcare concierge to see if it was covered. There's no surprise to me when she said that it was. But what was surprising was that she then called the medical company, scheduled the delivery, and before I knew it, someone was here explaining how it works. I mean, who does that?
Customer service, unlike anything you'd expect. UPMC Health Plan.
If a picture is worth 1,000 words, imagine the value of 1,000 words. Jet Radio 1400. WJET, Erie.
Welcome back inside the WFCU Center. It's the final game of the round-robin part of the MasterCard Memorial Cup. And it's the host Windsor Spitfires with a 2-0 lead over the Erie Otters through 20 minutes of play. Jeremiah Addison having himself a great start to this one. He's got both tallies for the Windsor Spitfires. Gabe Velarde setting both of them up with the primary assist. As the Otters, they've got some work to do to climb back into this one. Also being outshot 9-5 are the Otters. The extended pregame show got cut short a little bit with the start of the game, but I did catch up with Ivan Lodnia. I want to make sure we got through this interview here. As Ivan Lodnia speaking about the game on Monday, looking forward here to this evening against the Windsor Spitfires.
Welcome back inside the Erie Federal Credit Union pregame show. Aaron Cooney here. Joining this time is Erie Otters forward Ivan Lodnia. And Ivan, going through you win the OHL championship into this tournament. First two games of, you go from one that's close in a 4-2 game and into the 12-5 game. Did you ever expect that kind of discrepancy when you look at league champions and taking them on in the Memorial Cup?
No, this kind of tournament reminds you back when you're playing youth hockey tournaments, but you're playing league championships in each game. You're not playing any soft teams. So, I think that the difference between the first game and the second game was that we were bearing our chances, and I think that for Seattle, we had a lot of good chances, probably the same amount as against St. John's. So I just think that we just buried our chances, and it showed by the score.
What was so effective against St. John that you guys were able to get so many opportunities and cash in on 12 of them?
Well, I think that we played with a lot of speed, and some of they had a lot of penalties against us because we were using our speed and we were working really hard. And I think that our power play was really good. I think that we scored probably almost all of our goals on the power play, most of them. So I think that it went really well for us.
I did go 5 for 7, and the question for you got on the board there at the start of the third period. How big was that for you? I know it's kind of, you've embraced this defensive role, playing with Kyle Pettit, Patrick Fellows, some of those guys, maybe in the bottom six of the forwards, but to get on the board like that for your confidence, what's that do for you?
Yeah, I mean, it was a defense goal. It wasn't like a tiebreaker or something, but it feels good. I haven't scored in a while, and it's something that, obviously everybody likes to score, and during the regular season, you're kind of a little used to it, and now that you got to play a little bit more of a defensive role, and whatever helps the team win, that's what I got to do. So, if you do a little bit of both and kind of score a little bit, that's great.
You, looking back through the 4 games against the Windsor Spitfires, your stats actually pretty show well against these guys. Is something that you like playing against some of these bigger teams, size-wise, like the Windsor Spitfires?
I know that the first time we played them, in the beginning of the season I wasn't there, and then when we played them back in December, all the guys were gone, so we only had 7 forwards because Biley and Pettit were hurt during the beginning of the game, so I knew that I had to step up there, and then, when you play them the second time, I got a couple of lucky breaks, the breakaway, Darren gave me, a lucky apple, so I know that, against these guys, it's a really big game for me and for the team as well. I just like to play really physical against them and, against any other team, so it should be a big one tonight.
They've had all the time the rest, but they've come out right off in this tournament and firing on all cylinders. You guys have kind of done the same here, and it's the best right now of the OHL to head to the Memorial Cup final. What do you expect tonight from the Spitfires, and what do the Otters need to do to be successful?
Well, they're a really fast team. They have a lot of high picks in the NHL draft, and they have a lot of skills. They got their rest, which is good for them, and, we've been playing along, we've been playing London 7, we've been playing Owensound 6. Missy was really good against us, and so is Sarnia. So I think that, we're a little bit tired, but it's fine. I think that we're a really good team, and we're really structured, and, Nabu knows what he's doing, so he's taught us really well, and he knows every game what to tell us what we got to do. So I think that we stick to our game plan and finish how we did against St. John. I think we'll be fine.
All right, thanks. This is Ivan, and have fun here tonight against the Spitfires. Thanks. That's Ivan Lodney of the Erie Otters. Face-off is next on Jet Radio 1400.
An Erie landmark since 1953, Nunzi's Place serves generous portions of great food at reasonable prices. Family owned for almost 60 years, Nunzi's prepares the finest Italian food in Erie. Come see why the Erie Times News said Nunzi's is known for food that tastes good. Nunzi's Place, located at 2330 East 38th Street, near the Bayfront Connector. To call for reservations or place an order for takeout, call 825-2940. Nunzi's, known for Italian food that tastes good since 1953.
SEO, text message marketing, social media.
As a business owner, you know the best way to reach customers is online.
Viral videos.
But you don't have time to keep up with the latest digital marketing technology.
Web design.
That's where Local Edge comes in, especially for the one term you're most concerned with.
ROI.
As a full-service digital marketing agency, Local Edge offers turnkey solutions to grow your business online. From search engine optimization and marketing, to social media, to mobile advertising, to video promotion. Our expert support team is ready to customize a program to your needs and track results throughout the campaign. Plus, as a division of the Hearst Corporation, Local Edge is backed by the largest, most diversified communications company in the nation. So when you're ready to generate leads, find new customers, and increase your revenue, talk to the digital marketing experts. Visit localedgemedia.com. Think digital. Think Local Edge.
National Fuel says, smell gas, leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130. If you detect something that smells like rotten eggs, it could be a natural gas leak. Leave the premises immediately and contact National Fuel from a different location. Do not use your phone or turn on a light inside the area. Immediately leave the premises and call National Fuel's emergency line. Play it safe and remember, smell gas, leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130.
Some kids don't start with much.
Hi, can I get a large iced coffee?
But on Tim Hortons Camp Day,
Small dark roast, 1 milk, no sugar.
every coffee you order helps send kids from low-income families to a Tim Horton camp so they can see a world of possibility.
3 small coffees, 2 regular, 1 black.
And 2 of those bracelets. You'll be giving them the courage to face their fears and the confidence to overcome any obstacles that stand in their way. On May 31st, 100% of proceeds from all coffee, iced coffee, and bracelet purchases will help brighten a kid's future.
Keep up on all things Erie Otters by following us on social media. Follow the Otters on Twitter and Instagram at Erie Otters, and like us on Facebook at facebook.com/Erie Otters Hockey. You'll get up-to-the-minute news on all things happening with your Erie Otters, so check us out on social media today.
Now, welcome back here inside the WFCU Center in Windsor, Ontario. It's the final game of the round-robin part of the 2017 MasterCard Memorial Cup, and the host Windsor Spitfires. In this battle of OHL teams, they got a 2-0 lead through 20 minutes. As we sit here in the first intermission, it's the UPMC intermission report. As we jump right into things, I'm Aaron Cooney. With me is Steve Fitzsimmons here for the broadcast tonight, and into our Arctic Spas recap. How we got here so far, and it was Windsor early and mostly Windsor often through that first 20 minutes. They had the first first 6 shots on goal before Erie got one from long range, and I believe it was Ivan Lodnia who had the first shot. But during that mix, Erie skating 4-on-4, and at 5:50, Gabe Velarde, some great work down low, wins a puck battle against 2 Erie Otters, and that's what's so glaring for me to take out of it. Behind the goal, 2 Erie Otters there. They don't win the battle. Gabe Velarde brings it out and finds a wide open Jeremiah Addison, who's been red hot, especially in this tournament, even in the postseason in their first-round series against London. But he puts one past Troy Timpano. Tough to put it on Timpano. It's the guy was wide open. You go from down low to out front so quick. The Otters didn't give him much help, and Addison makes it 1-0. The Otters finally getting a couple of chances onto the net, including a great shift from the fourth line. Garrett Podubny, Cam Lazat, Ivan Ladnia getting the Otters' first 3 shots on goal. I think Missouri grounded off the next 4, but Windsor striking once again at 15:28. And it's that Velarde, Nattinen, Addison line with Gabe Velarde carrying the mail out through center ice. Drops it off to Addison, who drifts into the circle, and as Velarde goes in front of the net, provides just that moving screen. Timed well by Addison, and he snaps it past Timpano for a 2-0 lead. And that's where we sit here after 20 minutes. And if you're Erie, you can at least look at it and take solace in the fact that that was probably our worst period of this tournament. And there's a lot for us still to give here, but they're going to have to kill off a lengthy 5-on-3 opportunity to start when we come back here for the second.
Well, that's where you start, and Chris Knobloch will no doubt have plenty of things to tell his hockey team about in-game adjustments to make. And the first thing is to stop chasing and start creating, because they were doing a little too much of chasing and watching the Windsor Spitfires do the offensive creating down low, in particular in the Erie zone. And there was all too much traffic in the Erie slot area, in particular Gabriel Velarde and Jeremy Bracco, who was really creating some good chances down low for the Windsor Spitfires. But we haven't really seen that in the previous 2 games, where really there was a lot of players running rough shots down low in front of Troy Timpano and giving him some trouble. And that's not on Troy Timpano. That's on the defensive core to play a little sharper defensively. But really, when you look at the Erie Otters, they're a puck possession team, and they really didn't have the puck very much in that first period at all.
Credit to Windsor to clogging up the neutral zone and forcing Erie to dump the puck in. And that's something they've, these prior 2 games, they didn't have to do. They could just carry the puck in all willy-nilly and pass around the offensive zone. They've had their chances created that way. But here, the Windsor Spitfires team that's taken up a lot of space and not giving the Otters a whole lot of time, and they have to find a way to battle through that.
And you know what? We've certainly seen throughout the season the pretty passing plays of the Erie Otters, the tic-tac-toe in the back of the net type of stuff. And really, they did a little too much of that in the first period and not enough shooting the puck, especially when they had hardly any shots on goal against Michael DiPietro, and very few good chances that I'd call a grade A chance. Maybe one, maybe 2 okay chances. But of those 5 shots, 3 of them were from the perimeter at least. And they just have to really start creating some chances and test Michael DiPietro, who we know is a good goalie. But it's time to test him a little bit in the second period.
Windsor up 2-0. Second period coming up after this on Jet Radio 1400.
Over the years, technology has greatly improved the productivity of the business office, from faxes and copiers to multifunction printers. Now we don't know how to get things done without them. And that means you need a reliable printer copier and a dependable service plan. That's why you should trust Cooper Business Machines. They are Erie's only authorized dealer for sharp document systems. And most importantly, they will maintain your machine so that it continues to, work. Just like your car, it needs regular maintenance and parts need to be replaced regularly. If your copier isn't properly maintained or you're not getting toner in a timely fashion, then you've been reminded what it's like to work in the dark ages. Don't wait any longer. Your business requires dependability. Shouldn't you expect the same? Cooper Business Machines, Erie's only authorized sharp dealer and service provider, helping you get back to business since 1980. Online at cooperbusinessmachines.com or call 456-7585.
Programs, get your programs!
You know, Mill Creek schools have all the programs you need.
Really?
Yes, they have preschool programs, Center for Performing Arts programs, Honors College and ROTC programs, dual enrollment and student internship programs, not to mention 16 advanced placement courses, 30 varsity sports, and over 50 high school clubs and activities.
Sounds like they do have a program for everybody. Programs, get your programs!
In the Mill Creek School District.
Otters fans, if you're looking for the best hand-cut steaks, fall-off-the-bone ribs, made-from-scratch sides, ice-cold beer, legendary margaritas, and fresh-baked bread, then look no further. Texas Roadhouse, located 7475 Peach Street, Erie, is the place for legendary food and legendary service. Whether you're looking for a special occasion or just a night out with good food and friends, think Texas Roadhouse. And don't forget to cut your wait time by using their famous call-ahead seating. That's Texas Roadhouse, 814-864-9494. What's 10,000 square feet with 100-plus arcade games, all set to free play, including air hockey and one round of glow golf, all in one great space? If you said Playport Erie Arcade, Erie's largest indoor arcade center, you're exactly right. And if you haven't had a chance to stop in and enjoy all those old favorites and new challenges, now's the perfect time. Race your friends head-to-head with the 4-player simulators, ride motorcycles, boats, skis, and more. Playport has bowling, pinball, basketball, hunting games, and of course, all for a one-price admission. Come on into Playport Arcade. It's like having that feeling when you wish you were a kid again. Yeah, that's the feeling you'll get at Playport Erie Arcade. Playport is more than just an arcade. Playport is Erie's first indoor glow golf attraction. It's like walking into another world as you enter the glow golf room filled with neon and different fun obstacles at every hole. Playport is fun for all ages, and now for a limited time, grab 3 people along with yourself and take advantage of the 4-pack special. But hurry, it's only for a limited time. Playport Arcade on West 12th Street in the big white building just east of Peninsula.
I beat my best score. I love this game.
Welcome back inside the WFCU Center. Game 6 round robin of the MasterCard Memorial Cup. 2-0 Windsor here through 20 minutes in a big-time moment. A lengthy 5-on-3 power play for the Erie Otters. I'm Aaron Cooney. Steve Fitzsimmons on the broadcast with us tonight. And the Otters, you have to get through this kill. As Windsor will start with the puck after the Otters swept it to the blue line, and Sergachev will drop it off for Logan Brown. Dylan throw in the box for a minute 25. G.J. Fergus for another minute 44. Sergachev, center point, drifts left. Gives on the right side. It's held and given down low by Velarde. Logan Brown now bounced off for Brocco on the near side. Creative and gives to the front. A save made, rebound try. Timpano comes up with another one on Jeremy Brocco from the near corner. And you will need that. They always say your best penalty killer needs to be your goaltender. And Timpano started here nicely. Draw to his right. Graham Knott ties up Kyle Pettit. Pried loose by Windsor, and Sergachev holding at the point. Wise doesn't shoot. Brocco out of the near side corner. Skates up to the top of the left wing circle. Now up high. Keys to the circle. Taking it off the skate. Gabe Velarde. 55 seconds left in the 5-on-3. That's the first penalty. A shot try. They score. Sergachev with traffic in front. Sends it through Timpano. And it's 3-0 Windsor.
Sergachev getting a pass back to the right point, and he just let that one fly, and he has a wicked blast, as we all have seen throughout this season. Last year's OHL Defenseman of the Year, a power play goal, 3-0, and they still have a minute 12 on the second penalty to work with here on the power play.
Strome is released, and it's 5-on-4.
Just 43 seconds into this second period.
Sergachev, who was a -6 against London in the 7-game series, and he gets on the board for his first of the MasterCard Memorial Cup, and it's 3-0 Windsor here in the second. I believe Velarde is going to pick up another assist on that. That'll give him 3 on the evening for the draft-eligible center. Lots of NHL scouts did this tournament. If you have an early pick in that top 5, you're liking what you see from number 13. Sergachev again fires. Look at all the traffic in front. That one doesn't make it on goal, but no try for Timpano. Here's Brown now. Gives down low, looking for Velarde. It's picked up by Graham Knott instead. Fed onto the corner. Back up high, Sergachev. He's right back to the right wing side. Brocco across. Velarde one-time try. Bounces to the front of the net. He never got a lot of wood on it, and the Otters can grab that loose puck and clear. Oh, but Timpano, that's why he's so far deep in his net, because he doesn't know where the puck is. There's so much traffic in front of him. Luckily, those ones, it's some friendly fire as the Otters. They get a lucky bounce there. Offside is Windsor bringing it to the zone. 12 seconds left in the TJ Fergus minor. But a damage done. The 5-on-3 goal to Gale Sergachev makes it 3-0.
Scoring play, Sergachev from Logan Brown and Jeremy Brocco. That one coming at 43 seconds. Of course, a power play goal, a costly one at that. Erie in penalty trouble, and it comes back to bite them on that power play goal.
Erie will take the puck in their own end and loft it the length of the ice as the final 3 seconds will trickle off the clock, and Sean Day brings it ahead. Fergus will step out and join the play. 1 for 3 on the power play now for Windsor. But all important now, 3-goal lead with Sergachev on the board. Sean Day winds this one ahead to center ice. Right down Main Street, feeds Boca left wing side. Right back to Day, fires one just wide on the glove hand side. It rolls off the shelf and it'll bounce out to center ice as Stanley feeds it into the honor zone one more time. Darren Radish up ahead for Taylor Radish. He'll deflect it into the zone, and DiPietro will settle it down behind the net. Picking up there, Logan Stanley. Moves to Lashram. Darren Radish on top of him, but it's bounced out towards center, and the Honors will feed it to Taylor Radish at the red line. Radish drops it off to Fergus. Erie in the neutral zone here, looking for Strome. Touch it on for Taylor Radish, or Darren, on the right wing side. Darren dragging into the back door. Oh, what a reach from DiPietro. Just robbed Alex DeBrincat on that play. Darren Radish fires, caught by DiPietro. But the Otters, DeBrincat didn't get a lot on it, but that puck was heading for a wide open 4x6. He reaches with the paddle and keeps it out of the net.
Absolutely a brilliant save by Michael DiPietro. As it looked like he was out of position, but he's able to get back and make that stop, and then a second stop without his stick as well. Some good chances there by the Erie Otters as they try to get back in this hockey game.
Oh, they just showed the replay. It was Lashram diving and got a piece of it. Hit off the post from our vantage point right here. Looks like it went off the paddle of DiPietro reaching back. But the puck luck shows up, and little help for DiPietro and his friend to his right on that iron. There's Chatfield back at his own net. Wheels behind the goal. It'll pass up the far side, tips out, and Fergus reels in there for Erie. Launched on to the near side, looking for Ivan Ladnia. Sergachev over skates and it bounces into the Windsor zone here. Chatfield to Natnan. Speared away, the Honors. Kyle Pettit out of the near side corner. Feeds down low for Ladnia to the far corner. Sergachev gets there first, spins away and finds some time, but he turns the puck over as Maximovich tries one. That's off the stick. Pops to the near side corner, and Addison flies this one to center ice. Here's Fergus. Ahead for Patrick Fellows. Center red, wanted to give up to Ivan Ladnia, but he coughed the puck up to Addison. As it's kicked ahead by Jeremiah Addison, who lost the stick on a poke check from Fellows, and now it's picked up Fergus at his own end. Fergus wheels out to center ice. And through a pack of 5, bounced it around to the far corner. Trickles there, Bracco. He'll find Logan Stanley. Furthered on the left wing side, Graham Knott steps around Fogle and gets it out to center ice. The Otters steal. Here comes Fogle into the zone. Going to get on and get a shot to the in front. Sorelli, he could not finish it off and fires it off the side of the net. He gets buried on the near side. McEnany sent him down to the ice, and Stanley has the puck. Looks on far side, but the Otters have come close twice now and have not been able to find the back of the net. Graham Knott hit by Warren Fogle as Darren Radish softly sends it ahead for Sorelli in his own end. Pass to Taylor Radish. They nearly ran into each other, and the Otters feed it onto their own corner, and Sandbrook will dig it out there. Sandbrook ahead for Anthony Sorelli. Skates out, speeding, one hand on the stick, crunched onto the near wall by Cole Purbu. And the Otters can't keep in after the flutter across the blue line. Then around the horn, a shift change on as Dylan Strome trying to poke it forward. We picked up here by DeBrincat. Going to give out to Strome. Winds, half slapper, just missed wide on the blocker side. Trying to get out in front for Taylor Radish. Has to take it onto the boards. Gets some space for himself. Backs up to bring it loose. Man in front. They fired off the side of it again. Sandbrook trying to tuck it. Loose in the paint. They hand off Taylor Radish. Blocked out of play. And they whistle with 14:47 as the Windsor faithful applaud the efforts in front of DiPietro.
My goodness, what chances created by the Erie Otters, and they have been, despite the goal on the power play, they have been the aggressors here in the second period, and we're suddenly seeing those grade A chances that we just didn't see from them in the first period, and the message from Chris Knobloch has gotten through to his hockey club as they're winning the battles, and their gap control is much more positive in their favor here in the second period.
Oh, that's 2 from on the back door that Erie has just shanked wide as Jordan Sandbrook couldn't finish. Alex DeBrincat couldn't finish, and those are 2 guys that have offensive prowess. They haven't had the bounces go their way here tonight. 14:47 in a 3-0 hockey game. Ivan Ladnia twirls, gets it to the front of the net as DiPietro holding on, with Cam Lazat providing the screen.
Tell you what, this fourth line has actually brought some energy for the Erie Otters, and they've gotten over half their shots in this hockey game.
And another one there. And they'll sit out with Budubny, Ladnia, and Cam Lazat. Fergus Chernak, the defender. And Budubny wins that draw. Here's Ladnia off the wall. Fergus, stand on the shot, and look out. Velarde steering the puck ahead. Chernak trying to get back, but it's brought in down the left wing side and into the corner. Velarde shoving there with Eric Chernak. Whacked up the near side boards by Ivan Ladnia. Gets out to center, ripped right back in by Sergachev. And there's TJ Fergus. Played up the wall. Off the skate of Lazat, and it's out to center ice. Sergachev left side. Played ahead. Nice little pass for Addison, but it bounced around, but Udney couldn't pick it up. The Otters just enough lift to get it ahead, and now it's Ladnia. He'll slide it into the zone. DiPietro stops it up. Played onto the near side as there's a check on Sergachev from Lazat. Down goes Sergachev. He's supposed to be in from behind. As in comes Fogle, and he just runs him in. That was Chatfield. But Nathan gets the puck ahead. Chatfield slow to get up. As this one off the stick of Vera Radish, and that one actually goes over the netting and out of play. Here with 13:52 to go in the second period. 3-0 Windsor here at the MasterCard Memorial Cup.
The Erie fans have to be much happier with what they've seen from the Erie Otters here in this second period, as they've been getting some decent chances. As you mentioned, there are not a lot of puck luck. They've come close on about 3, 4, almost maybe 5 opportunities. A couple that went wide that didn't count for shots on goal. And one of their defensemen making that 6th save kind of out of nowhere to bail his goaltender DiPietro out. But Erie at least getting those chances, and we can say that that's a positive sign here in the second period.
Shots are just 3 apiece, and as Steve mentioned, a couple off the mark from the Otters that, as they go on the board to the net, they're probably going in, but some backdoor plays on DiPietro. Otters fans, real food, real beer, real historic atmosphere. That's what you'll find at the Brewery at Union Station, Erie's original brew pub and restaurant, located downtown at 123 West 14th Street. That's the Brewery, proud sponsor of the Erie Otters. Face-off, I believe, is a neutral ice after the deflection. The attempted fire in from Julius Nattinen. And the Otters, you can tell, I think Chris Novak shortened the bench just a little bit. Still the faith in that fourth line that they have been buzzing here for Erie. And they developed some energy that Erie hasn't found in their other combinations, at least through the beginning of this game. 13:52 to go when they get back from the TV timeout.
We saw a little bit of physicality from that fourth line in the last shift as well. Cam Lazat with a couple of heavy-duty body checks on the Windsor players, and a little bit of that wouldn't be a bad thing here against this Windsor Spitfires team as well.
Chris Knobloch reuniting his top line with has had so much success. Taylor Radish, Dylan Stroman, and Alex DeBrincat. As is right now on the ice, Fogle, Sorelli, and Kyle Maximovich. It'll be Sorelli against Aaron Luchuk from the dot. And Luchuk, this is a guy who finished just behind their top 2 point getters. He brought in Jeremy Brock, already had a pretty good head start after coming from the Kitchener Rangers, but gave Velarde with 61 points. Luchuk, second in goal scoring of the regular season, with 28. As the Otters find the puck offensive zone. Here's Sorelli, turned it to the front for Fogle, but he was tied up. Fergus keeps it alive, on for Fogle. Sets it up high, drags, trying to bring it to the front. It's poked away by Luchuk, and they'll fly it into the Otters zone. This will be an icing call as Darren Radish able to get back and touch up. But a little too much individualistic from Warren Fogle. I know he wanted to drag and get a shot away, but Aaron Luchuk, good defensive play, move it ahead and off the blade of Warren Fogle and deny any offensive try. The Otters did so well in face-offs against St. John. 50 wins to just 26 losses. They won over a little under half, but here tonight about even. 13-12 in favor of the Otters face-off wins. As this one will be settled, and they'll even things up because Windsor won it, but the Otters able to find that puck. Send it on for Alex DeBrincat as he's shoved hard by Jalen Chatfield, and he goes shoulder first and allows Windsor to lift it out towards center. Bracco from center end gets it into the Otters zone. Timpano slided up the far side wall, held in by Chatfield. Half flapper right to the mitt of Troy Timpano, and he holds on with another big boy in Logan Brown out in front of him. The save made by Timpano as he holds on.
Of course, Logan Brown, a first-round draft choice of the Ottawa Senators. And he's certainly a pride and joy of their hockey club. They expect big things from him and moving to the next level. Very, very high on him. And he's had an injury-plagued season, but he'd love nothing more than to have a tremendous Memorial Cup and finish it up strong here.
Battled a wrist injury for a lot of the season. Has a goal of 3 points, make it 4 points with the assist here tonight on that 5-on-3 power play goal for Sergachev. Erie trying to get out of their own end here. A lot of puck or pressure on the puck, and it forces Erie to push it out to the blue line, but they can't get it in the zone. It's underneath Natnan and gloved down by Gurney. Ahead for Sandbrook and the man to the front. They fire that way. Bounces in front. Fellows couldn't get the tape on it. Patrick Fellows leave it for Pettit. Off the referee again as Natnan able to tie it up, take it away, as the Otters thought they had that lane, but the deflection sends it on near side. Gurney, though, steps in front of Sergachev. Now it's Fellows. The point. Chernak throws it towards the goal. That's wide and banks onto the far corner. Chatfield, he'll lift this one. Up off the glove, kept alive. Nice play by Jordan Sandbrook, and Erie stays in the offensive zone. Chips for Fellows. He couldn't take the pass. It was in the air, and Chatfield back to it on the near side. Getting just on was Dylan Strome, but it's bounced in the circle, and Chatfield with Taylor Radish hunting after him. Moved on for Addison to the circle. Now Natnan, but it's loose onto the far side wall, and chasing after is Dylan Strome. Trying to keep it loose. The Otters have changed already here in this shift opportunity, but it flips down ice, and will it roll enough for icing? It does. And Taylor Radish, a veteran play. He really moved the arm to make it look like I'm trying real hard to get to that one and buy that icing call. And that's a unit that's been hemmed in their own end for a little bit with the opportunities for the Otters, and they got to put the tired guys back on. Velarde doing the little stick exchange to buy some time, but the face-off will be to the right of DiPietro. The Otters, let's see if they can take advantage of a unit that was running around their own end for a bit. 11:54 to go, 3-0 Windsor. Strome try to win it back. Taylor Radish has it from the circle. Slide it on for DeBrincat. Waits and he'll fire one. Save made. Rebounds to the front, and the Otters can't get there. It's cleared down ice again, and it'll be another icing call as it crosses the red line, and Fergus hustling to it, but could not. Erie. We talked about getting to the front of the net. Erie couldn't do it there. That rebound sat out to the right of DiPietro, but nobody home there to clip it home.
Unlike the Windsor Spitfires, who have got in the kitchen of Troy Timpano, the Erie Otters not able to penetrate much into the blue ice or thereabouts in the slot area against Michael DiPietro. They're going to have to do a little bit more of that to be successful here. A lot of the goals scored from there.
And a try from the point off his stick that goes wide, and Addison picks it up to the near side. They'd love to get a change if they can, but looks like Darren Radish will keep this alive. Flips it down towards the corner, bouncing, and Sergachev after. Shoulder by DeBrincat. The Otters snap it to the net off the stick. Picked up out of the corner. The Otters speed for DeBrincat. Tied up by Mikhail Sergachev, but DeBrincat continues on to the far wall. Plastered there as finally they knock him down. Erie has the puck. Move out towards center. They tag out, try to bring it back in. It's thrown by Fergus. Rimmed around. Sergachev reads it. Leaves it to the wall, and it's flipped up and out one more time by the Windsor Spitfires. But Darren Radish carries it in, lost it again. Natnan softly to the Erie line with 11 minutes to go. It's Fergus backing up, gives ground, watched by Natnan. The pass on ahead. DeBrincat waiting for some speed with somebody coming in. It's Taylor Radish. Puts it through his legs of his brother and lets one fly just high on the blocker side. DeBrincat can't get it away from Logan Brown, and it's flipped ahead for Bracco. Off his skate, but it trickles for TJ Fergus at his own end.
Windsor were desperate to make these changes. Mikhail Sergachev was operating on fumes and really barely skating at all with any pace. He finally gets to the bench.
Sent to the Otters corner. He's fouled by Logan Brown. Dragged to the front and fires it high. He was just given too much of a lane. Fortunately, he missed on the shot. The Otters playing one down towards the corner after a misfire by Logan Stanley. As Warren Fogle Flips it on the near side. It's going to be picked up by the opposite 37. That's in white, Graham Knott. And out of the corner, Bracco finds Knott. Poked away by Maxim, thankfully for Erie, and the Otters stretch out ahead. Vogel left wing side. First to rally, but he overskates and stumbles and lost his footing. And back to the puck is Windsor with Bracco. Drags to the middle. Hands off. Logan Brown sails one just high on the slapper. Sorelli just looks off. Couldn't pick that one up on the back end and makes his way down to the bench. Here comes Windsor. Toss it in. Luke Boca. Shoulders Chernak. Followed up by Luchuk with a man Lasham. When they get to the blue line, Mackinnon, he's got a lane. Fires one. Sharp angle. Bounces off the goaltender. Still loose. A block in front. Goaltender wiped out. The Otters moved on the near side boards and bailed out. And a good team effort in front, but still with the puck is Lasham. He lets one fly wide. Boca to it. Sends it off the side of the net. In behind the goal. Third line doing some work here for Windsor, and the Otters just backhand this one down the length of the ice. It might go for icing. No. It just ties enough for the Otters. They can make a change. Another tries the near side. Couple big stops for the Otters and some help in front. It's Cole Purbu down the left wing. In behind the Otters goal. Shoved by Sambrook. Followed up DiGiacinto. Turns and fires it just wide on a knuckler. Rodney is hit for the boards. Puck loose in the Otters zone. DiGiacinto crashes it on Jordan Sambrook. The Otters finally some soft hands from Garrett Podubny. Sends it out to center, but thrown right back in to the Otters zone. 8:40 to play. 3-0 Windsor. Great shift by that third line, and now the Otters will be guilty of an icing call with 8:34 to go here in the second period. They'll head for a TV timeout. Erie can change with it out at center ice. With the big stops in front, Timpano and the D's standing their ground in front of the goal line. It remains 3-0 Windsor.
Certainly was a strong sequence by the Windsor Spitfires down low in the Erie zone to create a multitude of chances, and they were just very, very close to making this game a 4-0 blowout. But Troy Timpano and his defensemen both blocking everything they could, and it was a almost by committee effort there by the Erie Otters to keep this game at 3-0.
The Otters giving up that 5-on-3 goal. Only one 5-on-3 goal allowed all season long. And that was back on November the 26th against the North Bay Battalion. Brett McKenzie scoring the goal when 5-on-3. This time it's Mikhail Sergachev from the point. And a big booming shot beats Timpano. And it's a 3-goal lead now here in the second period, but comforted for the Otters. Up until that last shift from the third line with Boca, Lasham, and Aaron Luchuk. Erie starting to find their game once again. A lot of offensive puck possession, but still looks nothing to show for it just yet.
No, you're right, Aaron. They've turned around the puck possession part of the game at least, and they're getting some chances of their own where they had limited chances, if any, in that first period where Windsor really dominated the puck possession game. It's been a lot more even here in the second period, despite the fact that Windsor has the lone goal.
Draw comes into the Otters zone. And I think the Otters, their complaint is that Ivan Lodny had deflected the puck before the red line, so should have been in that gap where you can ice the puck and you can change, but they didn't get the call. So the Otters have a line of Strome, Lazat, Lodnia, Fergus, and Sambrook that have to stay out.
But at least the TV timeout allows them a bit of time to recoup, if nothing else.
And Erie does win the draw. There's Dylan Strome giving it on to Jordan Sambrook. Lodnia flying on ahead. Puts it between his legs, but chipped away at the blue line by Stanley. Erie at center ice. Strome, changes coming up here. Strome sees that. Able to float this one into the zone. Settled by DeBrincat. Sets up Radish just on. Trying to bring it to the front. Knifed away. This one drifts all the way back to the Erie zone. A 3-0 hockey game. Windsor Spitfires, the host team, ahead. The Otters looking to get on the board here. 8:05 to go. They hold behind their net. Looks to break out. Lots of bodies out in neutral ice area. As DeBrincat shuffles around Bracco. Puts the wall by Addison and sends it back for Chernak. He'll try the near side with Dylan Strome. Softly sent to Taylor Radish. He'll drag his way on in, lets one fly, and that's high on the glove hand side. Fergus still lets this go to the net, hit his own man DeBrincat, followed up by Dylan Strome. Passes on DeBrincat, snaps it, save made, rebound just whacked away in front of Dylan Strome. There you saw the 6'7" and that reach of Stanley coming to the aid of the Spitfires. Chernak's drive, blocked. DeBrincat now to the blue line. Fergus drags across the line, sends it up for Strome, trying to poke it along for Alex DeBrincat, but it's taken away. Tied up by Natten, and then Graham Knott sends it in deep. Bounce in the corner, Fergus. Back for Chernak. Sends it around off far wall. Picked up by Alex DeBrincat. Erie parts of a change on. They look for Fogle. Gets a piece of it, but he's denied that line by Sergachev. Followed up by Bracco. Throws it towards the Otter zone. Played by the stick of Alex DeBrincat on a high stick, so nobody wanted to play it. And this one, whoa, odd bounce. It kicks around into the corner and just pops right in front of the net. And the Otters in some trouble here. At their own line, Owen Hedrick just on. Able to find Warren Fogle, who can skate to center ice. They're trying to change the D. Fogle, centering it in. Chases this one down towards Sergachev. Tied up on the near side. Sorelli finds the puck. Now gives to the blue line. Hedrick, half slap, no. Gives to Sorelli. Chips down low for Warren Fogle. Trying to step around Logan Brown. Turn it towards the front of the net. Chatfield comes whirling in towards the puck area, but it's poked away, and off goes Hayden McCool. Softly sends it on in. Darren Radish back. They're turned around behind the net. DiGiacinto follows up, but it's knocked to the far corner and given out to another at the blue line. Sends it back in deep. Bouncing puck. Darren Radish has to settle it down. Just enough to find Fogle. And a final 6:05 of this second period. 3-0 Windsor. Fogle lifts this one. Glove down by McEnany. And he moves it right on to his partner, Tyler Nuther. Ahead, off a skate, trickles towards the Otters line. Owen Hedrick gets there first. Sends it in front of his own bench. Podubny just on. As is Pettit, he sends it into the zone. Back first, McEnany. To the corner for his partner, Nuther. Former London Knight. Put to the boards by Kyle Pettit. Ties him up and trying to now get this puck loose. But the Otters inside the offensive zone. Shuffled on for Darren Radish. Holds, waits, fires. Blocker save made, and the rebound. Knocked onto the near side wall. Darren Radish pinches in. Stepping in front of Lacestrom, and the puck loose along the near side boards. Garrett Podubny digs it out. Slap shot. Stop DiPietro. Good play by Tyler Nuther to not allow Ivan Ladnia to get to the front of the net. And DiPietro, a clean vision to watch that slap shot come in and hold it right in the breadbasket.
The Windsor Spitfires doing a good chance of not allowing second opportunities to the Erie Otters. Either DiPietro's making the save and they're giving him a lane to be able to see the shooter, or they're clearing it away very quickly to help out their goaltender, and they've done a good job of that here through a period and, 3/4 of the second.
I'll tell you what, I'm really disappointed in Windsor's, this building and hosting the Memorial Cup, that you can't even have the shots on goal up there during a game.
No, and you know, it's been a tournament-long thing that they've had this kind of problem.
This is Game 6. Figure it out.
No, I agree with you 100%.
I mean,
like, call somebody in to fix it. This is 6 days in.
So at one point, shots were 12-9.
Who knows what they are right now?
They're adding them up once again. But
I don't know what
3-0. That's the number that does matter. It's 3-0 Windsor.
That's just the important number, yeah.
With 5:24 to go here in this second period, but the Otters out shooting Windsor now. If those are the right numbers, it's 7-5 in this frame. But a much better outing in the second period from the Erie Otters, and rediscovering their brand of hockey against the Spitfires here in the second.
Agree. I think it's very important for the Erie Otters to get one on the board before the end of the second period, to get to the dressing room. If there's, perhaps they'll trail 3-1 if they're able to get one. But that is incredibly important for them to get something on the board before the period ends here.
5:24 to play. They'll have an offensive zone cross. Brome's unit takes the ice. Chernak Stanbrook on the blue line. It's the Velarde line with Chatfield and Sergachev. 3-0 Windsor. And as Steve mentioned, Erie love to get on the board here before this frame ends. Waiting on the TV side to come back. As we get the thumbs up, and we can drop the puck here. And all OHL referee crew, officiating crew, Darcy Burchell, Mike Harris, their officials, Adam Harris, Dustin McCrank, our two linesmen. That's our referee lineup, brought to you by Laser Eye Surgery of Erie. Strom finds the puck, gives the blue line. Held here by Sambrook. They try to set up a set play, but Sambrook and Taylor Radish got their lines crossed. It's centered right around the middle of the ice at the blue line, and Erie has to bring it back out from center. DeBrinket, right wing side. He'll throw it to the goal, block it away, comes to Strom, back to the net, and it just catches the side of the cage. DeBrinket, gin one to the front, but it's picked off. Velarde moves it to Addis on the left wing side. Already a pair of goals. Shuffles around. Eric Chernak planted in the end boards by Sambrook. There to help out is Dylan Strom as he slides it on for DeBrinket. Now just a weird bounce over his stick. Caught a pile of snow there and back for Sergachev now to his own line. Off the leg of Chernak. And Graham Knott. Hook checks by Eric Chernak and Taylor Radish. Moves it back. Stretch it out ahead looking for Dylan Strom. It's off the leg. He's offside. And a whistle sounds with 4:31 to play in the second period. Or they call it icing. I thought that went off of one of the Spitfires.
I thought it did as well, but it looks like they're going to call it an icing call. Not sure how four guys out there missed that, but anyway, it will be an icing call. Face off deep in Erie territory to the left of Troy Tintano as a result.
At least for the through almost 40 minutes, this is probably, it's hard to knock Torelli, but this is one of the worst teams I've seen him play as an Erie Otter. Not to say that it's worse, but he just doesn't look on to what you're used to seeing from Anthony Torelli.
He's been a non-factor.
Just having a hard time controlling the puck, passes off the mark, hasn't been able to receive passes. It's been strange. Bracco, though, in control back after the dump in by Erie, and here's Brown to send it on and picks up his own dump in. Out of the far corner, Fergus, little stick lift for Darren Radish, but Bracco takes the puck right off his stick. They give the blue line. Sean Day, watched by Maximovich, poked away by Maximovich. It's still loose, and Bracco just keeps it in. Graham Knott. A good paddle play from Troy Timpano to defend that pass, but the Otters couldn't get to that puck in time. Maximovich sends it to the blue line of Windsor, and holding on now, McEnany. Ramped ahead by Graham Knott. Timpano will slow it down as Darren Radish comes back to move it. Instead, Timpano finds Fergus. Now it's Radish on the near side. Angle up the near wall. They have a man. It's Patrick Fellows in the zone. Right wing side. Fellows fires. Save made. And the rebound just past Torelli. A face-off upcoming as that puck bounced into the Erie bench. But that was Patrick Fellows looking for the pass off the pad. And the rebound from DiPietro. Good work by him to kick it to the open corner rather than right out in front.
Absolutely. That's what you call a kick save and a beauty. And it was from Michael DiPietro. He looks sharp here in this hockey game. So far, 15 saves. Letter perfect through almost two periods.
Fellows gets to the blue line. Owen Hedrick. He comes down. Continues to go right through a check from Laystrom. And now trying to fire from a sharp angle. Going for the backhand. Gurney. And he got tied up. Penalty coming. And the Otters will get one. Chernak bounces one off the leg. And Luchuk is in all sorts of trouble after blocking that one time from Chernak. But Gurney, continuing his strong play in this tournament, draws a penalty. And this final 3:08, and Erie will have their first power play opportunity.
Well, this would be a great time to get a power play goal, and they have done plenty of that in this tournament. They have a 60% power play percentage, 6 for 10 coming in. Of course, they had 5 power play goals against the St. John Sea Dogs. But 3:08 left in this second period. This would be a great time to get on the board.
This is the number one penalty kill unit during the regular season of the OHL at 88.5%. They only allowed 29 power play goals. The next team was the Otters, allowing 39.
Amazing.
Darren Radish at the blue line. Left side, Dylan Strom in front looking for DeBrinket. Poked away by Stanley. And ripped down the length of the ice. He can get away with so much just with that reach alone.
Absolutely.
DeBrinket thought he had that lane and was open for the time, and just it's Stanley reaching and just knifing it away. Here's Strom now on the right wing side, open in the zone, wrist shot, and it's stopped by DiPietro. No rebound. With a minute 27 left on the power play.
You make a great point about Logan Stanley, 6'7", 231. A big customer, but they also have Mikhail Sergachev, 6'3", And Sean Day, 6'3" as well. Long reach from all three of those gentlemen on the back end. And they do a great job as they have all year on the penalty kill.
Bounce in front of the goal. Chatfield, he's tied up by Taylor Radish in Erie. Taylor Radish still trying to keep it alive, puts it onto the boards, but Chatfield recovers and rips it off the wall and leaps out to center ice. The Otters come right back in to bring it with a man in front. Here's Sorelli moving into the backhand. Saved by DiPietro, rifled high by Taylor Radish. Here's Sorelli now. And a clear-cut breakaway for Sorelli. He couldn't finish off. Here's Strome. Moves in front. Wrist shot. Sails high on the blocker try. Taylor Radish feeds it around the horn. Strome will pick it up at the left wing circle with under a minute to go in the power play. Sorelli down low. Back for Strome with the far circle. Up high, Darren Radish. Winds. Gives to Taylor Radish instead. Back to Darren and escapes. Has to trickle back. Strome now with a man in the front. Fires from a sharp angle off the side of the net. Bouncing around. Trying to dig it to the front was Strome, but getting the whistle was DiPietro. And the face-off.
Sorelli just has taken a penalty here. It looks like the official waving.
I thought he had him.
We'll see here, but
moving the face-off outside.
Well, perhaps that's what's going on, but it looked like he pointed at Sorelli.
Yeah, that's what I thought too, and I was like, after what they've let go, I was going to be stunned if that's what would happen.
No, it looks like it's not going to be a penalty after all, but a great opportunity by Anthony Sorelli, and what robbery by Michael DiPietro has been tremendous here in this game.
Erie has really gotten their legs moving here in this second period. And that's what created that try. Here's Fogle down low, behind the net, back to the zone. Vodnia sinks the shot, but it trickles to the front off his skate and slipped down on the back end by Addison out of his own crease. 20 seconds on the power play. Second unit on for Erie here, but another good chance generated. It's Stambrook. Here's the mill right down Main Street, but Erie offside. Well, we can see how quickly they close. Again with reach. Gabe Velarde at 6'2". Jeremiah Hudson, he's 6 foot as well. They just close the gap on Stambrook and force the offside. Otters with 13 shots on goal here in this period. This is what you're used to seeing from the Otters. They always talk about the first 10 minutes of a game, and at least for the start of that first period, Windsor, they got to their game first, and it really showed. I mean, before the Otters find it, you can't take 21 minutes to find your hockey game.
And that's really been the trademark in this tournament by the Windsor Spitfires, who've come out firing in every single game they've played.
Lodney spins from traffic. Sends it on to Jordan Stambrook. Leaves it back for Lodney, now center point. Winds up, half slap shot. Dave made the rebound right on the goal crease. Erie digging away, and it's stopped by DiPietro.
Boy, oh boy, that was about 2 inches away from being an Erie Otters goal as Michael DiPietro on his back, able to just keep it out. A very close call for the Otters.
1 second on the power play, but looks like they'll kill it here, but Erie not shy of chances on this power play opportunity, and that one, you're right on it. This is probably the best net view that we get, and that thing just, if that was a power play earlier in the period, when you have some pressure ice, you can see the snow built up in the crease, that may have slid through, but DiPietro falls back and makes another stop on the Otters. This is a guy that went 3 straight games with shutouts back in November, and he's ruined 3 Teddy Bears costumes for competition.
He did.
As the power play is over, the Otters back up in the final minutes of their own end. TJ Fergus, Chernak, and rips up the near side off a stick. No icing because it trickled off of the stick of Julius Satnick. Stanley gets right to the front of his own goal, but nearly turned over. Strome turns it, hands off, it's down to the ice, goes to bring it. A wrist shot by Taylor Radish is stopped by DiPietro, but to bring it down along the ice.
Michael DiPietro, a nice local story as well. He's from nearby Amherstburg, which is maybe about 7 or 8 miles from here. A hometown kid performing here on home ice at the Memorial Cup.
Andrew Kubneski comes out to assist Alex DeBrinket, who's still down on all fours along the near side faceoff circle. I didn't see what happened to him.
No, I didn't either.
His stick ended up in front of the net of DiPietro. But Alex DeBrinket, through this tournament, with 6 points, Trails just behind the leaders in Dylan Strom and Taylor Radish, but DeBrincat able to get back up and will make his way off with some help from Andrew Putneski. But a 65-goal scorer in the regular season, tack another 13 on in the postseason alone.
13 goals more in the regular season than any other player in major junior hockey in this entire country. As DeBrincat goes to the dressing room, just 38.6 seconds left in the second period.
Sully wins the draw back. Darren Radish, traffic to the front. They throw it that way, off the body of Fogle, and it trickles onto the near side corner. Fogle stops, drops it off to Maximich to the near side. Erie works it back up high. Maximich drags that way, gives it Darren Radish along the blue line. Shuffles across, takes a little pick play, and Erie's going to get a penalty. Interference to Kyle Maximovich. And Kyle Maximovich can't believe it. But he drifted across that line and was trying to throw a little bit of a pick, but knocked down Graham Knott. And for the power play for a fourth time tonight.
It's unfortunate, but it's a legit call. Maximovich doesn't like it, but that call needs to be made, and was.
Oh. They just showed the replay here. Maximovich got him a little bit, but he caught the toe of his skate.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Yeah, he dropped in a heap for being 6'4", 195 pounds. And the 5'9" Maximovich.
Yeah, there's quite a size differential there.
Here he flips it back the other way, and it's Sergachev. He'll carry out ahead with 10 seconds left. Going to ramp it out himself. Sergachev, wide left, forced into the corner by Chernak. Plays one on the far side, reeled in Bracco. 3 seconds left, bouncing puck, just couldn't sell it in time, and the Otters will hold it as time expires here on the second period. But a 5-on-3 goal early for the Windsor Spitfires, and they take a 3-0 lead after 40 minutes of play. But the Otters, 16 shots on goal in that period to just 5 for Windsor. They found their game but have not been able to solve Michael DiPietro, who had 6 shutouts in the regular season alone, a single season record for a Windsor Spitfires goaltender. He has been sharp, especially in that second period after not being tested much at all in the first.
He's been the best player on the ice for either team tonight, has Michael DiPietro, and he is putting on a clinic here in his home rink. But on the positive side, the Erie Otters did much more to create some good opportunities for themselves in that second period. A little bit unlucky that they don't have anything on the board here. But if there's any team in junior hockey capable of overcoming a 3-0 lead, it's the Erie Otters.
We're going to step for a break. We'll have an intermission report for you, the UPMC intermission report for you right after this on Jet Radio 1400.
Otters fans, Bertrand here from Cloud 9 Wine Bar. If you want a place to get great food and great drinks specials before Otters game, stop in and see us at Cloud 9 Wine Bar for happy hour from 4 to 6, featuring half-off draft beer, draft wines, and selected menu items. Cloud 9 Wine Bar on the corner of 10th and French Street, Erie, Pennsylvania.
Whether you're a student athlete, a seasoned competitor, or a weekend warrior, UPMC Hammett Sports Medicine is the only regional program with more than 30 years of experience treating sports-related injuries. From sports injury prevention to specialized treatment, visit us in our facility located in the Bayview Center at 100 Peach. UPMC Hammett Sports Medicine is recognized for its expert treatment and rehab of any sports injury. Count on UPMC Hammett Sports Medicine, the choice of area athletes. Visit upmchammett.org for more information.
The Sheridan and Courtyard Erie Bayfront Hotels are proud sponsors of the Erie Otters. Join us for the pre- and post-game celebration at the award-winning Bayfront Grill or the brand-new Shoreline Grill. Let us help you fuel up for the high-energy game with our extensive menus and craft brew selections. You Otter be dining with the best.
Crossover utility vehicles, called CUVs, are more popular than ever, and there are too many to choose from. If you compare them closely, however, you'll know why we believe that only one CUV offers the most and costs the least. It's the 2017 Mitsubishi Outlander Sport CUV, and you'll find it in this region only at Interstate Mitsubishi. The Sport is now $19,990 or $239 a month, and that's with all-wheel control. The Sport also comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 7 airbags, 18-inch alloy wheels, and a 6-inch touchscreen and more. If you like CUVs, please compare the Outlander Sport with all-wheel control for $19,990 at Interstate Mitsubishi, 1/2 mile south of the Mill Creek Mall on Route 99.
Special pricing includes dealer APR cash, which requires financing through dealer indirect lending program. Lease figured at Tier S approval and is prior to tax, title, license, and dock fees. First month payment due with signing based on $23,390 MSRP.
Listening is half the battle. Understanding is the key.
This is Jet Radio 1400.
Understanding is the key.
WJET, Erie.
Welcome back here inside the WFCU Center in Windsor, Ontario, where the Erie Otters trail the Windsor Spitfires, the host team here, 3-0 through 40 minutes of play, and after 2 periods as the Otters, a good response in this second period with 16 shots on goal, but cannot beat Michael DiPietro at all. The lone goal coming from Mikhail Sergachev on a 5-on-3 power play at 43 seconds in the start of the second period. Now we're going to send it back to this morning and hear the game plan. Rocky Thompson addressing the media just before their pregame skate.
You continue on in good position, 2-0, and you have a chance to get to the final.
Yeah, this is a very important game for us tonight. Our guys are prepared and they're ready. They're excited about it, and obviously we're playing an outstanding opponent, an opponent that's been picked all year to be in this position. The Erie Otters, they've done a great job, and we give them, all the credit in the world, and there's a ton of respect that way. But we know what we can do, and we're excited about the opportunity here to prove it again tonight.
What part of their game do you hope to capitalize on?
Well, one thing we definitely don't want to do is turn over pucks, and there's been a couple of great examples against Erie in the last couple of games that they played, how dangerous they are off the rush. So definitely we don't want to allow them any odd man situations, and if we can play with the puck and have our possession numbers high, it takes away a big part of their game.
How much of a difference is it having the full roster back?
It's been huge. It's been great. We've had a lot of depth in our lineup all year. Other guys have had to step up in certain situations, and over the course of the last 2 games, guys like Logan Stanley has done a great job getting himself back into game ready, and he's been playing really good, and that's really helped the other 3 defensemen who play heavy minutes for us in those situations where we haven't had to overplay them. So it's been important for us, and we've got some pretty good chemistry happening on our forwards lines right now as well.
Talk about being disciplined, limiting turnovers, staying out of the box. I got to think that's even more of a factor in tonight's game against Erie.
Yeah, you can see how dynamic they are on the power play. They scored 5 goals and 7 opportunities, so you have to maintain your discipline against that hockey club. They're a very disciplined team themselves. They haven't taken a lot of penalties this year. If you look at the league standings, neither have we. So I anticipate a physical game. Obviously, that's something we want to do. But it's a game that's played between the whistles and, like I said, clean but aggressive.
How much pressure do you want to put on their D and their goaltender in particular? They're not known to give up a lot of shots and a lot of chances.
Well, their D are very good at breaking pucks out, and so is their goaltender, actually. He plays the puck extremely well. So we want to manage the puck in situations where it makes it extremely difficult for them to transition as quick as we can.
What's the mindset of your hockey team, 2-0?
We're in a good place right now. We feel good. I think, when you have stamina, energy, and strength, you feel great. And the old saying is fatigue makes cowards of us all, but our guys aren't fatigued right now, so they feel good, they feel confident, and they know that they're playing right now to the best of their abilities, which is great.
You take this any day of the week, right?
Absolutely.
One win and you get to play for the national championship?
Yep, absolutely. This is so important for us today, and we're excited about it.
What do you say to the people who were looking for a team that was going to come in rusty?
Hard work pays off in the end.
When you look at the mindset of your team, it's a little bit different in the playoffs in that you still have that one opportunity that if you do lose the game, you can move on. Is it a challenge at all, knowing that you keep the focus on this one game, knowing that there's still some life ahead if things don't work out?
Our guys know how important this is, and I think the way Erie humbled the other two teams in this tournament, that we already respected them, but that really shows you what they can do if you're not prepared mentally every single shift that you play against them.
Yeah, you said that before. You have to go in not scared, but at least recognizing what the other team is.
Well, you always respect your opponent. If you don't, you're in trouble. So we respect them to the point where we will give them nothing all night.
Did you watch that game last night?
I did.
What do you think of St. John's performance? Makes you not want to play in the tiebreaker?
I'm not even thinking about that. I will give St. John credit. I thought they had a great bounce back, and they're a very dangerous team, which we knew when we played them, that when they have the puck, they can make some plays, and they got some great shooters. So
more hockey coming up here on the UPMC Intermission Report on Jet Radio 1400.
An Erie landmark since 1953, Nunzi's Place serves generous portions of great food at reasonable prices. Family owned for almost 60 years, Nunzi's prepares the finest Italian food in Erie. Come see why the Erie Times-News said Nunzi's is known for food that tastes good. Nunzi's Place, located at 2330 East 38th Street, near the Bayfront Connector. To call for reservations or place an order for takeout, call 825-2940. Nunzi's, known for Italian food that tastes good since 1953.
SEO, text message marketing, social media.
As a business owner, you know the best way to reach customers is online.
Viral videos.
But you don't have time to keep up with the latest digital marketing technology.
Web design.
That's where Local Edge comes in, especially for the one term you're most concerned with.
ROI.
As a full-service digital marketing agency, Local Edge offers turnkey solutions to grow your business online. From search engine optimization and marketing, to social media, to mobile advertising, to video promotion. Our expert support team is ready to customize a program to your needs and track results throughout the campaign. Plus, as a division of the Hearst Corporation, Local Edge is backed by the largest, most diversified communications company in the nation. So when you're ready to generate leads, find new customers, and increase your revenue, talk to the digital marketing experts. Visit localedgemedia.com. Think digital. Think Local Edge.
National Fuel says, smell gas? Leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130. If you detect something that smells like rotten eggs, it could be a natural gas leak. Leave the premises immediately and contact National Fuel from a different location. Do not use your phone or turn on a light inside the area. Immediately leave the premises and call National Fuel's emergency line. Play it safe and remember, smell gas? Leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130.
You've just gone through 90 days of winter, which felt more like 900 days of winter. So come to Tim Hortons and put 9,000 days of winter behind you with an all-new freshly brewed iced tea. If you order a small, they're just $1, and there are 3 delicious flavors to choose from: peach, mango wildberry, and lemon raspberry. Did I mention they're just $1? Because they are, which is yet another reason to celebrate. At participating U.S. restaurants, offer available for a limited time.
Keep up on all things Erie Otters by following us on social media. Follow the Otters on Twitter and Instagram at Erie Otters, and like us on Facebook at facebook.com/Erie Otters Hockey. You'll get up-to-the-minute news on all things happening with your Erie Otters, so check us out on social media today.
Welcome back here inside the WFCU Center in Windsor, Ontario. It's the final game of the round-robin portion of the 2017 MasterCard Memorial Cup as the Erie Otters trail the Windsor Spitfires 3-0 after 40 minutes of play. So we'll welcome you back into the UPMC Intermission Report. I'm Aaron Cooney. Steve Fitzsimmons along with me as well. The Otters, a much better period out of them in the second than the first. Nothing to show for it, but the hole gets a little deeper with the 5-on-3 power play goal for Mikhail Sergachev. Plus, to start the third, a fresh sheet of ice and a lengthy power play again for the Windsor Spitfires. But after going down 2-0 in the first, Jalen Chatfield, this is our Arctic Spas recap, he's got both goals in the first period from Gabe Velarde on the primary assist for both. Logan Stanley, Julie Stanton also picking up helpers along the way. Then to start 43 seconds into the second period, a bomb from the blue line from Mikhail Sergachev, his first of this tournament. Bracco and Logan Brown, the assist, but 3-0 Erie. Chances of their own. Some bounces don't go their way. Give credit to Michael DiPietro. He's made some outstanding saves, including a little breakaway for Anthony Sorelli going on the power play from at the top of the face-off circles in. Couldn't beat DiPietro. A couple tries from open nets, but the Otters couldn't find the back of the cage either. But Erie, 16 shots on goal. You finally saw what the Otters can do when they're capable of it in that second period.
Yeah, they definitely created some offensive chances. They had a lot of good looks, and Michael DiPietro was tremendous in that period and kept his team with a 3-0 lead here. And you know what? I'm reading Twitter, and people are talking all about Michael DiPietro, how amazing he is performing, but this is the performance we've seen from him throughout this season for the Windsor Spitfires. He's been the backbone of this hockey club with this kind of net minding. I guess the Johnny-come-latelys that are just sort of tuning in to this guy here at the Memorial Cup are seeing that this guy's a pretty good hockey player.
And he is, we said on the broadcast during the period, I believe the guy went 3 straight games with a shutout. Actually, the Otters were the team to break that shutout bid back towards the end of November going into December, where he went 209 minutes and 23 seconds without allowing a goal.
And as you said, he ticked off 3 different fan bases by stopping their teddy bear night, which of course you guys know is the promotion that when the home team scores, you get to throw a teddy bear onto the ice for charity. But he was back to back, stopped that dead in its tracks for 3 different nights, 3 different fan bases on 3 different teams. Pretty amazing job that he did doing that.
The Otters trail 3-0 after 40 minutes. Our out-of-town scoreboard is brought to you by the Sheridan and Courtyard Erie Bayfront Hotels, proud sponsors of the Erie Otters. You ought to be staying with the best. For junior hockey, this is the only action going on. NHL, they got the day off too, which allows at least everybody back across the border can watch this game live on the NHL Network. So that's the first time throughout this tournament the NHL Network has switched and allowed us to play the game live. So Erie, Pennsylvania, they got to check in the game. I know a lot of other fans watching as well around the country. But the Otters, they have work to do coming up here in this third period. And they're going to need to get on the board, but first kill another power play for the Spitfires. Third period is next. Right after this on Jet Radio 1400.
Over the years, technology has greatly improved the productivity of the business office, from faxes and copiers to multifunction printers. Now we don't know how to get things done without them. And that means you need a reliable printer copier and a dependable service plan. That's why you should trust Cooper Business Machines. They are Erie's only authorized dealer for Sharp document systems. And most importantly, they will maintain your machine so that it continues to, well, work. Just like your car, it needs regular maintenance and parts need to be replaced regularly. If your copier isn't properly maintained or you're not getting toner in a timely fashion, then you've been reminded what it's like to work in the dark ages. Don't wait any longer. Your business requires dependability. Shouldn't you expect the same? Cooper Business Machines, Erie's only authorized Sharp dealer and service provider, helping you get back to business since 1980. Online at cooperbusinessmachines.com or call 456-7585.
Programs, get your programs!
You know, Mill Creek schools have all the programs you need.
Really?
Yes, they have preschool programs, Center for Performing Arts programs, Honors College and ROTC programs, dual enrollment and student internship programs, not to mention 16 advanced placement courses, 30 varsity sports, and over 50 high school clubs and activities.
Sounds like they do have a program for everybody. Programs, get your programs!
In the Mill Creek School District.
Otters fans, if you're looking for the best hand-cut steaks, fall off the bone ribs, made from scratch sides, ice-cold beer, legendary margaritas, and fresh-baked bread, then look no further. Texas Roadhouse, located at 7475 Peach Street, Erie, is the place for legendary food and legendary service. Whether you're looking for a special occasion or just a night out with good food and friends, think Texas Roadhouse. And don't forget to cut your wait time by using their famous call-ahead seating. That's Texas Roadhouse, 814-864-9494. What's 10,000 square feet with 100-plus arcade games, all set to free play, including air hockey and one round of glow golf, all in one great space? If you said Playport Erie Arcade, Erie's largest indoor arcade center, you're exactly right. And if you haven't had a chance to stop in and enjoy all those old favorites and new challenges, now's the perfect time. Race your friends head-to-head with the 4-player simulators, ride motorcycles, boats, skis, and more. Playport has bowling, pinball, basketball, hunting games, and of course, all for a one-price admission. Come on into Playport Arcade. It's like having that feeling when you wish you were a kid again. Yeah, that's the feeling you'll get at Playport Erie Arcade. Playport is more than just an arcade. Playport is Erie's first indoor glow golf attraction. It's like walking into another world as you enter the glow golf room filled with neon and different fun obstacles at every hole. Playport is fun for all ages, and now for a limited time, grab 3 people along with yourself and take advantage of the 4-pack special. But hurry, it's only for a limited time. Playport Arcade on West 12th Street in the big white building just east of Peninsula.
I beat my best score. I love this game.
Welcome back here inside the WFCU Center. Starting the third period, Erie has to kill off a power play. They'll win the draw all the way back, and Darren Radish will kill some clock. Sending it the length of the ice, and Warren Fogel trying to chase Sergachev back behind his own net, but prevailing ahead, Mikhail Sergachev. Drop pass, and through center ice, here's Jeremy Bracco. Onto the left wing. Dropped there by Brown. They feed it right back to him, but the Otters pick it off, and T.J. Fergus bounces out ahead. Estrelli trying to poke this one forward and maybe get this puck away, but Sergachev, some good hands and a reliable one, rolls away from Estrelli and moves it forward. Bracco sends it in down the near side. Velarde. Drop pass. It comes to the blue line. Day, wrist shot. Day makes in fan of the rebound. Knocked away. Pitchforked by T.J. Fergus and the length of the ice as well. Very good to try and start build some momentum if you're the Otters. Start with a kill. And you got to worry about the next task, and that's getting one past Michael DiPietro, and they clear one more time as Chernak doesn't give the line to Sean Day. Brought forward by Natman. Floated into the zone. A little interference run by the Otters, but Mitch Byrne will send it up the near side and elevated out by Patrick Fellows, and now down to 15 seconds on the power play. The 4th opportunity for Windsor. Erie just won, and they came close but couldn't finish the job. They foot race now for an icing call, and the Otters do it. As back is T.J. Fergus, and now an offensive zone draw upcoming for the Otters. 7 seconds left in the box for Kyle Maximovich, and 18:28 to go in this third frame. Erie 5 and 15 when trailing after 2 periods, but 2-1 in the postseason. They did trail by 2 goals in that. Or by 1 goal, in that final frame against the Mississauga Steelheads. In Game 5, and able to rally back from that one. Out of the box is Maximovich. The Otters control after a face-off win. Alex DeBringet, we should tell you, is out here and taking a regular shift here early on with Dylan Strom and Taylor Radish. He left the game at the end of that second frame with an apparent injury, leaving without Andrew Kubneski, the Otters trainer, down the runway. The Otters, they're going to fish this puck back out of their own end. They will do so because it's an icing call on the poke by Jeremiah Addison.
Well, a solid penalty kill to start this period by the Erie Otters, and not only, let's see if they can get the offense created. They have an offensive zone face-off deep in Windsor territory and try to get some offensive looks here and get one on the board early and get some momentum going in the Erie Otters' favor.
Garrett Podubny steps out with Maximovich and Ivan Ladnian. But the Otters unable to make anything of it. Face-off win for Windsor, and they clear. Stanbrook is back at his own end. Gives to Podubny. Rolls away from Logan Brown, who brings the pressure. Hands off to Stanbrook one more time. Oh, that one nearly intercepted, but Chernak able to wheel ahead. 4-on-4 into the zone here, as the late man back is Stanbrook. Chernak picks the puck up and just feeds it around the boards to the near side. Reeled in by Jordan Stanbrook on the back end. Banks is looking for Garrett Podubny. Out of his reach with the Otters, steal right back. Here's Maximovich. Throws it down low in some traffic as Ivan Lania puts a shove on a defender, but Sergachev recovers. They hand it off right back to Maximovich. Garrett Podumny stick handling and takes it on to the far side corner. Played up and off a glove and out of go off a stick. That's off the glass and out of play. And no penalty upcoming for Austin McEnany. With that one banking off ball, the Otters trying to do anything they can to influence the call. Won't happen. Windsor leading after 2 periods, including postseason play and this Memorial Cup tournament, 34-1-3-2. And they have a pretty good lead, but they've been in this tournament. They've showed the kind of take their foot off the gas.
Well, and if there's one team in junior hockey that's capable of coming back from a 3-goal deficit, it's the Erie Otters.
Strome poking around at the blue line, but it's too much pressure from Windsor. As Dave Velarde tied up by Alex DeBrincat, followed up Addison to the blue line. Stanley, his shot blocked by Dylan Strome, but he lost the stick in doing so, and the stick broke. They got to find a man open, get back across. Natman couldn't settle it down in time on that give and go. Addison now already with 2, sends it down deep to the Honors zone. DeBrincat will find it. Slap it from Fergus. Elevated up the near side, but not out. Addison picks it off and has a man heading to the front. Here's Jeremiah Addison twirling out of the near side corner, watched by Fergus. So to knock it away, here's Darren Radish. Going to give right back. A quick pass from Dylan Strome finds Alex DeBrincat, and the Honors work ahead. Here's Strome, got loose, slap shot off a couple sticks, and on wide to be cleared by the Spitfires back to Erie Ice. Taylor Radish trying to bring it back in. Has Alex DeBrincat. Floats it off a body and settled down by Chatfield. Snap forward. Luchuk, one hand on the stick, directs it into the Honors zone. Velarde been shaken up on the hit from Alex DeBrincat that he took, but Torelli in control for Erie. Feeds Fogel, chips it to himself, trying to bring it forward. Maximovich tips it back on for Fogel, throws the net, stick over to the corner on a play by the goaltender DiPietro. Here's Fogel, turned around by Luke Boca. Torelli finds the puck on the half wall. Feeds it to point. Chernak, little half slapper, bounces down. Fogel picks it up the circle now. Charges the front, gives to that way, but couldn't be picked up on the backhand by Maximovich. Fogel gloves another one down, but it's a last-ditch effort from Boca to send it forward. And now into Erie territory on the play by Lachel. Bounce forward again. The Otters pick it up. Torelli, 1-on-2 into the zone. Gates trying to drag in front. Nice away last second. And by the defense. There's Owen Hedrick keeping in from the near side. Maximovich with Fellows out in front. Fellows takes it behind the net. Drop pass. Looking for Torelli on the backdoor. But he couldn't reel it in. And Boca will skate out to center. Put it into the Otters zone as both teams finish personnel swaps. Deborah quickly for Gurney. Touched by Fellows. Owen Hedrick settles down a bouncer. Plays it off the glass, and Kyle Pettit can pick it up. Dump it in from center. Reaches on Logan Stanley. Fellows will find it. Heads on near side. Tied up by Logan Brown. Puck is still loose. Circles on out of the near side corner of the Windsor zone. Here with 5 minutes off the clock in this third frame. 3-0 Windsor. Otters looking to get one on the board and try to move from it. They killed off a penalty already to start this period. It's finally pried loose, but the Otters hold in. Darren Radish from the blue line. His shot deflected out in front and goal. And DiPietro again on a spinning, swirling stop to hold on to the puck in the blue paint. There was that in front. Christian Gurney, I believe, made that deflection in life a little bit difficult for DiPietro, but somehow the 17-year-old comes up with the stop.
He is certainly zoned in here tonight and is playing some tremendous hockey in the Windsor Spitfires net. And no doubt in a house full of NHL scouts, they have to be thinking about Michael DiPietro and what he might mean to their franchise. He's ranked 61st by NHL Central Scouting. He can't be doing anything but helping his ranking here tonight with the performance we've seen thus far in this hockey game.
If your team needs a goaltender in the NHL, seems like a guy you can build around for sure. What he's performed here. 6 foot, 193 pounds. Draft eligible here as DeBrincat holds his shot off a stick just wide. As Sandbrook jams it to the goal, flips around, and there's DiPietro. Sharp along the near side post to again smother a loose puck. Otters shut out just once this season, not in the regular season. It was game 1 against the London Knights. Another dazzling goaltender performance, that one by Tyler Parsons. Otters lost that game 2-0. Face-off win from Dylan Strome, but it splits the defense. And here he's got to back up. In possession, though, it's Sandbrook. for Darren Radish. Back for Alex DeBrincat. And he wheels on towards his own circles. Here's Darren Radish again. And now Strome trying to flip it across for Alex DeBrincat. Picks it up along the red line, ducks around with a couple checks. And backhand pass will be deflected by Taylor Radish. Flips to the zone, but shipped right back out by Jalen Chatfield. DeBrincat finds Darren Radish. Ducks around Addison and charges on near side. Darren Radish wants to carry it himself into the zone and does so. Leaves it in behind the net. Taylor Radish trying to chase it down. Forces a defender along the wall. Dylan Strome digs in. As it's banked right back behind the goal by Taylor Radish. Here's Cam Lazat. As he's knocked down on a play, trying to head to the puck, but no call. Lazat wanted one. As he puts a shove into Chatfield out at center ice. The Otters will find the puck on near side Sambrook. Ahead for Cam Lazat. Center red and in. 13:23 to go. Puck is gathered by Stanley. Pushed up the near side dasher of his own end as Lazat punishes another man, but the puck does get to center ice and thrown in by Lashram. Timpano to move it. Lays it up the near side. As Garrett Padovny trying to dig it out loose. Tripped up by his own man, TJ Fergus. As Luke Polka trying to turn it down the near side. Fergus ties the man up. Still digging near side. Luchuk in to help out. Three white shirts. They take the puck and work it down to the corner of Lashram, but Chernak steps in front of him and slides it on for Ivan Lodnia. Off his skate. Sends it back into his own end. Chernak. Back for Fergus on the near side. On a little dish. And now Erie has a little bit of time as Windsor backs off and finishes personnel change. Erie does the same. 3-0 Spitfires. They're in the final game of the round-robin play. Chernak on the back end will fire it in from center. DiPietro dishes to the near side. Franco skates out of his own end. Lofted ahead towards the Otter zone. Sandbrook is there and just skies it back the other way. Defenders back for Windsor, and they control holding back behind their net. Shirley chases that man out. It's McEnany who carries. Snaps it up the far side. Sandbrook steps into a man. And the Otters find Maximovich now. Gives left side. Cirelli drags and fires. Shot was blocked. Followed up by Fogo onto the backhand. He lets one loose and another save from DiPietro. The rebound right there. Erie couldn't get to it. Fogo looking for Maximovich. Onto the far corner. Plays to the blue line. Hedrick reels in on the back end. Has to send it back in deep with the pressure. Reaching was Fogle. Cirelli now. Fogle comes out in front. Put it to the goal. Maximovich! Oh, Bucci! Crashing the goal is Kyle Maximovich, and the Otters are on the board, 3-1.
Crashing the net is right as the Erie Otters are full force in the slot, and Kyle Maximovich finally dents the twine as the Otters having some great chances and some good looks on that particular rush. And they finally get one, and Maximovich delivers it.
Paying the price to score a goal. Kyle Maximovich at 5'9", $174. It was forced in front by Fogle, and Maximovich, even though he's tied up, just bashes his way to the front and sends it through DiPietro, and the Otters are on the board. It's a two-goal game, 3-1 Windsor.
And we talked about the fact in the pregame that Kyle Maximovich leads the Erie Otters in scoring against Windsor this year, this being his 7th point in 5th game.
Taylor Radish, he'll send it down low for Strome. DeBrincat will find it and take it onto the corner. Throw it in front, bounced around, but the Otters couldn't get to that puck in time as it's moved forward by Gabe Velarde. Looking for Addison down the near side. Picks it up, drops it in front. Taylor Radish there, but it's off his stick. Played by the goaltender, Timpano. Oh, a glove save on Julius Nattinen from the left circle. For the left, 28 to go here in the third period.
So it's Maximovich from Fogle and Cirelli coming at 8-10 to get the Otters on the board. They still have 11:28 to work with here. Certainly the momentum has been in here, their favor here in this third period, as they finally dent the twine behind Michael DiPietro, who's been really spectacular in the net for the Windsor Spitfires.
Keep your clothes in top shape with Chido's Dry Cleaners, complete with an easily accessible drive-through and free pickup and drop-off. Chido's Cleaners is second to none. That's Chido's Dry Cleaners, the official dry cleaning service provider of the Erie Otters. Face-off will be towards the right of Troy Timpano, who has seen 18 shots on goal. The Otters are upping their total once again. They can stake out. If they play this way in the first period, it's a much different game.
Absolutely.
But held to just 5 shots on goal in the first, and since then, It's been Erie. They're up to 27. Give them another 6 in this period. And just 4 for Windsor, even with the power play. But the Otters, you got to wonder if Windsor, you think back to their first game, if they're kind of thinking, oh man, we got to tighten up here because we're right on the track here for that game against St. John where they scored a couple quick goals and made things a little tight for the comfort that we would prefer.
Absolutely. Well, it's been the trademark in this tournament that Windsor has come out on fire in the early going and have benefited from some energy from the crowd, but also in puck possession themselves early on in the first period in all 3 of their games, and they benefited huge from their strong start. One, of course, overwhelming the Thunderbirds, and then, of course, holding on after getting off to that 3-0 start for a 3-2 win against St. John, and here they lead 3-1 as Erie will no doubt put on a press with 11:35 to go.
Erie wins the draw and move it on for Fergus on the near side. Collects it, looks left. Gives right instead. That's Dylan Strom. Too much on that dish. A lot of air on it. It bounces for Sergachev to be played forward and back for Fergus. From the near side circle. Here in a 3-1 hockey game. Erie on the board. Kyle Maximovich. They find Dylan Strom out of center. The tough area to find and get finally just thrown onto the goal from center. Walker on the corner. Chatfield knocks it up the near side board. Taylor Radish gives on to Fergus. Darren Radish right side. Looking for Strom. Trying to curl it back on for Fergus, but Darren Radish, he's got to activate and charge on down right side. Has the puck now in front to Brinket. It was in the heel of his stick, just outside his wheelhouse, and it trickles onto the corner now. Darren Radish again. Leaves it for Taylor Radish. Little interference run. Erie gives it a Brink, or rather Fergus, who skates across the line. Here's Darren Radish on the near side circle. In front! Looking for Taylor Radish. The pass is off his stick and trickles out to center ice. The Brinket want to wind it back up. Strom. Curl it on for Taylor Radish, but off his stick, and Boca sends it in. Erie trying to change as Fergus has to reach it onto the near side. Steps around to check. To Brinket. Snaps it around the boards in his own end, and here's Stanbrook on the move for Sorelli. Couldn't handle the pass. It bounces off his stick and grabbed once again by Windsor. Send it on the near side. Boca turned around. And now Chernak able to take over as the Otters look to break out from behind their own goal. Pass looking for Sorelli. Holds. Man with speed is Warren Fogle as he does pick it up and bring it on the near side. Tied up with Dustin McCrank, the linesman, but gets it in down deep as Maximovich to chase it down to the corner. Feed it back for Sorelli. He's open on that far side. Waits to have it in front. Jam! But the Otters can't finish it off. Sean Day steps in front of Fogle. And the Spitfires clear. Here's Sorelli. Back on forward left wing side. Feeds it into the corner. Stanley gets it in. Puts the rear end on to Anthony Sorelli. And down he goes is Logan Brown. Able to gather the puck. Reaching in. Stanbrook taking a chance. Pinches in. And Stanbrook has the puck now. Gets around a man. Wrist shot. Blockered away. Settles behind the goal. Maximovich wants to turn it out in front. Sean Day takes it away. Bounce back behind the goal, and Day, with some pressure on him from Maximovich, flips up ahead, and it will go into the Windsor bench. With 9:12 to go, the Otters continue to press here in this third period. It's a 2-goal game. Windsor ahead 3-1.
They do indeed, and Warren Fogle had a great chance to the right of goaltender Michael DiPietro, and Sean Day may have saved the goal, clearing it away just in time. On a good chance by the Erie Otters in close. And we haven't seen a lot of those in-close opportunities by the Erie Otters. But there was one right there, and Day doing a good job defensively for the Windsor Spitfires.
9:12 to go in this third period. The Otters continue to press here, but they'll need some heroics and quickly. And the chance to play for the Memorial Cup final on Sunday. If not, Erie would be scheduled to play the St. John Sea Dogs come Friday night here in this building in the semifinal. I'm sure Chris Dahlbach and his crew have that, and I'm also sure that Danny Flynn, head coach of the St. John Sea Dogs, will have his group ready to go as well for whoever they end up facing. A chance at a team that's both Windsor and Erie defeating the Sea Dogs in round-robin play. But Windsor 134 games lost to injury, and proving here at this tournament what a rested and healthy group can do. And we kind of touched on it in the pregame show that being the host and knowing maybe getting knocked out of the first round, it did provide you that opportunity to have a couple weeks off and become a healthy squad and have that 44 days between games that have led them well rested and ready for their competition here this evening. Bennett will take the face-off. It's against Julius Tatman over in the far side circle of the Windsor end. Erie wins the draw, and it's Darren Radish. From a tight angle, trying to stick in with the front. Chatfield takes it away. Still in the offensive zone is Natman. Good hands, takes it away from Darren Radish, and it's poked on towards center ice. Looking for Sergachev, busting down the right wing side. Throw it to the net. Stick save Timpano, and he smothers it. No rebound. A little under 9 minutes to play in a 3-1 game.
Well, you're certainly seeing Darren Radish activate from the blue line and jumping in offensively and trying to create some chances down low for the Erie Otters. He's done it on the last two shifts he's been out there. And with 8:59 to go here in this third period, you're going to see a lot more of Darren Radish trying to create that kind of offense. 81 points this year to lead the OHL among all defensemen in scoring.
As he nearly turned the puck over, Bracco with those sure hands almost had it. As Gurney does take the pass to center ice and floats it off a body. Radish also led defensemen in scoring during the postseason with 22 points, 8 goals and 14 assists. Here's Gurney. Angle it down low. Gets off the goaltender, back out to the front. A backhand try just wide by Fellows on that angled bounce. Here's Fellows back behind the net. Looking near side. Heads back and drops it off to the point instead. Fergus. Pass slapper near side. Darren Radish twirls away as Bracco provides some pressure. As the Otters turn it back up near side. Darren Radish, play it down low. Shoved to the wall by Logan Brown. And it's lifted ahead as Bracco gets to the puck. And the Otters got to reset. Gurney throws it in, and they'll make a change on their forward side. Here's Sean Day trying to wind it ahead. Gets around one man, gets around two, and now busts down the middle of the ice. Poked away last second, though, by Eric Chernak. Here's Sambrook. In the Erie zone, Jordan Sambrook from the near side corner. Heads behind his goal, and now looks to move it ahead. Chernak chips up the wall. Alex DeBrincat off his skates, but Erie couldn't possess it, and it's sent back into the Otters zone. Campano will settle it down. Leaves it for Jordan Sambrook. Angled back up the wall, and the Otters couldn't get to that one either. And it's ripped back into the Erie zone. This is a good shift, just keeping the Otters in this creative forward group, chasing the puck instead of in control. Now Strom has it, and Erie gets into the zone, right wing side. Trying to play it to himself in front of the goal, but it's cut off by McEnany. He's got the puck in the corner and takes it behind his own net. He's got some time to lift it on far side. Chernak wants to get after it, but Leishman cuts him off, and it's moved out to center by Aaron Luchuk. 7:10 to go. Here's DeBrincat. Curls into the zone. Waits as Fogel's just getting on. DeBrincat still holding. Looking for Fogel. Throws it to the goal, and it's stopped by DiPietro on a sliding bad stop. Fogel now just charging his way back behind the net. Gets back up after he's knocked off his skates. Bring it to the front of the net. Tied up. Knocked off his stick. And DiPietro just dives to the puck. With 6:55 to play in a 3-1 game. Fogel has really driven the pace here since both the second and third period. If it wasn't for him, he's been really getting his line going, getting his feet moving, and making things difficult for the defense of Windsor.
And you commented about it, the slow start that Anthony Sorelli had to this game, but he's really picked up the pace here and has been involved offensively, looking more like the Anthony Sorelli we're used to seeing.
Face-off win by Erie Fergus. Drifts on, left wing side, spins away from Jeremiah Addison, plays to Hedrick, snaps it towards the front of the net, bounces around, it's cut off by the defense of Windsor, and they play it forward. Oh, great poke check by Owen Hedrick, but they get it right back, Windsor. Addison trying to give a cross, recovering is Fergus on the poke check to knock it away from Gabe Velarde. Loose again as Velarde trying to bring it to the front. Sent that way, Sorelli cuts it off, loose in front, they have Addison. There's three. Jeremiah Addison. Loose on the near side. They were not to be denied with that play in the net front area, and Addison makes it 4-1.
Hat-trick goal for Jeremiah Addison, a breakout performance here tonight, and who else? Gabe Velarde with a nifty little feed to Addison, and he makes no mistake about that to make this 4-1. And NHL scouts in the building have to be impressed with Gabe Velarde. That'll be his third helper of the evening. A nice performance by a guy ranked third overall by NHL Central Scouting.
The Otters saw the centering pass to the front as Velarde and Addison were working back behind the goal. As it just gets loose, Erie forgets all about Addison. He again gets wide open on a backdoor play. No chance for Troy Timpano once again. It's a 4-1 lead with 6:29 to play.
Now let's be clear about one thing. Troy Timpano has played very well in this hockey game, and he certainly gets more than his fair share of criticism when the Erie Otters lose a hockey game or struggle a bit. That's just not the case tonight. Troy Timpano's done his job here for the Otters. When you get some prime time opportunities like that, the top players are going to score.
You got to bury. That's been the difference. And this one, the Otters had a couple backdoor plays themselves that they couldn't finish off. Two of them to be in fact, and this could be a different game if DeBrincat and or Stanbrook in that second period was able to put one in. But instead, the Otters, their top players, unable to capitalize the way that Windsor has in this one. And it's a 4-1 hockey game. And Windsor is certainly in the driver's seat to advance to Sunday's Memorial Cup final. Jordan Stanbrook looks ahead for Kyle Pettit into the final 6 minutes of regulation time. Pettit, opportunity off a blade wide with the try. Rodney now in the corner in possession offensively. Here's Darren Radich. Stick handles, gives off one time. Strome sends it over the net. They may have got a piece of it on a block, and it ends up out of play. With 5:42 to go in regulation, and Jeremiah Addison completes the hat-trick and makes it a 4-1 game.
Addison from Nattinen and Velarde. That goal coming at 13:31. So Nattinen with 2 helpers in this game, Velarde with 3, and Addison with the hattie for the Windsor Spitfires.
Otters fans, meet our neighbors at the new Arena Bar and Grill, located at 723 Front Street, your official before and after game meeting place. That's the Arena Bar and Grill, just a stop-serve pass away from the Erie Insurance Arena. But for the Otters, you have 5:42 to work with, but easy to say, looking to build momentum because you're playing Friday, and the Otters, maybe things did come a little too easy. The expectations into this first period, you thought they may come easy, but not the case against this Windsor team who give them a lot of credit. They had the better start. They were the better team in the first period, and they capitalized more than the Otters have.
You talked about the game after the overwhelmingly large margin earlier in the season where the game right after they were defeated, and you quite often see that where there's not a very good bounce back after a tremendous offensive performance like that, where it's just a complete blowout and you get into undisciplined patterns of play despite success. You do things that you don't normally do, and then you think you can play that kind of fire wagon, jump into the rush hockey in your next game, and it doesn't work out for you.
Windsor came through with some smash mouth, hard-hitting hockey. They got the stomps from Michael DiPietro. It's been a great recipe for them all season. And when healthy, it's been their expertise, and they've shown it in this tournament. The highest top 10 ranking they received was 3rd, and that was back in week 4. But as the season progressed, kind of got banged up. They finished with honorable mentions, the CHL top 10, as 4 other teams in the Western Conference of the OHL made their way towards the top. Windsor has been saying it all tournament long. They've been confident in their play. And even with the layoff, they've been ready for this one. Ready for this tournament. The Otters pitch one towards the goal, and another one. That one caught Sergachev up high, and he's a bit shaken up as the Otters send it back to DeBrincat now. Half flat, doesn't shoot. Gives it to Darren Radich. Peels back. Another one floats towards the net. Chatfield cuts it off, and Sergachev still in some trouble. I don't know if that shot caught him on the hand as Fergus keeps it alive. Knuckles on towards the net. And it's stopped by DiPietro. Sergachev takes his play off, still shaken up. After taking the shot from the Otters, Darren Radish.
Holding his side. And he's going to get looked at by the trainer over on the Windsor bench. His right side looks like he took the puck off of it. And some severe discomfort over there. Just 5:19 left in this one.
Face-off won by Strome to the wall, but Day pressures to Brinkett. Elevates this one up, but Darren Radish nicely keeps that one in. Strome gloves it down. Holds, looking man coming in. It's Taylor Radish. But a lot of mustard on that pass. He couldn't handle it. Neither could DJ Fergus, and it's back to the Honors zone. The final 5 minutes. 4-1 game. The host looking to advance to Sunday's Memorial Cup final. Taylor Radish now. Out ahead for Dylan Strome. Touch to Darren Radish, who joins the rush. Down the left wing side. Cuts to the middle of the ice, and it's swept off his stick by Windsor. And the Otters have to back up. Taylor Radish to Brinkett into the zone. Shuffles forward. Darren Radish trying to chip it to himself, but they quickly close the gap and deliver it back to Erie ice. Vogel just on, charges forward. Steps around one man, but Leishram knocks the puck away. Here's Dylan Strome. Bouncer for Sorelli. Couldn't handle the pass as the Otters trying to set things back up. Tip forward for Warren Vogel. Rolls away from some traffic. Feeds it down low. Sergachev back out there. Doesn't miss a beat as he delivers it up the wall. Chernak couldn't keep it out as Boca ties him up. Spins him around and gets the puck back to Erie ice, and Erie turns it over. Luchuk moving in. Glove save by Timpano from the left wing circle. Here's Leishram tripped up. Chernak going to move it forward, and the whistle sounds. I'm not sure why the whistle blew. Are they calling a penalty, or?
I don't think it's a penalty.
The puck, I mean, it was
maybe
there.
Lopsided the puck, I don't know, but Leishram tripping over the stick of the Erie player, and that's exactly what he did, tripped over the stick as opposed to being tripped, but no penalty anyway.
4 minutes remain, 4-1, Windsor. Whistle sounds here. Pettit is going to be waved out of the draw, even after Windsor got that one back. And now Anthony Sorelli on the face-off against Logan Brown. One towards Chernak. The play by Sorelli. And Sandbrook holds behind his own net. Looks left for Anthony Sorelli. Vogel coming off. On steps Maximus to Sorelli. Gets around one man and brings the puck on left wing side. Throw it towards the net. It goes wide. But there to pick it up is Maximus. Sends to Chernak with a shot that goes wide on the stick side. Goaltender coming off to our right. As Erie will bring the extra man on, and it's Dylan Strome. Maximus offside on that play, just trying to pick it before that puck crossed the line, but not in time. And looks like Timpano will make his way back to the empty cage with the face-off in center.
Well, down 3 goals with 3:36 left. You might as well take Timpano out and go for it and see what you can do. A pretty steep hill to climb, without a doubt. But you got to take a shot at it.
Chernak to Strome. Bounce for Taylor Radish. Chernak one more time in his own circle. A lot of pressure here from Boca. Keep the Otters in their own end. And finally, Strome can get to center ice. Launches one in. It's going to be an icing call. And played by the goaltender instead as it angles off the end board. Now Erie gets an offensive zone face-off. Quite a change and a fortunate bounce for Erie, and they can bring the goaltender off with the final 3:20. That's been the thing that once they got the lead, they just locked down that neutral zone. Erie,
absolutely.
Great pressure from the one forward that's in, forcing them wide. And Erie just had to play right to the hand of the Spitfires. Now this face-off is coming to center ice. And Timpano's going to come back to the net. Looks like you just have to get, you don't have to touch it up. You just have to get to the face-off dots, and I believe that's what happened. And then it was played by DiPietro. So a mistake by the linesman, and a face-off from center. It's Strome trying to make his way into the zone. Ribbon offside. Erie backs up. Again, from that great pressure, as Fergus does get in. Sends it on the back end as Dylan Strome looking to chase it down. Sergachev rips up the far side, not out. Darren Radish keeps it in. Sent back into the zone. On far side, Chatfield up off the glass. This will go, bounce off a stick of Sorelli. As they tie up down to the near side, Sorelli just throws the man down. Latham gets it right back, though. Darren Radish blocks the try, but the empty cage, and Fergus hustles and picks it up. Give it on the near side to Brinket. Shuffle forward. Here's Sorelli into the zone. Banks one down. Gloved around, turned by Chatfield. As penalty's coming up here for closing the puck on the, closing the hand on the puck, I should say. It's finally touched up by Windsor. And it's going to be Chatfield going for gloving it down, skate a little bit, and then threw it onto the near side. The Otters get a power play. Closing the hand on the puck with 2:32 to go. Crowd doesn't like it, especially after all the takedown from Sorelli on Latham.
Right. No, they hate it.
But Erie has a man advantage, at least a two-man advantage with the goaltender off, 6-on-4. 2:32 to go. And you would think you want to get on the board, you got to capitalize quickly on this. Strome wins the face off to Darren Radish. Off we go, final 2.5. Taylor Radish, left wing circle, fires a shot, he scores! Let the big dog eat! Just seconds into the power play, and it's a 2-goal game once again.
Taylor Radish with a rocket of a shot that I don't think Michael DiPietro even thought it was in the back of the net in a blink of an eye, but it's still 4-2. Still a steep hill to climb, but that's part of the way there.
Maybe that was Fogle out in front that provides the screen, and there you see. Traffic in front makes life difficult for DiPietro. That one squeaks right through him. And Rocky Thompson's going to use his timeout here with 2:26 to go. Calm the troops here in this final moment of the third period. But it's a 2-goal game. 4-2 as the Otters able to answer back to the Addison try. That made it a 3-goal game once again. But Taylor Radish continues his scoring. This is 9th point of this tournament. And the Tampa Bay Lightning prospect again finds Pater. Robbie from center. The Otters will want to get the puck in deep quickly. And Campano get him off if they can. And Erie going with a I thought they were going to go with a 4-forward unit. That's Fergus, Darren Radish, and then at the Brinket, Strome, Taylor Radish flying ahead. As Erie's taking the puck, Taylor Radish couldn't get into the zone. Bounce around on the near side, as the Brinket will. He looks to chase it down. Sergachev gets there first, and Campano coming off. Rifle around the board. Knocked down by Darren Radish, but on his back, a good play on that far side by Latham. Erie keeps it in deep, though. It's Darren Radish in the right wing circle. Fires a shot. They made a rebound. And just past the stick of Alex DeBrinket. Holds down from the left wing circle. DeBrinket, center point. Fergus waits and gives on to the right. Darren Radish drags to the middle of the ice. Gives back to Fergus. Near side DeBrinket. Sharp angle try. No go. As it's rimmed around the near side by Chatfield. Fergus keeps it alive and able to find Darren Radish. Wrist shot through traffic. And it's patted away as diving DeBrinket keeps it alive momentarily. And now on for Sorelli. Darren Radish in front. Strome trying to turn to the front. Sorelli after it. Loose to the front of the net. And it's knocked wide. Fergus now with 1:36. Darren Radish near side for Strome, and the shot is blockered away. DeBrinket. Fergus on the right side. Darren Radish at the point. DeBrinket on the near side. Moving in front, just past the stick of Strome. Throw it to the front of the goal. Sorelli stopped by a reaching pad of DiPietro. Here's Fergus. Gives on to Taylor Radish. In front for Strome, and the shot partially blocked by Latham. Back in front, right past the stick of Taylor Radish. 4-2 here. Getting to the final minute. Taylor Radish left wing side. Moves to the circle. Along the near has Fergus now. On the right for Darren Radish. Looking for Taylor. His shot scooped up. Got it right back. Denied. Another one bounces just wide on a try. Here's Sergachev. Rimmed around. Not enough gas in the tank for Darren Radish. But it'll be an icing call to Windsor. And Erie's tired as well. 44 seconds left. And here's the decision to make for Chris Knobloch. Those guys are dog tired, but the Otters don't. Their group is tired as well. Offensive zone drawn. The Otters get right back. You've got 3 Spitfires down on one knee. The Otters want to line up and take a draw. Erie's gassed as well. Stays 5, 2 goal game, 44.3 Strome, won the draw back. Here's Darren Radish, rolling puck, sends it off the sticks, just wide. Gathered by Taylor Radish. Hands to Fogle, drop it in front. Sorelli couldn't get there. And it's picked up by Chatfield. He'll skate to center. Looking for the net. He fires just wide. And a puck loose in the Otter zone. Under 30 to go, Darren Radish. And a 4-2 game, looking for Strome. He couldn't take it. And an icing call to Erie with 21.7 on the clock. And Chris Knobloch will have to use his timeout, I would think, and put the goaltender back in as well. That's a tired unit. They tried to capitalize on there's a near minute-and-a-half shift. They had him in the zone, but Steve Pietro, a couple major stops.
Major league pad save by Michael Pietro. My goodness, what a stop that was. With about a minute and 10 seconds left in this hockey game. To keep this game at 4-2, just 29 seconds left now.
Oh, between that power play that started for the Otters, about 2 minutes and 30 seconds left, Erie's put on 10 shots on goal. And the last 2 minutes and 15 seconds or so. Amazing. That's if the shot clock is correct, of course. Yeah. It changes just about every time.
It certainly has been a bone of contention in this tournament, the shot clock, but I think you're right. It certainly was a huge flurry and an amazing amount of shots fired Michael Pietro's way, who is brilliant with just 22 seconds left now, 21.7. And the face-off deep in Erie territory. Campano will stay on the bench.
The Otters will look to win this one back. Taylor Radish is lined up wide right. And he'll try to hustle forward if he can. They want to get it that way. Net empty. 21 seconds left. Kyle Pettit against Gabe Velarde. Pettit won the draw back. It's behind the goal. Sandberg will get there. Erie flies forward. They launch it that way, looking for Fogle. And a penalty coming up on Logan Stanley. Erie gets the puck as Max Simvich bounces it. And it's knocked down. And here comes the penalty to Stanley for interference. And Erie again, 11.5 on the clock. Took them just 6 seconds to score on the last try. To set something up quickly. But that's exactly it. Win the draw back, exactly what they wanted, and an alley-oop, Hail Mary pass. And it does result in a power play. It's 4-2, and 11.5 on the clock. Net empty to our right as the Otters will look to set up another offensive zone set play if they can. Discussion between Dylan Strome, who directs traffic, and Warren Fogle. They have the left-handers open onto the right side for one-timers, and Strome can win this back to Fogle. As it's bounced back for Fogle, he keeps it alive, but has a dive to do so, and it's tipped the other way. 5 seconds to go. Erie puts it to the forward, but the Otters will be playing on Friday night against the St. John Sea Dogs. The Windsor Spitfires will advance to Sunday night's Memorial Cup final, as the Otters will have to take the harder route and take on the Quebec Major Junior champions, St. John Sea Dogs, on Friday night here from the WFCU Center.
Well, you have to give the Windsor Spitfires and their coaching staff, Rocky Thompson, Trevor Lukowski, and the rest of the crew, a tremendous amount of kudos on how they prepared for this tournament, being off 44 days, coming in and getting great starts each one of their games with a superior game plan, and they have won all of their games in a round robin. They've earned the right to go to Memorial Cup final on Sunday at home.
We'll wrap things up with the Duskus Martin Funeral Home post-game show right after this, here on Jet Radio 1400.
What's more exhilarating than playing $100,000 club with top prizes of $100,000? Winning. On the spot. Yeah! So if you can't wait to win, then don't wait to play $100,000 Club, the new scratch-off from the Pennsylvania Lottery, for a chance to win up to $100,000 on the spot. The Pennsylvania Lottery. Keep on scratching. Players must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
Dr. Jones is right over there.
Early in the afternoon, Barbara checks in at a doctor's office. But if you look out the window, it's miles from the closest medical facility, because Barbara is in Highmark's Healthcare Mobile Clinic, a doctor's office on wheels that brings care directly to remote communities and members in need. By reaching out to Highmark members in need and inviting them to our mobile clinic, we're making access to care a little easier. Living proof of the difference you can make when you're all for health. Highmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. Visit HighmarkLivingProof.com.
Hey, Otters fans, Bertrand here from Cloud 9 Wine Bar. Do you know where you can get a great Sunday brunch? Cloud 9 Wine Bar is now offering Sunday brunch from 11 a.m. till 2 every Sunday. Our brunch features over 20 items, an omelette, a carving, and a crepe station. Stop in and see me at Cloud 9 Wine Bar on the corner of 10th and French in Erie, PA.
Erie Otters 2017-2018 season tickets are now on sale. Take advantage of the advanced discount price by committing before May 31st. Visit ottershockey.com for more information or contact the front office at 814-455-7779.
Welcome back here inside the WFCU Center, where, at least for fans, for us, entertaining game to call. It wasn't like the blowouts and the ones we've had the last couple. We finally had a hockey game here in the round-robin portion, but it's the Windsor Spitfires advancing to the Memorial Cup final on Sunday with a 4-2 victory over the Erie Otters here in game number 6 of the round-robin. And deservedly so, as they got the better start. Put up 2 on the Otters early, as the Otters had trouble containing, for sure, that line of Addison, Gabe Velarde, and Julius Natman. They were created 3 goals when it was 5-on-5, and that was the difference. And Addison did a great job. He's going to be named the #1 star here. Coming over from the Ottawa 67 for the season started. But the Otters will have to go the hard round. It'll start Friday against the St. John Sea Dogs for a second time of this tournament. That'll be Friday night. We'll have that one for you, of course, here on Jet Radio. This is the Douglas Martin Funeral Home Postgame Show. Douglas Martin working tirelessly to give your loved ones dignity, and our Arctic Spas recap begins with the first in Jeremiah Addison, as he is able to get loose a couple times. One set up behind the goal by Velarde, and then Velarde sets him up again for a nice shot from the left wing circle. 2-0 Windsor after 1. Erie outshot in that period 9-5, and did not look like the Erie Otters. They were the ones that looked kind of shell-shocked to start what Windsor brought. Great start for Windsor. You got to give them credit. They were definitely the better team at the beginning of the game and kept Erie on their heels right off the bat.
Oh, absolutely. I don't think there's any doubt about that. And really, I think when Erie does the post-mortem on what happened in this game, it really was that first period where Windsor got off to such a tremendous start and outplayed and outchanced the Erie Otters and outscored them, of course. And, they struggled to create anything offensively in that first period, did the Erie Otters, and then it was their undoing at the end of the game.
The Otters outshot Windsor 30-10 over the final 2 periods, but damage is already done in that first. Windsor on the 5-on-3 power play, 42 seconds into the second period, and it's Sergachev making it 3-0. And the Otters could finally get on the board. Hard work, Warren Fogle gets it to the front. Kyle Maximus just crashes the goal and just jams one past Michael DiPietro, who is outstanding here tonight. But Erie on the board at 3-1. But again, it's Jeremiah Addison getting loose once again. The Otters lose them on the near side circle. Starting with play behind the Otters net. Windsor so good from the face-off, dots in, and it showed one more time as Addison on the forecheck, working with Gabe Velarde. Velarde gets to the front. Addison able to sneak onto the near side. Natnan finds him, and another no chance for Troy Timpano makes it 4-1. The Otters would have had a power play goal at 17:34 from Taylor Radish, hooking up with his brother Darren, but for Erie's third period, just too little, too late. Credit to Windsor, made life difficult for the Otters and didn't give them as much time and space as they were used to in the first two games. And Michael DiPietro, it proves why he is a outstanding prospect and one of the top goaltending prospects coming up the NHL draft. And they got to give a lot of credit to him. He's not a star. When you go through the 3 stars, we'll get to that in a little bit.
Which is a surprise in itself, but they just had some outstanding performances from other members of their team. But for me, the best player on the ice might have been Michael DiPietro. You could make a strong case for Jeremiah Addison with his hat trick as well, but it was 1A and 1B between those two guys.
Erie won 45 out of 63 faceoffs in this one. 71% of the draws that the Otters won, but it's the score sheet that matters. But for Erie, you came back, the rally falls a bit short. Eventually they outshot them 30-10 over the final 2 periods, but that's what you got to take away from it. But you have a lot of work that now needs to be done. You got the harder route. You got the St. John Sea Dogs on Friday night. Certainly, you're not done yet. Your play in the first 2 games got you the opportunity to play a fourth game. But you got work to be done to get back and see the Windsor Spitfires one more time in the final on Sunday.
Well, the last 2 seasons we saw the OHL team win all of their games and win the Memorial Cup final, but we don't have to look too far back to see a team that went to the semifinal and ended up winning the tournament, and that was back in 2013 with the Guelph Storm winning all 3 of their elimination round-robin games to go directly to the final. And the Edmonton Oil Kings had to take the repechage route, I call it, where they go to the semifinal game and got through the semifinal and then defeat the Guelph Storm to be the Memorial Cup champs. So it can be done that way. It's a little bit tougher. You know, when I think back to the Guelph Storm experience, I thought the layoff was not really beneficial to them, where they played on Wednesday and then they didn't play again till Sunday, and they came out and they weren't very sharp, I thought. And the Edmonton Oil Kings had the benefit of playing on that Friday, playing very well, you know, looking good, and then coming out and winning that hockey game. So this could actually work to the benefit of the Erie Otters. Yes, you know, they don't advance directly to the final, but it actually might be to their benefit in the end.
Still alive, this is by no means an elimination of any kind, because, yes, they will play Friday, and if you look back at this game, Erie had so many opportunities in that second period especially, to climb back into it. DiPietro was huge. I mean, stopped Sorelli on a breakaway on their first power play chance. A couple chances on the back door for Jordan Sambrook, for Alex DeBrincat. So the opportunities are there. There's the chinks in the armor of Windsor, even though they go 3-0. But Erie's going to have to put the work in to get to Sunday, and that starts against St. John, who for sure they're going to be rested after playing back-to-back nights after getting just beat up on Monday. They handled easily the Seattle Thunderbirds in a 7-0 victory on Tuesday night, and they get to sit for a few days themselves, and we'll see if that rest does anything. Erie a day off, but right back at it on Friday after the loss here tonight.
Friday is going to really come down to which team is going to play their game more, in my view. And we talked about the fact that the Erie Otters are a puck possession team. You know, they're great in the face-offs, and they create a lot of offensive chances down low. Are they going to do that and dominate like they did against the St. John Sea Dogs? Maybe not to the tune of a 7-goal victory, but to creating the offensive chances and just playing the Erie Otters style of game versus what the St. John Sea Dogs bring to the table. We'll see who does that better on Friday night.
Erie unable to get to their game early, and it costed them here in this one, and they're forced to take the secondary route, and that's through a semifinal. Friday night, 7 o'clock here at the WFCU Center, and it'll be against the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League champion, St. John Sea Dogs. We're going to wrap things up. The final score here, 4-2. Windsor advances on to Memorial Cup Sunday in the final game here at their own hosted tournament. And the Otters will see St. John on Friday for a chance to get some payback if they get through St. John first. But before we say goodbye, I want to say, Steve, thanks for joining me all season long here on the broadcast. Regular season games up at Owen Sound throughout the postseason run here, and 2 games here. The Memorial Cup's been a lot of fun.
Yes, it has. It's been great to join you and be along on this run, and we wish the Erie Otters all the best Friday night and hopefully on Sunday as well.
For John Kleiner back in studio, for Steve Fitzsimmons, I'm Aaron Cooney saying good night. We'll talk to you Friday. Same Otter time, same Otter channel. We'll have the Otters and the St. Jean Sea Dogs of the Quebec League for the semifinal, a chance to play for the Memorial Cup. That's Friday night, May 26th on Jet Radio. You've been listening to the Erie Otters right here on Jet Radio 1400.
Thanks, Aaron. Thanks, Steve. 10:03 Jet Radio 1400 WJET Erie. John Clare, the Boston Store. Aaron Cooney and Steve Fitzsimmons at the WFCU Center in Windsor, Ontario. Home and host of the MasterCard Memorial Cup for the Canadian Hockey League Championship. Will be the semifinals with Erie Otters and St. John's Sea Dogs of the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League, not to be confused with the Portland Sea Dogs of the Eastern League of Baseball. But at any rate, I'll let Aaron and Chris do the talking as far as the professionalism and where things stand. But those of you who are game show fans out there, you might wonder if it was Monday night's Otters or tonight's Spitfires, reminding you more of 1984 Press Your Luck contestant Michael Larson, studying the patterns and seemingly stealing things a little bit, huh? At any rate, it is to be one game at a time. Best, of course, but one game at a time. Another game at a time, Pittsburgh Pirates and Atlanta Braves down at Atlanta's SunTrust Bank Park. Nearing the bottom of the 7th now. Last report, the Pirates were trailing that one, but we'll join that game in progress. After I give you jet weather from meteorologist Tom Atkins and Jet 24 Weather Authority. For your overnight, scattered showers and steady rain by midnight. Chance of a thunderstorm, low 56 area, 50 to 54 inland and mountains. Southeast winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. For tomorrow, periods of rain in the morning, cooler with on and off showers. Chance of thunderstorms in the afternoon, high 62 to 66. Southeast winds 5 to 50 miles per hour, coming northeast late. For tomorrow night, periods of rain, low 53 Erie, 49 to 52 inland and mountains. Northwest to west winds 5 to 10 miles per hour. Friday, clouds and sun. Lingering morning showers possible. High Friday, 64. Right now outside historic Boston. Storm Harbor, downtown Erie, 63 degrees. Now we'll do it for yours truly, John Clarence. And thanks for your patrons, your patience, your fanhood. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. God bless me. All the good stats be yours. This has been Erie Otters Hockey here on Jet Radio 1400, Erie's News Talk and Sports Station, and OttersHockey.com. Now the Pirates and Bravos on WGET.
Ziploc bag. Symptoms include fatigue, feeling lightheaded, dizziness, lack of concentration, gurgling stomach, irritability, or general signs of being hungry. And really appreciate that from the Brad. Really good, cool idea. But again, a little late. Where were you last night?
Yeah.
Or earlier this morning? Nick Markakis at the plate with a runner at first and one out. Here's the pitch. Low. Snap throw to first by Stewart. And the runner, Inciarte, is back as Bell has to just make sure he catches that ball in front of the bag. Pirates and Braves had their game end at 1:52 this morning. It's tied for the 6th latest ending game in Pirates history, along with a June 6th, 1963 game where the Pirates and Reds played a doubleheader at Forbes Field. Last time the Pirates played a game that ended any later than the one that ended at 1:52 this morning, June 20th, 1983, was a doubleheader against the Cubs at Three River Stadium in Pittsburgh. The 1-0 pitch to Markakis is low, 2-0. Both of those games, June 20th, 1983, went extra innings before ending at 2:04 in the morning. Good thing they had lights.
Yeah.
Because those games would have ended in suspension much earlier, as they used to do before this date in baseball history. 2-0 count.
Daniel Hudson delivers. Runner goes from first. It's taken for a ball. Throw down is strong, and Chris Stewart nails Ender Inciarte with Jordy Mercer applying the tag. 2-6.
For Chris Stewart, who doesn't play that often, it's remarkably quick and accurate with that strong arm. And he got rid of it so quickly, and it's right on the money. And all Jordy has to do is catch it and put it down.
3-0 countdown. Markakis with 2 outs. Markakis 1 for 3, singled and scored last inning. Daniel Hudson for the Pirates with a 3-0. And he walked him on 4 pitches. It was downstairs. He'll face Matt Kemp. Kemp is 1 for 3. RBI single his last time up. It was on this date in 1935. The first night game was played ever in Major League Baseball at Crosley Field in Cincinnati. The Reds beat the Phillies 2-1. President Franklin Roosevelt, during pregame festivities, punches a button at the White House that illuminated the field. I'm sure ceremonially. And the Cincinnati Enquirer the next day reported on the scene at Crosley Field. Here's the pitch to Matt Kemp. It's a strike. Talking about the fact that the players seem to enjoy it. The fans seem to enjoy the first night game ever in Major League Baseball history. 20,422. Here's the stretch. 0-1 pitch to Kemp. Just misses a bit outside. All the fans cared about, said the Cincinnati Enquirer the next day, all the fans cared about was that the visibility was plenty good from stands and bleachers, that the field showed up in a more uniform light, green and tan, than it does in daytime. 1-1 strike pitch. Down low to Kemp. It's 2-1. Pirates trail 4-3. Bottom of the 7th. Braves bat with a runner at first base. On the anniversary of the first night game ever in Major League history, the Cincinnati Enquirer said the next day it was as brilliant with the trim little white figures running about as a new baseball game board in the window of the corner drugstore. Daniel Hudson for the Pirates comes set. And the pitch to Kemp. Swing and a miss. 2-2. What clouds there were so thin that the ball, when it flew high, shone through them like a bald head in a steam room. And when there was no mist, the fear stood out against the sky like a pearl against dark velvet. 2-2 the pitch. Ground ball, base hit in the left between Freese and Mercer. Matt Kemp has his second straight hit. And it's the second hit of the inning against Hudson, who also walked Markakis. Markakis now at second. And the batter is Matt Adams. Adams is 1 for 3. He tripled off the brick wall in right in the 4th inning. And now comes Ray Searage, the Pirates pitching coach. The bullpen quiet, but somebody's going to get up and loosen in the Pirates bullpen beyond the left field wall.
Just 3 hits through the first 5 innings. The last 2 innings, 7.
Now Ray Searage heads back to the dugout with 2 on and 2 outs. Juan Nicasio relieved Trevor Williams in the 6th inning and got Adams to pop up. He also got the next batter, Tyler Flowers, but then Rio Ruiz singled in a run, and Jace Peterson had a 2-run double. Here's the pitch. Adams takes a strike. That double for Jace Peterson, bringing in Kemp and Ruiz, and gave the Braves this 4-3 lead. They're looking to add on and maybe put the game away with one big swing from the newest member of the Braves, Matt Adams. He's had a major impact the last two nights. The pitch, down and in. 1 ball, 1 strike.
You wonder if that was the message from Ray Search, how to go about attacking Adams.
Daniel Hudson's 1-1. Swing and a miss.
Yeah, after coming in hard twice, went with a changeup, had him way out in front.
One and 2 the count. They resume play, by the way, in Cleveland. The Indians still lead 3-2 over the Reds. Out-of-town scores from Allegheny Health Network. Rockies lead the Phillies 7-2 in Philadelphia in the 9th. 1-2 pitch. In the dirt, picked by Stewart. After 7, the Cubs at Wrigley lead the Giants 4-2. Cardinals and Dodgers just getting underway in Los Angeles. Daniel Hudson trying to get out of this with 2 on and 2 outs. The Pirates down a run. He comes set. The pitch to Adams. Swing and a miss. He strikes him out. Strands a couple of runners. Head to the 8th. Braves 4, Pirates 3.
Hello, Chris Hardwick here. The Xfinity X1 Challenge is on the road talking to real people and asking them how they stream their favorite entertainment.
Cell phones, tablets.
Then we told them that Xfinity delivers the best streaming experience at home and on the go. That's access to live TV, Xfinity On Demand, and your entire DVR library on any device.
I like that.
My son would love this. You can even download and stream your on-demand favorites and DVR shows from anywhere.
Right here at the park? That would be fantastic.
Take the Xfinity X1 Challenge and see for yourself.
Or get started with the Starter XF Triple Play from Comcast for $89.99 a month and enjoy the same rate for 2 full years with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to upgrade to get a $200 prepaid card. See for yourself why 85% of people prefer Xfinity X1 to their current TV experience. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Offer in 6/21/17. Restrictions apply. New customers only. Equipment tax and fees including broadcast TV and RSN fees extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply. Based on consumers with a preference in June 2016 study.
With the Sunoco Rewards credit card, you'll save a nickel on every gallon of Sunoco fuel purchased when you fill up at any Sunoco station. That's the kind of savings you can put towards tickets to a ball game and maybe an extra hot dog or 2. Start saving 5 cents on every gallon of fuel purchased with the Sunoco Rewards credit card. Sunoco, proud to fuel the Pittsburgh Pirates. Subject to credit approval. See application for terms and conditions.
Summer involves a lot of driving, to camp, to work, to soccer, back home to grab what they forgot, and then back to soccer again. So wouldn't you like to know your car is up for it? Enter Hum by Verizon. Now you can check your car's health from your phone with vehicle diagnostics, drive with more peace of mind thanks to 24/7 emergency assistance, and let the kids stream and game on the go with your car's own Wi-Fi hotspot. Get Hum and get where you're going. Learn more at hum.com. Verizon Wi-Fi available on Hum X only. Data usage applies. Coverage not available everywhere. Visit vzw.com for availability.
Pirates are down a run, 8th inning. David Freese leads off against lefty Ian Kroll. Dansby Swanson comes in to play shortstop for the Braves. Freese 0 for 3 against starter Julio Teheran. And who is the pitcher of record for Atlanta, could get a win unless the Pirates rally and a strike is called. John Jaso, a lefty hitter on deck. A righty for the Braves starts to loosen in their bullpen. Here's the stretch and the pitch. And low for a ball. 1-1. Now we are in the 8th inning, and it's an interesting decision by Brian Snitker to keep Kroll out there to begin the 8th. John gave the numbers, kind of a struggling pitcher, but here's the 1-1. That's high. He lets the lefty Kroll face the right-handed hitting Freese and figures that Hurdle will pinch hit Jaso. And perhaps Andrew McCutcheon or Jose Osuna. And when that happens, Snitker likely to bring on a righty. Here's the pitch. Almost got a piece of Freese.
tell you, one of them wanted to hit him. He just kind of turned in a little bit, thought it was going to maybe hit him in that left thigh.
Luke Jackson loosens in the bullpen for the Braves. A 3-1 count on Freeze. Here's the pitch. Swings and fouls it off to the right. Into the seats it goes. Toward the third deck.
Luke Jackson, did he get the win last night with one pitch?
Yes. Yep. A one-pitch win for Luke Jackson. Crazy game.
Yep.
3-2. Here's Kroll's pitch. Another foul. First base side.
And so, by the way we're watching Brian Snitker use his bullpen, means it appears like a couple of his guys are shut down tonight. So, the typical 7th, 8th inning guys we will not see tonight.
Three and two. Here's the pitch. Pokes at it, fouls it off again. Into the seats, right side. Full count on Freeze. Pirates have been out hit 10-4. Trail by a run. The pitch. Drives it towards center, but right at Ender Inciarte, and that'll be the first out here in the top of the 8th. And now we'll have a pinch hitter. It's going to be Jose Osuna for Jaso.
And the righty down there, I'm not certain that he's ready. When I watching him warm up, he looks like he's just kind of he's showing a little more urgency now, but just a minute or so ago, it looked like he was maybe going 3/4.
And so Osuna is going to bat against the lefty Kroll. Osuna hitting .206. Here's the pitch. Strike one. 68 major league at bats for Jose Osuna. 2 homers, 9 RBIs. He is hitless in 10 pinch hit appearances. 0-1. Here's the pitch. Checks and takes outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. You hear that all the time about how pinch hitting is one of the toughest things to do in maybe all sports, but certainly in baseball. And for a rookie, he's getting his feet wet in the big leagues to have to come on and pinch hit in situations like this. Doubly tough. Here's the 1-1 inside.
And I think the pinch hitting wouldn't be as big a deal if you're playing regularly, but that's the big deal. I mean, rookies come to the big leagues. They have never not played regularly in the minor league level. And so when you're talking maybe a start or two a week, or even if that, it's just hard to go up there with that same timing and confidence.
2-1 pitch. Fouled back. Good cut, but it's 2-2 now. As the Pirates bat in the 8th, trailing by a run. Adam Frazier to 3-run homer in the 2nd inning. Stayed that way until the Braves rallied for 4 in the bottom of the 6th against Trevor Williams and Juan Nicasio. Nicasio's on the hook for this one for Pittsburgh. 2-2 pitch in the dirt. Full count. Jordy Mercer has 2 hits, is on deck. Boston beat Texas 9-4 at Fenway. Chris Sale wins another for the Red Sox. 5-2. Here's the pitch. Fouled away. Back and out of play behind home plate. Sale goes 7 1/3, strikes out 6. He's now 5-2. Martin Perez started and went 6 1/3, but Sam Dyson did not get an out, gave up 5 runs in relief. Ball's popped up, going to be out of play. First baseman Adams, catcher Flowers goes over to take a look over by the first base dugout, but it's well back. finals from afternoon baseball. And from some tonight, the Red Sox winning 9-4. Tampa Bay beat the Angels 5-2 down in St. Petersburg, Florida. 3-2 pitch. Another foul. Back it out of play.
Looked to be right on that fastball. That was at 94. Which may be a little up in the zone. And feel like maybe a little more comfortable. I think the more pitches you see against a pitcher you haven't seen, the more comfortable you'd be.
Another full count pitch. Another foul. This time it's bounced foul. Third base side. Hits off the railing in front of the Pirates dugout. Caroms out to Joey Cora, who stabs it out of the air and then tosses it into the seats for a souvenir.
I'm looking at a 10-pitch at bat here.
Three and two on Jose Osuna. He's pinch hitting for John Jaso with 1 out in the 8th. The Braves up by a run. Here's the pitch. Another foul. Back to the screen.
Maybe that one was out of the zone. Too close to take.
Jose Osuna. Well, that was the 10th pitch?
I believe so.
See if the 11th pitch from Ian Kroll, the lefty, will be the one. Here's the pitch. Swinging a foul. Off to the right, out of play.
Yeah, he's in straight swing mode right now, and fouling off some of these pitches that aren't in the zone, but still, it's he's up there battling, trying to do something. Maybe get a mistake and that something be a ball in the seats.
Yeah. Here's the 12th pitch of the at-bat, and there's a line drive down the left field line. It is a foul ball. We cannot see the left field corner as those seats jut way out, and we know there's not much room there, but third base umpire Nick Klintz was all over it down the left field line and calls it foul.
Yeah, there might be 4 feet, 3 or 4 feet, and that may be about a foot foul. Jose Osuna did not see it land or see the call. He got all the way out to second base.
So it'll be the 13th pitch now of the Osuna at bat coming up. Still 3-2. And here it comes. And it's a bouncer to the shortstop. Swanson scoops it up, throws on to first to retire Jose Osuna. Two down.
Yeah, good little battle there.
Here's Jordy Mercer.
Boy, Flowers out talking to Kroll. Look how big he is.
Just going to say that. Look, he towers over Ian Kroll.
He's like in the lower part of the mound.
Yeah. It is something. He is a big man. He's listed at 6'4", 260. Kroll 6'1", 210.
Yeah, it looked like a much bigger difference than that.
2 on, 2 outs. 2 outs, nobody on in the 8th inning, and the pitch is low to Jordy Mercer. Singleton scored in the 2nd. Singleton was stranded in the 6th. Pirates have left 6 men on base. Last night left 13 aboard. Here's the pitch. High. 2-0 on Jordy Mercer. Astros Tigers tied at 2 in the 8th. Charlie Morton pitching for Houston. He has pitched well for the Astros, the former Pirate. Went 7 innings, 2 runs, 4 hits. Here's the pitch. Taken outside, 3-0. Daniel Norris went 6 1/3 for the Tigers. And now battle the bullpens as the Tigers get a run in the top of the 8th for the 3-2 lead. Here's the pitch to Jordy Mercer, a 3-0 offering and a strike. Final score from Philly. Rockies defeat the Phils 7-2. The next pitch bounces up there and almost hits Jordy Mercer, who trots to first base. That ball back to the backstop. A 2-out walk. And now Denny Ortiz will be called back, and Francisco Cervelli will pop out of the dugout and pinch hit for the center fielder. Well, approaching the bottom of the hour, and Brian Snitker is going to make a pitching change. We'll pause for station identification on the Pirates Baseball Network. Pirates are down a run, 8th inning. They have a man aboard for pinch hitter Francisco Cervelli. He'll face a new pitcher, and we'll tell you about him when we come back in Atlanta on the Pirates Baseball Network.
Joe, why is the basement full of hamsters?
Efficiency. Their little wheels generate power for my home business.
Efficiency, huh? Try the FedEx Small Business Center. Their tools and advice can help streamline shipping and improve your e-commerce business.
Yeah, and then like hamsters, FedEx would be fine with the cat.
The cat?
The power freezes up whenever she comes around.
Help make your e-commerce more efficient. Go to FedEx.com/smallbusiness.
Make PNC Park your destination Saturday, May 27th, when the Buccos take on the New York Mets at 7:15. Before the game, enjoy the first Saturday block party of the season on Federal Street, presented by Barrel and featuring the Line and Kugel Bar. Then head into the gates for a free shirt Saturday when the first 20,000 fans take home a Pirates t-shirt courtesy of Peoples. And every fan's a winner on an Eaton Park Scratch and Win Saturday. Go to pirates.com/free shirt Saturday.
The Pirates have a man on with 2 down here in the 8th inning, and Luke Jackson, who picked up his first Major League win last night by retiring Danny Ortiz in the top of the 9th inning for the last out of the ball game.
Well, just his 6th appearance for the rookie. 1-0, a 4.15 ERA, 4 hits and 4 1/3. And he hasn't walked anybody, and he has K'd 2.
Became the first Braves pitcher to earn a win while only throwing 1 pitch since lefty Hunter Cervenka did so August of last year against the Pirates. And now Francisco Cervelli, pinch hitting for Ortiz. Cervelli's batting average on the season, .230. 3 home runs, 18 runs batted in. He was 2 out of 4 and was hit by a pitch last night. Opening game of the series, he was 0 for 3 with a walk. Runner at first base is Mercer, who's on base for a 3rd time in this game. Matt Adams holds him on. So Luke Jackson delivers. A pitch, strike called, and Cervelli quickly jerks his head back to look at Vic Terrapazzi. He had lifted his hands, thought it was inside, and when he heard the strike, quick look back, and now he picks up some dirt, rubs it between his hands, and looks out toward third and mouths, "Wow." Cervelli in the box against Jackson. The pitch is lined into right field, a base hit. Mercer will hold up at second. A pinch hit single to right for Cervelli. And here comes Chris Stewart.
Well, he hit that like he knew it was coming. You know, this guy throws hard, 95 with the first pitch fastball. Then he throws a slider in a good location away, and he's on it and hits it that way.
Perfect time for Chris Stewart to pick up his first RBI of the season. Chris Stewart tonight, 0 for 2 with a walk. He reached on an error on Jace Peterson's Miscue, the shortstop. Tyler Glass now is going to pinch run for Francisco Cervelli. So Glass now runs for the Pirates catcher, who pinch hit for Danny Ortiz, and Chris Stewart, the starting catcher, steps back in the box.
And Gifton Gopay is in the on-deck circle. Only he and Andrew McCutcheon left on the Pirates bench in terms of position players.
And now Stewart with a fly ball to center field. Inciarte back several steps. He'll make the catch. Pirates strand 2 after 7.5. Atlanta 4, Pittsburgh 3.
Cheer on the Bucks, whether you're home or away, with the Pittsburgh Pirates PNC Bank Visa debit card, and get special cardholder perks and discounts. PNC Bank, the official bank of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Visit pnc.com/Pirates card for details. An annual fee of $10 will be assessed to the primary checking account associated with the card. Visa is a registered trademark of Visa International Service Association and used under license. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
It's 2:18 in the afternoon at an Allegheny Health Network primary care center, and the ringing in Larry's ears had become unbearable. He couldn't sleep at night, and he couldn't take it any longer.
I don't know if I'd have gone another day.
So this morning, Larry called 412 Doctors for an appointment, and by this afternoon, he's hearing good news.
Thanks for getting me in here.
Larry's health never having to wait is living proof. Allegheny Health Network. For your same-day specialty or primary care appointment, call 412 Doctors.
My grandmother.
It's 1:45 in the afternoon at Allegheny Health Network Center for Digestive Health. For weeks, Susan has worried about her pain. Today, she decided enough was enough.
Both have polyps.
This morning, she called 412 Doctors for an appointment, and now, this afternoon, she's on her way to getting some answers.
My sister.
Susan's health never having to wait is living proof. Allegheny Health Network. For your same-day specialty or primary care appointment, call 412 Doctors. At 6:48 in the morning, Anthony decided that he'd quit smoking. The only problem was he didn't know how to start, because for so many people with busy lives like Anthony, he didn't make time to take care of himself. That's why Highmark offers health coaches. Health support that's just a phone call away 24/7. Living proof of the difference you can make when you're all for health. Highmark, Blue Cross Blue Shield. Visit highmarkbcbs.com.
Pirates still trail by a run. And Gifton Gopay comes out to play second base. Johnny Barbado on to pitch for Pittsburgh.
Harrison in left, Frazier in center, Osuna in right, so a whole new outfield. As Barbado is set, he's on for the 10th time. ERA at 2.70, 9 hits and 13 in the third. He's walked 6, he has struck out 12. Opponent's hitting just 188 against him.
And the batter is Tyler Flowers. Has been hit by a pitch, struck out, and popped up. Strike called on Flowers. Rio Ruiz on deck, and then it's Dansby Swanson. 4 runs, 10 hits for the Braves, 3 runs, 5 hits for the Pirates. Johnny Barbado with the pitch. Did he hold his swing? No. First base umpire Tom Hallion raises the right fist on the appeal. Barbado had a 1-2-3 eighth inning last night. Former Yankee Johnny Barbado, now with the Pirates, delivers, and a foul off to the right, out of play.
Good fastball there, 96 miles per hour. A waste pitch. I think he was just trying to show it to Flowers, throw it up and out over the plate, but, and that's where it was, but Flowers still able to get a piece of it.
0-2 count. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball for a strike 3 call.
Good one. Curveball. Started it at him. Like right at that right hip. Or the left hip. Froze him. Broke over the inner edge.
Rio Ruiz to the plate. And he is 1 for 3. That ground single and scored the run. The second run of that 6th inning. After Juan Nicasio got the first 2 outs. Here's the pitch to Ruiz. He pulls this ball fair over the first base bag. And a fan will reach over and grab it for fan interference, and they will grant Ruiz second base. A double for Ruiz.
How about that? The security came down. He took the ball and he's kicking the people out. And adamant about it.
Yeah, the fan's trying to argue with him.
And the interesting thing is the fan, he got the ball, he gave it to a little kid. Nice gesture.
Dansby Swanson doubled in a pair of runs in the 6th. He's at the plate now. Or rather, Jace Peterson did. And Dansby Swanson's first at bat, hitting .204 with 4 homers, 17 runs batted in. Here's the pitch. Low. And that has been our play that made a difference to this point. Be a Major League lifesaver with the Pittsburgh Pirates and Central Blood Bank and make a difference by donating blood. 4-3 Atlanta out hitting the Pirates 11-5. Johnny Barbado with a 1-0. Half swing foul up against the netting behind home plate. Just 4 other games still going on now in the big leagues. On their out-of-town scoreboard from Allegheny Health Network, they're in the 9th. The Tigers have a 4-2 lead at Houston. Cardinals up early on the Dodgers 2-zip in the 2nd at Chavez Ravine. 1 ball, 1 strike count. Johnny Barbado for the Pirates with a runner at 2nd. With the pitch. Low. Cubs have a 4-2 lead. They're in the bottom of the 8th inning at Wrigley. 4-2 over the Giants. Anthony Rizzo has hit a pair of home runs in that game. 2 balls, 1 strike. Here's the pitch. Fouled back. The rookie Dansby Swanson did not start. Jace Peterson did, committed a costly error, but then delivered a key 2-run double in the 6th inning to give the Braves a 4-3 lead. In the 9th, the Pirates have Gifton Gope, Adam Frazier, Josh Harrison due up, so Clint Hurdle must be adamant he's not going to use Andrew McCutchen under any circumstance tonight. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Ground ball sharply hit at the shortstop. Mercer thought about going to third, instead turns and throws to first and barely gets Dansby Swanson for the 2nd out. Ruiz went to third. See if they challenge.
That ball sharply hit. A little surprised Mercer didn't go that way. I thought that was a mistake trying to advance with 1 out from 2nd to 3rd on a ball right in front of you. But Jordy opted, now looking at it, and I see why Jordy opted to go to first. David Freese wasn't at the bat.
In fact, David Freese was pointing to first as he was backpedaling toward the bag. Danny Santana, switch hitter, now pinch hitting for the Braves. The runner at third base and 2 outs, bottom of the 8th. He takes a pitch low from Johnny Barbado. Santana, in 9 games, is hitless in 17 at-bats. Former Twin was hitting 200 with the Twins. Here's the pitch. And in the air to left. Harrison going back. Still racing back. Can't make the catch. Bounces onto the track and over the wall for a double. Danny Santana's first hit as a Brave is a pinch hit, opposite field double to give Atlanta a 2-run lead. It's 5-3.
He hit that ball pretty well. Hit it a long way to that track, and right around the between the 375 and the 385 markers, straight away left. Josh Harrison was playing pretty shallow, and I'm sure that's where the charts had him playing. So he had a heck of a long way to go.
Now it's Ender Inciarte. 5-3 Braves in the 8th. He takes ball 1. At this stage, you're down 5-3. I'd walk Inciarte. Take my chances with Phillips.
Yeah, the way he's swinging.
I wouldn't even try. He's just absolutely on fire. Here's the 1-0. Pulls his foul. Fielded by Eddie Perez, the first base coach. 1 ball, 1 strike. So now the Pirates trail by 2. Johnny Barbado has given up a run. And the 1-1. Line right at the third baseman, David Freese, who is playing well off the line. For the final out, head to the 9th. It's now the Braves 5, Pirates 3.
The crack of a ball making contact with a wood bat. Coppers and our 1,800 employees globally know all about wood technology for railroads and outdoor structures. We're proud to sponsor the K sign at PNC Park, donating $100 per strikeout by Pirates pitchers. To date, we've donated more than $120,000. In May, we're supporting the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. Coppers, improving the world for our employees, environment, and communities.
All season long, when the Pirates win, you win with Papa John's. The day after the Pirates win, get 50% off your regular menu price online order with promo code BUCKSWIN. Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's. Not valid with other discounts. Delivery fee and tax is extra and not subject to discount.
When it comes to Florida vacations, nothing beats Bradenton, Anna Maria Island, and Longboat Key. From island beaches to strolling the area's quaint towns like Lakewood Ranch or historic Bradenton, you'll enjoy Florida's best vacation destination. Plan now at BradentonGolfIslands.com.
The New York Mets visit Pittsburgh for a 3-game series that kicks off Friday, May 26th at 7:05. Arrive on the North Shore early for a block party on Federal Street, presented by Barrel, and featuring the Leinenkugel Bar. Then all fans can stay after the game for a post-game fan jam concert featuring Flo Rida, thanks to Highmark. Plus, you can watch the concert from the field by purchasing a field pass. It's the Bucks, Mets, and Flo Rida on Friday, May 26th. Go to pirates.com/fanjam.
Progressive presents Mindflowness with Flo.
You have achieved total unity by comparing insurance rates with competitors and choosing the best rate for you. Now you are at one. Like a pro athlete playing yourself in a video game. They got your nose wrong. You forgive them.
Achieve oneness. Compare Progressive direct rates with competitors' rates at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
It is the 9th inning, and the Pirates now down by 2 here in Atlanta. The 9th inning brought to you by the Hartford. When the unexpected strikes, the Hartford strikes back with small business insurance. Jose Ramirez looks for his first major league save.
A very impressive right-hander, hard-throwing right-hander. He's 2-1 with a 1.31 ERA. Opponents are hitting just 136 against them.
Gift Ngope leads off for the Pirates and takes high, ball 1.
And with that low of an opponent batting average, you'd expect a bunch of strikeouts. Not quite 1 per inning. 17 and 20 2/3.
Here's the pitch. Fouled back, out of play. Gift Ngope. Batting 200, 45 at bats, no homers, 4 runs batted in. Came on part of a double switch in the bottom of the 8th. 5-3 Atlanta. Julio Teheran would go to 4-4. Here's the pitch. Ngope takes in the dirt, 2-1. Juan Nicasio on the hook. He would fall to 1-3. Two balls, one strike on the right-handed batting Gift Ngope. Adam Frazier on deck. The pitch fouled off to the right into the for the top deck. $25,981. The paid attendance here for Game 3 of the 4-game series concludes tomorrow afternoon. 12:10 first pitch for the Pirates and Braves. This ball fouled back, out of play. Two and two on Gift Ngope. His first at bat tonight. Pirates scored 3 in the second, a home run by Adam Frazier, who's on deck, and the Braves with 4 in the 6th and 1 in the 8th. The pitch to Ngope, ground ball left side. Desby Swanson backhands, throws, and cannot, or does get him. They call him out at first base as Ngope's helmet goes flying off just as he hit the bag on a bang-bang play and a pick by Adams. Out called at first base by Tom Hallion. And the Pirates will challenge.
I mean, it was a fancy play, and boy, it was a nifty play. Boy, he got rid of it so quickly in that one-hop throw, kind of an in-between hop throw, so Adams really couldn't stretch for it. He kind of had to catch it kind of back closer to the first base bag than he'd like, or you'd like, but I don't think,
You know, it's funny. I think he's safe. It almost looked like the ball was going into the helmet.
I know. I was about to say.
And I wonder if that could have created some kind of an illusion for Tom Hallion.
Very possibly.
His batting helmet, well.
Yeah, he's safe.
Yeah, he's safe. But they haven't made that official. That's our editorializing there. We believe he's going to be called safe. It'll be a leadoff hit. The Pirates down 2.
But I wouldn't be surprised if that helmet blocked the view of Tom Hallion. And again, when you look at it, some infielders will use the one-hop throw. Some will try to get it there in the air. If Adams could have stretched and caught it, he would have been out. That's it. But that would have been a heck of a play. It would have been making all the highlight reels because it was a dandy. But because Adams wanted to make sure he caught the ball, he had to kind of come back and.
Now headsets are off. He's safe.
Very nice.
So the Pirates challenge, and Ngope leads off with a base hit against Jose Ramirez. And now it's Adam Frazier coming to the plate. Was it the right play by does Swanson have an option, you mean?
No. I'm talking more about Adams.
Right,
I mean, like I said, because of the in-between hop, if he stretches for it, it's very tough to catch.
Yeah.
He put himself in a position to catch a good hop.
Right. Well, now here is Adam Frazier. On base 4 times. Here's the pitch. Jose Ramirez delivers it a ball down low.
It's kind of hard to judge your distance from left field with your one-hop throws to first.
Yeah.
And it just carried a little probably further than he wanted.
Pitch is a strike called. 1-1 on Adam Frazier. On base 4 times, 3 walks and a home run. 5-3 Atlanta. Jose Ramirez trying for his first big league save. The 27-year-old from the Dominican Republic. His pitch is down low. 2-1, and it is a different animal. They're in the major leagues trying for a save. They did have 6 at AAA Gwinnett last year. Has had big league time with the Yankees and Mariners. His second season in the Braves organization. The 2-1 pitch is a ground ball, base hit into left for the hit machine. Adam Frazier puts runners at first and second.
It's something else. The consistency, the efficiency, that swing just works. And He just keeps it so simple and hits it where it's pitched.
2 on and nobody out here in the 9th inning. Out comes Chuck Hernandez, the Braves pitching coach. Adam Frazier on base for the 5th time. Well, he's walked 6 times in 3 games. He's been hit by a pitch. And he now has 3 hits, including the home run in the 2nd and this base hit here in the 9th. He was 1 for 3 on Monday. Hernandez goes back to the dugout. Flowers and the third baseman Ruiz were also there. Ruiz going through a series of signs. Josh Harrison does not figure to be up there bunting, but the third baseman Ruiz is in a couple steps. Harrison, an infield single in the 1st. He's 1 for 4. And now third baseman creeping in a bit. The first baseman, Adams, playing in front of the runner. Here's the pitch. And it's a fly ball to right center field. Inciarte is back toward the wall. Leaps up. He makes a great catch. Ender Inciarte, the Gold Glover, leaps at the wall in right center to take extra bases away from Harrison. 1 away in the 9th.
He's unbelievable out there. This guy is unbelievable. The jumps he gets, the routes he takes, the ground he covers. This ball I thought was going to be a home run. It probably would have hit a foot below the tape, the yellow line out there. And he just covered that ground so easily and effortlessly. And I thought our base runners played it right. There's no sense tagging. If that drops, you got to score. So nobody advances. And tip your cap. What a great play.
He is something else. Ender Inciarte. And now Josh Bell takes a ball. Inciarte, the center fielder for the Atlanta Braves. He can cover some ground, and he just made a sensational, perhaps, game-saving catch. 1 ball, no strikes on Bell. Here's the pitch. Swings and misses. It's 1-1. All the attention when they traded Shelby Miller to the Diamondbacks was that the outcry from the baseball community was, how could the Diamondbacks give up Dansby Swanson? This ball's popped up out of play. It was like Inciarte was almost an afterthought in that trade, but he is. He can improve an outfield defense so much.
Oh my gosh, it's incredible.
Yep.
I mean, even like the routine plays, you just see the first step quickness and the routes. I mean, rarely fooled, always making strong decisions.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. 1st and 2nd, the pitch to Bell. He looks at a call, 3rd strike. 2 down, and it's up to David Freese.
There's an urgency, even on base hits.
Yeah. And the thing, too, as soon as he made that catch, he just bounced off that fence in front of his bullpen and fired it to the infield.
And no celebrating. Just playing the game.
And now David Freese, who has struck out twice, grounded out, and lined out. Here's the pitch. Swing and a foul tip.
The slider at 91 miles per hour.
(5-3) Braves. Pirates batting in the 9th. And Gope and Frazier the runners. 2 outs. Here's the 0-1 to Freese in the dirt. Ball, 1 strike. Jose Ramirez for the Braves with a pitch. Freese swings and misses.
They got away with one there. So if David Freese is locked in, I think he hits that. That slider was left up, looked middle.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Here's the pitch, way high. Two and two. A 2-2 count on Freeze. The pitch just missed. Don't know if Freeze got a call there or not. It was close. It's now 3-2.
Let's see if he'll make another mistake here.
That was a little farther out than I thought.
And the outfielders are, at least Inciarte's playing deep. The left fielder Kemp not as much. You get a gap here, runners will be moving. It's a tie game.
3-2. They will be moving on this pitch. Fouled off to the right, out of play. Let's pause right now for station identification here on the Pirates Baseball Network. Pirates down 5-3 as they bat here in the 9th inning against Jose Ramirez and the Braves. Gifton Gopay, Adam Frazier, the runners. Another 3-2 pitch will be due to Freeze by Ramirez. He's delivering it now. Swinging another foul, back and out of play.
98 miles per hour.
Again, we will join you tomorrow. The concluding game of this series, this road trip. Pirates are back home Friday night. Take on the Mets Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday night, and then afternoon baseball on Monday when the Diamondbacks come in. Stretch by Jose Ramirez, another 3-2 pitch to David Freeze. High, and the bases are loaded. And it is going to be Jose Osuna, so under no circumstances, apparently, will Clint Hurdle go to Andrew McCutchen. And if the Pirates are going to win this game, they're going to have to do it without McCutchen.
Well, let's say if we get the big base hit here and we tie it and we get a pitcher spot up, I mean, Andrew McCutchen's going to hit. But obviously, until we get to that point, a total day off, I'm guessing.
Mercer on deck. Yeah, then the pitcher spot. So now the bases are loaded. Here's the pitch. Osuna with a base hit into left field. This is going to tie the game. Jose Osuna delivers. He gets up there and grounds a single to left field to tie the game. In Gopay and Frazier score, it's 5-all in the 9th.
How about the Battling Buccos coming back late? We saw a crazy one last night. Another one tonight. Boy, some clutch hitting. Gifton Gopay, who has been struggling, leading off his first at bat with a base hit. The hot hitting Frazier. Harrison hits one a ton and gets robbed. Freeze with a great at bat. Osuna with a great at bat. We are all tied here and a chance to win it with Mercer.
Jordy Mercer with runners at first and second, and Andrew McCutchen will come out on deck. Mercer 2 for 3 with a walk. Blown save for the Ramirez, looking for his first career save. His pitch is down low, ball 1. As Brian Snitker not going to use his closer Jim Johnson tonight. So first and second in the 9th. 5-5. 1 ball, no strikes. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss.
Upstairs at 98. A little bit out of the zone.
Pirates have come back to tie this game. And go ahead run now is on at second.